of oral communications, probably on the resolution, and then the outside dining will probably have.
I think so, yeah. So do any of you, my colleagues, remember who Dennis Backlund is?
Yeah, the name's familiar. He
He
used to
lived-
speak at council a lot, right?
He was a furniture dealer, antique specialist downtown, right near City Hall.
He also worked for the city.
Yes, he did. Yeah, good memory.
Yep.
So he was in the hotel president.
Yep.
And he's ended up at Lytton Gardens. I talked to him today at length. He is so happy. He loves it there. He said the city should be proud of having a facility like this.
Cool.
They've had one case of the virus in independent living, and they have had no cases since then, and that was back in April. So clearly they're doing a good job.
Nice.
Okay, they're giving me the heads up that we can go.
Okay, I see 4 of us at least. Sure, the 5, 6. Okay, so it is Monday, June 8th at 5:03 p.m. I'd like to call to order this special meeting of the Palo Alto City Council. If the clerk would please take the roll.
Councilmember Cormack.
Here.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Filseth.
Here.
Mayor Fine.
Here.
Councilmember Niss.
Here.
Councilmember Ku.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
7 present.
Thank you. Okay, we have quite an agenda tonight with some really important items, but our first item is letter A, a closed session conference with labor negotiators, including UMPAPA, SEIU Local 521, SEIU Local 521 Hourly, PAPOA, the Fire Chiefs Association, IAFF Local 1319, and the Police Managers Association. Is there a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Let's please vote. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes, indeed.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Thank you. I just should have mentioned to anybody who is listening, the very last page of the City Council agenda has instructions on different ways you can provide public comment if you would like to do so. We are scheduled to be in closed session for about an hour, and so we'll be back here at about 6:05. Thanks, everyone.
Rumi, they're in the closed session.
I have the wrong link, don't I?
Yeah.
So let me go back to that one. Okay. Darn it.
Jessica sent it out earlier.
Yep. Let me.
One was around 11:30 and the other one, I'm not sure when it was later.
It's about 11:36 this morning. I can resend it to you, Rumi.
Thank you. Gosh darn it. I have an 11. Da-da-da.
I just sent it to you again.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Beth Miner, the city clerk. I just wanted to give you an update that council is still in their closed session. We hope that they'll be out in about the next 10 minutes. They might take a break when they come out. I'm not sure yet. However, the next item on the agenda is the rail communications update. If you wish to speak on that item, then keep your hand raised. If that's not the item that you wish to speak to, then please lower your hand. After the rail communications update, council will go to oral communications, which is anything not on the agenda this evening. They will then go to the consent calendar. If you are participating and watching this on the Mid-Peninsula website or through YouTube, when you do get ready to speak, please turn those volumes down on them as they cause a background noise echoing effect when you speak. So if you want to speak on the next item when council does come out, the rail communications, the rail grade separation, please keep your hand up. Otherwise, please lower it. And when we get to all the other items, we'll announce it and you can re-raise your hand. Thank you very much for your patience. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Beth Minor, the city clerk. Council is still in their closed session. I'm not sure how much longer it'll be. The next item after they come back will be the rail XCAP update. And if you wish to speak on that item, you'll need to keep your hand raised. Otherwise, we'll ask you to lower your hand so that it doesn't get confusing when we're calling out names. Also, if you are viewing this on your TV or through the media center on your computer, when you wish to speak on the item, please lower the volume on both of those, as there is an echo after you speak or before you speak that is very disruptive. So again, if you wish to speak on the rail XCAP item when council comes back, please keep your hand up. Otherwise, please lower your hand. And as soon as council comes back, we will begin. Thank you very much. I've just been advised by the mayor that they will be out in a couple of minutes. Thank you very much.
if my council colleagues are back from our short break, if you could turn on your cameras so we can have a quorum, that'd be helpful.
Mayor, I will also turn on Nadia's camera and microphone,
Okay,
since she'll
thank
be
you.
she'll be the presenter.
Sure, I have just a quick couple comments before moving on to that item. Okay, so it's 7:01. We have a quorum here. Council has returned from closed session, item A, with no reportable actions. We're next going to move on to a rail communications update, an update from the expanded community advisory panel. Just a couple brief comments. I see we have a lot of attendees and a lot of interest. This has obviously been a really tough year globally and in our nation. It's been a tough month, and it's certainly been a tough week in Palo Alto and across the United States. We're dealing with a pandemic, an economic recession, and social upheaval and national protests. So I would just remind us all, nerves are frayed, people are stressed. Let's all be kind to each other. And this absolutely is, a public meeting where your government to serve and respond to all your needs. But I'll also mention to everyone, we have the next few weeks, including tonight, many large, complex, and important items. So while we welcome your feedback, please know you can also email it in. And though we give each person 2 minutes, if you can make your point quicker than that or just agree with the previous speaker, please indicate that. And if you would like to form a group of speakers, the city clerk can help you with that, or a couple of you can pool your time. But just want to mention that, seeing we already have 85 attendees to this meeting, which is great. I'm glad to see the engagement, but just a few provisos there. Okay, let's please move on to item number 1, our Palo Alto rail grade separations update. I think, Ms. Nayak, are you taking it away for us?
Well, that was a question. I wasn't sure if the staff wanted me to start or we can certainly do so. So hi, welcome, or I'm welcoming myself. Hi, everybody. I'm Nadia Nayak here for the Expanded Community Advisory Panel. I am going to assume that everybody has read the report, and I'll try to keep it brief because you've got lots of attendees and lots of hands up. I just wanted to say briefly that we have been working really hard even through COVID. The staff has been amazing in helping us get up to speed with using Zoom. We actually were using Zoom before we could do it for the public meetings for the technical working group, so we continue to work as best we can. It is harder to do Zoom meetings, and it does take a little bit longer. So we are trying to have 2-hour meetings, although I have to tell you, we stuck to that the first meeting, and every other meeting has still continued to be 3 hours. But obviously that has caused us to take a hit to the schedule, along with obviously COVID delays and other things. I did want to point out one important omission from my last council update was that we did start at least a bit of deliberations, and that is that the Expanded Community Advisory Panel decided internally that they would no longer be considering the tunnel option. Obviously, it's still on the table for the council, but for us internally, for a variety of reasons, which will be stated in the report, that just wasn't something that we felt we needed to spend a lot of time on. So we've made that piece of progress so far. In the meantime, we are waiting for continued updates from AECOM on the new alternatives. We have most of it for Churchill. We're still waiting for a few pieces of Meadow and Charleston, and are continuing forward. And the only other last piece I'll go into and then open it up for questions is that we are losing 2 members. So one of them is Megan Kahn. She has been fabulous, but she is actually moving to the DC area to work on in the big place. And so she will not be able to participate even via Zoom. And so the second person is also Pat Lau, who works at Webster House, and obviously during the COVID emergency has been working a lot more hours with the seniors than she expected. And so she's going to try to hang in through the rest of the month, but we'll probably have to fall off afterwards. But we want to thank them for their service. They've been amazing. And, for some of these ex-CAP members, they're going on 3 years already of service. So, we are trying to hold together and keep going. We've got a lot of devoted people. So with that, I will leave the rest of it for council questions.
Okay, any comments from staff?
Let's see, perhaps just to note that in our most recent discussions with the XCAP that I think we've all acknowledged the necessity of some flexibility as it relates to schedule. Clearly, as Nadia pointed out, just operating on the Zoom format has in and of itself been a challenge. But then again, as we've gotten into the work on the new ideas, new alternatives that were added, just working through the particulars of understanding and some back and forth on how to best refine those concepts has taken some time. And so I think we all acknowledge that. And again, just really appreciate the work of the XCAP in working through those issues toward a recommendation that can come back to the council after summer.
Great. Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and thank you, Nadia. I can definitely empathize with you that running a meeting on Zoom is not the easiest. And with that, if the clerk would please help me invite our members of the public to provide their comments.
Sure. Any member of the public that wishes to speak regarding the XCAP and rail item, please keep your hand up. Also, if you're watching on your TV or through YouTube, please turn the volume down on those so that there is not the feedback. At this time, we have 11 people who would like to speak on this item. We will start with Jason Matloff.
Great, thank you. So I'll just jump right into it to mirror Fine's points. First of all, I want to thank the XCAP for, this has been an unbelievable amount of detail and research that's gone on over this last year, specifically since the XCAP was founded. But more importantly, I want to just reiterate that it's been almost 3 years since we as a city, you as a council, and we as citizens that are impacted have been dealing with this. And I would urge you to move as expeditiously as possible. And please, consider that and try not to slip this upcoming deadline for vote by the end of the summer. Obviously, the economic conditions that Mayor Fine referred to are significant in the impact of selection here, and ROI, or return on investment, should be one of the highest priorities. Specific to the Churchill crossing, we know all the data, traffic study data done by Hexacon and AECOM has confirmed that all the traffic, or I shouldn't say all, 61% of the traffic crossing Churchill daily comes from Embarcadero or north of Embarcadero. Meanwhile, we have a very, very solid, well thought out proposal for mitigations to that main arterial road that's in our neighborhood, relative to Churchill, which is a 7-block street. That plan only costs $50 million, $50 to $60 million. It's a fraction of the cost of the other solutions that are proposed. And again, emphasizing the need for capital efficiency in this time when we have to go to voters for any bond measure approval. I would urge and ask that you please consider that as well as the expediency in making your decision. I really want to thank you guys. I know this is a very painful and difficult decision, and it's a difficult time. Thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Matloff. Our next speaker is Eileen Fagan. Eileen, go ahead.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me? Is that better?
No, you still have the feedback. There you go. Oh, no.
Is that it? Now can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Shit.
Ms. Fagan, go ahead. Ms. Fagan, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear
me? We
me?
can hear you.
Yes, go ahead. Ms. Fagan, go ahead. We can hear
Can you
you.
hear me?
Yes, go ahead. No, we can no longer hear you. We'll go ahead and mute you for the moment and move on to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Jason Stinson. Jason, go ahead.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Excellent. So I wanted to also echo Jason Matloff's comments about XCAP. I think it's a very difficult, painful topic, and XCAP has done an amazing job. I think the community engagement, being data-driven, well-informed on the topics, everybody's paying attention, which is awesome. And the adaptation to the shelter in place has been phenomenal. So I've really been impressed with that group and the work that they've done. I'm excited to see the recommendations. I also wanted to briefly comment on the Churchill crossing as well. Similar to what Jason Matloff commented on, it's a 300-meter long thoroughfare where the majority of the traffic is basically just cutting the corner because of a broken Embarcadero or a broken Oregon Expressway. We have solutions for both of those roads. And Churchill itself has a lot of other problems. Namely, it's a very narrow, Alma and Churchill at that intersection is very difficult. We have Caltrain right-of-way issues. We have a lot of homes. We've been trying to avoid any eminent domain. All of these things make it a big challenge. And where very, very little of the traffic is actually local to Southgate or local to Old Palo Alto, it seems to me like it makes the most sense to go with the least expensive option that solves the majority of the traffic that's going through that very small section of street. That's it. That's all I have. Thanks.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, hey, Ed.
Hello.
Okay. Sorry for all that technical difficulty. Thank you all, City Council and XCAP, for all of your service. I know you have a ton on your plate right now, especially the City Council. I wanted to ask, though, the City Council, in contrast to the hurry up and let's just finish this process, to really focus on the long-term ramifications of the Churchill crossing. I think the number one criteria should actually be safety and the traffic flow and the ability for our citizens to use the space. And I want to point out that Palo Alto School District did say that this would be a negative impact for them, not just for the students, but also for their own buses and operations. So I also want to thank City Council and XCAP for exploring the new alternative that was brought about by one of our citizens, really to overcome two options that were not good, right? I think the closing of Churchill and the viaduct were both unpleasant options and things that we really don't want to see. In fact, we did a survey within Southgate and found that once that partial underpass solution was understood, over 82% of people wanted that option. And some of them changed, from wanting the other options, but they've definitely saw that as the superior option, as do I. So I would very much ask you to not listen to just the vocal minority, but think about the long term and invest in the solution that makes the most sense for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fagan. Our next speaker is Susan Newman.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
If I can find my, here we go. So I had a bunch of nice things I wanted to say about Nadia and her leadership. I think she's done a great job, very even-handed, committed to thinking about the issues broadly and creatively, and also, I think, single-handedly responsible for opening up the process to some excellent ideas from community members. And I also appreciate the work of all the XCAP members in sticking with the problem for such a long time. Smart bunch, generally speaking, ask a lot of good questions. And I appreciate Larry Klein's wisdom and experience as he supports Nadia's efforts to guide the XCAP. That said, I'm speaking to raise concerns about some aspects of the XCAP's deliberation about the rail crossing options. I'm focusing on Churchill because the decision there affects the part of Palo Alto that I'm most familiar with, including my own neighborhood, Southgate. I see 4 big issues. The tendency to create silos between the various solutions, rather than looking for how we can borrow something from one option to enhance the effectiveness of another option that solves different problems. 2, the tendency to put bicycle and pedestrian safety in opposition to the smooth flow of car traffic as something that is only addressed by complete separation of car from bike and pedestrian traffic. For example, a tunnel, as though the only way to improve safety is to eliminate bikes and pedestrians from the streets, which isn't generally possible. 3, the tendency of city staff sometimes to work at cross purposes with the XCAP, specifically options that have emerged in the last 6 months and the city council approved. In particular, our city manager, a very smart man, mostly reasonable, has openly expressed his hostility to the partial underpass solution and appears to have insisted on criteria that compromise the design and make the approach appear less feasible. But the one that I want to talk about a little bit more is the lack of representation in the XCAP for the range of concerns and positions among the many people affected by what is happening at the crossing. In the case of Churchill, there are 2 members who live within a block of the crossing. Both support closure, full stop. Both are motivated, understandably enough, by what closure or the other options will do to their property values or to their views from their backyards. Both banded together early on with others in their immediate vicinity who shared these fears and concerns, and indeed were put on the cap and the XCAP because of this early organizing. However, as the mission of the XCAP has evolved to become the voice of the community.
Ms. Newman, your time is...
Your time is up.
I hear you.
Your 2 minutes are up.
I
send any communications to the city.council email.
I will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Terry Black, and I hope I'm not mutilating your last name.
No, that's
Terry,
okay.
go
It's
ahead.
actually, yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, it's Jack. I know, it looks so
Jack,
funny.
okay.
Jack, I know. Anyway, thank you guys for listening to all of us all the time and for taking such time and effort into studying the situation. I grew up in this area. I've been here 20 years. I grew up in Menlo Park. And you know, Menlo Park has 2 crossings and does just fine. Palo Alto has plenty of crossings. Needless to say, I've looked at all the data. And clearly the only option is to close Churchill. It saves millions. It saves time and money. It saves lives. It's safer. The police said it wasn't a problem. The fire said it wasn't a problem. And the handful of people who don't want it closed are going to get used to it. We get used to things. We as people, as you can tell with COVID and masks and going to the grocery store, we manage and we get used to things. And Palo Alto has so many crossings, way more than where I grew up in Menlo Park. And we're going to be just fine closing Churchill, and the kids will be safer. The pets will be safer. The cars will be safer. The people will be safer. It's a small street that should stay a small street. And I really appreciate you guys listening to us and taking everybody into account, because clearly there are different opinions. But I really hope you look at the data, and the data says to close Churchill. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Our next speaker is Lisa Nissim. Lisa, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I want to thank you and to the XCAP committee for all the time and hard work that they've done to develop recommendations for the train crossings. And I appreciate the opportunity to comment on the train crossings, especially the option presented for Churchill. It's important that Southgate remain a vibrant part of Palo Alto, which means adopting any plan that does not close Churchill to cars, pedestrians, and bicycles. As a Southgate resident for 25 years, my family joins a majority of our neighbors asking you to preserve the feel and texture of Southgate, created by the essential east-west connection Churchill offers. Without this access, Churchill will be cut off from the rest of the city and the city from us. Congestion already makes it hard to get across Palo Alto, and closing one of the few east-west roads through the town will make congestion on the remaining streets worse, increasing pollution and stress for everyone. Those who oppose Churchill or who oppose keeping Churchill open to vehicles have characterized Churchill as an unsafe road. In my long tenure here, with 2 children who attended Walter Hayes, Green, and Pally, using bike, car, and foot to get to school, our family has never found Churchill unsafe. A few of our neighbors who live on Churchill want the train crossing closed because they don't like cars driving in front of their house. It's a bit like buying a house next to an airport for a reduced price, then lobbying to have the airport moved because of the noise to increase their property values. In this case, a few people bought houses between Pally, Stanford, downtown Palo Alto, and California Avenue, and now want to turn the road into almost a park, severely limiting access for most of Palo Alto residents. Our family values and loves that connection. It's why we like living in Southgate and Palo Alto. We live in Southgate because we want to be part of Palo Alto. Please don't cut us off from our neighbors by closing the Churchill crossing. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Our next speaker is Carrie Yarkin. Carrie, you may need to unmute from your, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for all your hard work. I have a few comments and then one request. And one comment I'd like to say for all the Southgate people, it's great that you live in Southgate because 25 years ago, you blocked off all your streets so you could not get through on Park. And so you used to have traffic that went through there, and there used to be access for all Palo Altans to go through your streets. And basically you have a beautiful private neighborhood, whereas some of the other streets had to carry that amount of traffic that was not intended to be blocked off. I've sent you a letter, but I just want to say, as a lifelong Palo Alton and daily bicyclist, I think that bicyclists and pedestrians should have priority over cars. Pali is bordered by Alma, Embarcadero, El Camino, and Churchill. By prioritizing pedestrians and bicyclists on Churchill, it's in a unique location which can handle the majority of the students, a lot of the teachers and visitors, and that should be a main entrance to Pali. I think you should look at it as an opportunity, not to take away from just look at Churchill as an opportunity. It flows dead ends right into Stanford at El Camino. If you ride your bike there, that's a beautiful access point to the middle of Stanford. I ride my bike every day. If you can go directly into Stanford, it's great, it's terrific. I've also noticed barricades up to encourage biking on certain streets, and this is my request. To make Embarcadero flow better, I think you should stop the unprotected left turns from Embarcadero East. There's 2 of them. One's at Webster, where Churchill starts, and one's at Cowper. And if you could discourage cut-through traffic on Churchill, I think that would help start the process and move the traffic that's cutting through right now onto the arterials and stop using Churchill as a cut through to El Camino. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Our next speaker is Esther, and Esther, I don't want to mutilate your last name.
Hi,
yeah, 2 minutes.
Yeah, go ahead. Hi, my name is Esther Zweig. I live in the Palo Alto area, and I'm commenting in support of the resolution to express council support of the Black Lives Matter movement and commit to review
that
tools and
item
public
comes
safety
later in
practices.
the evening. Right now, we're speaking on the rail crossing. So if you wish to
But it says that
later
you
in
can
the
speak about
evening-
any item on the agenda,
No,
whether or not.
we're on the rail XCAP part, oral communications, and the other comes later in the evening.
Esther, we're on item
Okay, so
number 1.
when will that be discussed? Do you know?
We should get to the resolution on Black Lives Matter, guesstimating maybe 8:30.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is O. Hadidi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Dear honorable members of the Palo Alto City Council, first I'd like to thank you all for allowing us to speak this evening. I'd like to begin by taking a step back and asking that you consider engaging in discussions with the concerned entities on whether proceeding with grade separation still makes sense in this post-pandemic world. However, if it is to proceed, our family strongly supports the Churchill closure proposal with a bike and pedestrian underpass, mitigations at Embarcadero and Oregon Expressway, and sound screens and parapets at the intersection. We also strongly oppose the two other proposed alternatives, namely the partial underpass and the viaduct. Let's look at the facts. We support Churchill closure for the following reasons. Number one, it serves as the first part of a phased approach to grade separation at Churchill. If necessary, either of the other two options can be implemented in a later phase. Number two, as Jason Matloff discussed earlier, it is much less costly, totaling $50 to $65 million. Number three, it is traffic friendly and traffic flow will be better than the current state of things, as confirmed by the hexagon analysis of May 5th. Number four, it is much safer, incorporating a bike and pedestrian underpass and reducing traffic backups on Churchill. Number five, closure will eliminate horn noise, and installing sound screens and parapets will also significantly aid in noise reduction. We oppose the partial underpass for the following reasons. First, it depends on acquiring Caltrain's right-of-way, which is unlikely. It would also require eminent domain seizures. Number two, it bears a huge cost of $200 to $250 million. Number three, it would significantly change the character of the neighborhood. We oppose the viaduct for the following reasons. Number one, it will cost $300 to $400 million. Number two, it is less traffic friendly. The level of service will be worse than that of the Churchill closure solution, as supported by the hexagon analysis. And number three, it will be a permanent eyesore to the neighborhood. Unfortunately, some opponents of the Churchill closure have resorted to illegally placing placards advocating for their position on public and private properties, including our own front yard. Some have even encouraged property seizures without empathy for their affected neighbors, and all of that just to maintain access to Alma and shave off a few minutes from their commutes.
Mr. Hadidi, your time is up.
Okay, thank you very
You
much.
can email the council with the rest of your comments.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephen Rosenblum. Stephen, go ahead.
Hi, Steve Rosenblum. I live in Old Palo Alto, and I'd like to thank the council for its consideration of this issue. It's of long-term interest to Palo Alto. It's going to affect the look of the city for 100 years into the future. I think we have to keep in mind we only have 7 ways of getting across the tracks now with automobiles. And if Churchill is closed, that will reduce it to 6. And there's no way closing a crossing will lead to reduced traffic flow on the other streets. The people from Churchill area have essentially made themselves into a pressure group to try and increase their property values by converting their street into a park, as other people have said. And I think they only represent a small group of Palo Alto residents. And when it comes time to a bond issue to try and get the money necessary to get grade separation done, I think if the proposal doesn't serve the needs of all of Palo Alto and not just the people that squawk the loudest, it's not going to pass. And I think the other thing I'd like to say is about the X cap. I think it's really critical for the council to try and get somebody from the Chamber of Commerce and the school district to serve on the X cap. Without input from the business community and from the school district, I think whatever decisions are made are subject to concern from those sides, especially with the Chamber of Commerce, whose members may be called on to help finance it. Finally, I'd like to emphasize that most the rest of Palo Alto is against the closing of Churchill to auto traffic, as it will increase the traffic on other streets. So please keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenblum. Our next speaker is Cefa Santos Powell.
Oh wait, how do I unmute myself?
Yeah, go ahead. You're
fine.
fine.
I'm so sorry. So is there a time in which we can make public comments in regards to the resolution supporting the Black Lives Matter movement, or would that?
That will be at about 8:30 when we come to the resolution on that.
Yeah, sorry, I just don't see it on the agenda, but there is.
Yeah, it is on the agenda. It's item 4A under action items.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'll just check back in then.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Eduardo Cack. Eduardo, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I want to thank you for all the great work. I want to thank Nadia and the XCAP meeting. I've attended several of the meetings and it's a tough work. They've done a great job. I would like you to urge to consider and eventually vote for the Oregon Embarcadero mitigations proposed by XCAP with the Churchill closure. It is the best solution for all of Palo Alto to address traffic across a wide area. It is the most cost-effective solution, as it's been outlined before. It is the safest for all the kids going to Pali and living in our neighborhood. Closing Churchill will also reduce the noise, as been pointing out earlier, on the neighborhood from the train horns and signal warnings by 20 decibels. That is a factor of 10x. Decibels is a logarithmic scale. So I want to thank the SCAP team. 77-page analysis is impressive. I live in Churchill and I've had 4 kids go to Pali and I've seen the danger it represents to our students, kids, and neighbors. The through traffic on Churchill has been outlined before. It's mostly through traffic. It's not people moving within Southgate and trying to get out. I have personally seen a car hit by a train. Thankfully, we had the guards at the time and they were able to get the people off before the car was hit and sent flying. My neighbor, Eileen, was struck by a speeding car. My triathlon team mate lost her son to a train. And we've lost 2 cats on Churchill, and there's been countless of other pets killed on Churchill. The analysis on page 18 outlines all the benefits of the Oregon Embarcadero mitigations. And the analysis shown on page 53 and 57 show all the great work that can be done to get the cars to flow through the city. And as I've been outlined before, Palo Alto has plenty of crossings. Reducing Churchill and closing Churchill will improve the lives of all the Pali kids in the full neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Eduardo. Our next speaker is Beth Rosenthal. Beth, go ahead. You may need to unmute on your end. There you go.
Wanted to speak about Max. So should I, because I see this.
You need to wait. Yeah, that'll come up later at the last item.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And our final speaker is Karen Kolinsky. Karen?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
I live on Meadow, and everyone has been talking about closing Churchill or not closing Churchill. But we have issues at the crossings at Meadow and Charleston that need to be addressed. And I applaud that the XCAP is considering new options for these crossings that were suggested, and that they have the potential to be less costly, visually more desirable, and provide safe separation for pedestrians and bikes from the car traffic. I was glad to learn that ACOM finds that the solutions for Meadow and Charleston can be different. And I think they're very different streets, since Meadow is much narrower than Charleston is. And I'm glad that the XCAP will consider the possibility of splitting the two for different solutions. I'm concerned that the initial ACOM description of the underpass at Meadow has, if I understand the diagrams correctly, only 3 points of connection to Alma compared to the present 8 points. It's maybe a better underpass and a better solution for the train crossing, but I'm afraid that it might lead to traffic being diverted to go through the circles and around in other ways. So I appreciate SCAP's work on introducing these new possible solutions, and I appreciate that they are going to go through a thorough analysis of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And our final speaker is Karen Honer. Karen,
Yes.
go ahead. You have 2
Yes,
minutes.
thank you.
I live on Miramonte Avenue in Southgate, and along with the majority of Southgate residents, I'm strongly against closing the Churchill crossing. And I'd like to urge both the XCAP and the City Council to continue seriously considering the partial underpass alternative and as well as any additional alternatives that might come up. I often travel east on Churchill across the tracks to get to downtown Palo Alto, to 101, to the Baylands, Mountain View, Kabarului, Costco, many, many other locations on that side of Palo Alto. And I really hate to see the city divided with fewer access points back and forth. Once schools and businesses open up again, closing Churchill will lead to more traffic on El Camino, Embarcadero, and Oregon Expressway, which will once again become congested. And not all students are able to access Pali on foot or by bicycle. Some have disabilities. There are also concerns when the weather turns bad. It's just not really fair to limit the access only to foot and bicycle, which will be the majority of the cases if Churchill is closed. I'm also concerned about the safety implications if police and fire are unable to reach Pali or Southgate area in case of emergency, or for that matter, any other area west of Alma. And finally, I agree with Susan Newman that the representation on the XCAP has been unfairly skewed, and I hope that something can be done to amend that. So I'd like to thank you for all the work you've been putting into this effort. Thanks a lot. That's it.
Thank you, Karen. We have 3 additional speakers. Neva Yarkin, you're next. Neva, go ahead.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Palo Alto has a deficit of 40 million and major cuts need to be made. The state of California has a deficit of $54 billion. So there is no money there for train crossings. Caltrains is in trouble with decreased ridership and a very unclear financial future. Who will be able to come up with the millions of dollars to help us pay for train crossings? Shouldn't the city be looking at the cheapest train option for each train crossing right now? Who would have predicted that all our lives would have changed so drastically from the coronavirus? Santa Clara County declared shelter in place March 16th, which ended June 5th. 82 days, most people were at home. This has caused financial instability for many businesses which will close forever, and other businesses that are struggling to open with new regulations. This will impact our future for years to come. Impacts will be felt in the economy, population growth, working environments, job opportunities, infrastructure, our ways of life, and many other aspects for Palo Alto citizens. The cheapest solution for train crossings would be to fix the Embarcadero mitigations so there would be better traffic flow, which would alleviate traffic congestion on Churchill. Thank you so much for your time, and thanks again also XCAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Neva. Our next speaker is Jonathan Ehrman. Jonathan, go ahead.
Hi, I'm here. Regarding the grade separation, I know a couple of years ago, I think there was a study that looked at people getting across the tracks and concluded that in fact Palo Alto needs more connections. I'm not speaking of roads, but more pedestrian bike underpasses would make the whole thing work a lot better. And I'm wondering if there's some way with the grade separation, which focuses exclusively on the intersections where the roads cross the tracks, if there's any way of looking at increased pedestrian bike underpasses, for example, the one that was added next to the medical center, which is useful. And particularly, I think in the area between Meadow and California, for example, around Park Avenue, or where the the stream comes out would be, if there was a pedestrian bike underpass there, it would be really useful for the community. It would also probably get people out of cars because they could stroll over to places. And Palo also, I think, in terms of making the if grade separation is going to happen, in order to make it more appealing, if there's a way to include the idea of another pedestrian bike underpass, at least somewhere in the middle there, to help mitigate those, I think would make it more attractive. And also this should be looked at, the question should be looked at of whether it's possible in terms of what's going on with Caltrain and whatnot. And I think that issue should not be forgotten, because I think that would be really useful for the community, and provide benefits with no downsides. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Our final two speakers are going to be Richard Perky and Rebecca Eisenberg. Richard Perky, go ahead.
Yes, good evening. My name is Richard Perky. I live on Tennyson Avenue in the old Palo Alto neighborhood. And I've joined this evening to speak about the Churchill grade crossing. I believe the best solution for the Churchill grade crossing is to close Churchill to vehicle traffic at Alma and to implement the recommended traffic mitigation measures that have been explored and expanded on the XCAP. By the XCAP. The traffic analysis that's been presented to XCAP shows that the traffic diverted to other roadways by the closure of Churchill can be handled if the road and intersection changes are made to improve the traffic flow on Embarcadero Road, on Oregon Expressway, and Alma. I believe that the closure of Churchill will maintain or improve traffic flow in this part of Palo Alto at a much lower cost than the other proposed alternatives. I urge the Advisory Commission and Council to adopt the Churchill closure option and move forward in that manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perky. Our final speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to point out that it was only 3 months ago today, 3 months and 2 days, on March 6th, 2020, that an 11-year-old named Paul Lafargue was fatally killed and hit while on his bicycle just a couple blocks away from the intersection that's on discussion right now. We have a big safety problem in our city of Palo Alto. We have too many cars on the road and not enough safety for our children and seniors and anyone else who is not driving. When it comes to this proposed undergrounding or grade separation, we know that something is going to change, and that's that the electrification is going to bring a lot more trains and a lot more danger to our community. I reject any argument that says that we cannot afford to protect the safety of our children and our seniors when the Palo Alto City Council still refuses to put a business tax on the ballot that would tax only our biggest employers and only our biggest landlords at a level that Menlo Park, Los Altos, and all other neighboring communities tax their wealthiest businesses too. I think we know what's most important here. What's most important here is the safety of our community, and any solution that sacrifices safety for cost is one we all need to reject. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eisenberg. And that ends our speakers for this evening on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. Really appreciate everyone's input. Returning to council, open for any questions or comments for staff or our XCAP representative. So just hit your hand if you'd like to speak. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, so first of all, I just want to thank every member of the XCAP. You guys have been meeting for quite a while, and we are appreciative of everybody's service. And I do want to make sure that we have enough members left, but I realize you probably have reached a point where it doesn't make sense to add new members, bring them up to speed. I did see the letter mention some new renderings, and I see those are up on the website. So also thanks to staff for keeping the Connect Palo Alto website up to date. And I just want to say, I'm glad we had one speaker on Charleston and Meadow. we really need to get people engaged on those crossings in South Palo Alto. It will be interesting as we go through this process. I do think we need to get to some alternatives. You know, it's unclear what's going to happen with Caltrain due to COVID-19. There's even a potential it may stop running for a period of time. But I think we will expect, you know, trains to start running and running more frequently. So we need to keep our eye on these grade separations. So thanks again to XCAP for all the work. Thanks.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you so much, Mayor Fine. Thank you, Chair Nyack, Vice Chair Klein, all the people who have been participating for so long. I had the pleasure of dialing in on Zoom and getting to be a watcher instead of a participant last week at your meeting. And I just want to say that for people who've been following this for some time, to watch the noise and vibration report, to see the level of analysis, these are questions the community's had for a very long time. And the work that you are doing, I feel, is at exactly the right level of detail and understanding. And I just can't tell you how much I appreciate it. So just want to touch on a few things. I wanted to thank Ms. Khan and Ms. Lau for their service. We will certainly miss them, and we appreciate their helping us. I also want to say, with respect to the Zoom meetings, you have had more attendees. It is easier. You've had a wider variety of attendees. Easier for people to attend. I know it's harder for all of us to do some of the coordination and follow along with the details. But I think that's been a bonus, and I think hopefully that will go towards the Vice Mayor's comments about getting people more engaged in South Palo Alto. I was interested to hear about the separation between Charleston and Meadow, and it's possible, you know, we'll go in slightly different directions there. I just wanted to run through all of the connection points and just make sure that staff is working closely with the school district. I'll look for a nod on that as we look through there. Great. And Stanford, I know they're as busy as we are, but we're staying connected with them and what they're interested in. Looking for another nod.
To be frank, there hasn't been a whole lot of interaction on this particular topic with Stanford, but I do know that they track it from time to time.
Okay, well, it'd be great to just proactively make sure we send it to them. I know there's a new person who's working on community engagement, which is separate from land use. So perhaps making sure that that person is looped in. And then businesses I know we've been working on for some time. And then I wonder if Chair Nyack could just touch a little bit on the pedestrians and bicycles and understanding which level of analysis we need to make sure that we're making good choices. If you could just elaborate on that, and that'll be my last point.
Sure. I think up until this point, the alternatives that we've had, so the hybrid and the viaduct in the trench generally didn't have a lot of changes for the bike pedestrian paths. But in terms of the Churchill closure and now the new alternatives, there's significantly more thinking that needs to go into the bike pedestrian portion of it. And so I would say that it's obviously because of COVID, it's taken a little while to get the new renderings. And so we're trying as best we can to get the attention of the different bicycle groups. I pitched in for staff and did a presentation at the Palo Alto Bicycle Coalition meeting and got them up to speed and got lots of feedback from them. And I'm actually doing the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition this Thursday, kind of just a summary report. So we're trying to shake all the branches and try to get as much as we can. But I would say that it has been a concern of many XCAP members that the early renderings have been more automobile focused, which is understandable because that's kind of our biggest engineering feat. But I would say now we're getting to the point where we're trying to make sure that everyone understands the bike ped connection so that we can follow the comp plan and make sure that we're treating everybody equally. And all of this is trying to be done in advance of what is supposed to be a virtual town hall meeting, which I will let staff tell you about because it's really their party. But XCAP's role is to sort of review all the documents and all the exhibits as much as we can prior to it going out to the community, so that we make sure we've got the best information out there. And frankly, so that it's as clear as it can be so that we can try to garner the support that we will ultimately need for folks to really get behind, whatever the solution is going to be. I think XCAP is very aware that, there's a big difference between what XCAP eventually might recommend and the support you're going to need from the community. And what's clear is we need to be able to address cars and bikes and pedestrians, and there has to be enough visual images to support all of those modes of transit equally.
Amen to the visual images. And I did say that was my final question. I just want to make one final point, truly final point, which is that, this is one of the three things I think, despite the pandemic and all of the other crises we're dealing with, that we need to still work on. Even if Caltrain stops running temporarily, even if it takes some period of time for it to get back to where, their business plan hoped, or even where we were before a few months ago, we need to keep working on this. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. I'll just note to my colleagues, I should have mentioned a moment ago, we're going to be using, like we did in the budget meetings, kind of a rough 5-minute timer for comments. And so I believe our assistant city manager will be doing that. Sorry, Tom and Allison, I should have mentioned it to you both. Next is Councilmember Niss.
Oh, Liz, I think you're muted. Can't hear you.
You're on mute.
Still on mute.
I'm going to go down a different track, very bad pun, than Allison chose to. But I wanted to make a couple of comments about the longevity of the group that has worked on this. First, thank you, Nadia. Thank you to your co-chair, Larry. Thank you to everyone who continued to come. I went to a lot of the meetings, and you were incredibly deep in your coverage and very wise in many of your comments. But I'm not sure how many people know how far back you go with rail. And the first time I can remember it was giving a presentation at my house more than 10 years ago that dealt with the what was then going to be the train that that covered all of California. And you followed that. We should mention Elizabeth Alexis as well, who has been in the background on all of this. So doing this was not new for you. I think you probably know this topic well enough that you could run the train at some point if you needed to. But it's been fascinating to watch as we've gone from what could have been the San Francisco LA connection to something far more modest out in the valley. And now we're back to looking at rail crossings just as Caltrain has announced they may cut way back on their service. So it's interesting, if we stay on the same pathway, I think that will be to our advantage, but it also probably is going to be challenging. There's someplace along the way, someone will say, oh, that train doesn't exist anymore. And I worry about what's going to happen to us over the next 2 to 3 years economically. But my main message is to say thank you for hanging in there. Thank you for continuing to know what's really going on in the big railroad world, and I know that you do, and for following this so assiduously all these years.
Thank you,
you must be either exhausted or really just exhilarated at how far you've come.
All of those things.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I also just want to echo the thanks to the XCAP. It's an incredible amount of work and detail, but this project is going to define our city for some time. They call it a century-long project. Hopefully it doesn't take that long to make it happen, but it's going to last at least a century. So definitely appreciate your diligence and everyone on the XCAP and your work and the dedication. I know it's a lot of personal time. I served on the Infrastructure Blue Ribbon Commission, which was also pretty long, maybe not quite as long as XCAP, but yeah, I think it's you're trying to figure out some of the deep issues that on council we probably wouldn't have time to delve into. So thank you for kind of breaking the trail for us on this. I would love. I don't know if we have other XCAP members on, or Nadia, you could say, but would love to know, what else on council we could do to help to facilitate this. Whether it's, I don't know. I'm just open to ideas because I want to make sure you guys are effective. You guys have the tools or empowered. It sounds like being able to take votes and having a chair is actually a good first step. But I'm thinking beyond that, right? And beyond some of the things you've already talked about, what can we do to enable you to you and the whole XCAP team to be successful on this endeavor. So would love to hear some requests.
Sure, thank you. I think the reality is we're doing the best work that we can. I have to confess that the one thing that both my Vice Chair Larry Klein and I are concerned about is it's difficult to negotiate over Zoom. And I say that to council members who know full well what that's like every Monday. But, there's 10 of us on the XCAP right now. Most of us don't have experience doing any of this. And so there is a bit of concern of how difficult that might be over Zoom. And so your patience obviously in this timeline is very much appreciated. And I will just say it's very difficult for us because nobody wants to go any longer because it is a big time sink. But at the same time, we're so committed and we've been doing it for so long that we really want to see it to resolution. I think where we could use the council's support is just in continuing to make sure, as you've already said to staff, that we get feedback from PAUSD, that to the extent it's even possible during these really difficult times, any impacts or any feedback from the business community would be appreciated, and from Stanford. And I think we've got the bicycle and ped folks pretty engaged, but continued support in all ways that we can get that feedback would be most helpful. And I would say, I think I'd be remiss if I didn't flag this for the council, is that, I think before there was at least the rumor that Palo Alto was behind other cities. And I think in the time that XCAP really got started back last October, we have moved pretty quickly ahead with lots of really deep analysis. And I think COVID has made it where we may have overshot Caltrain just a bit at this point. And so we actually have invited Caltrain to come to our June 17th meeting. So I know that the contract amendment for AECOM's work is coming up after that. And so I would encourage you, and I will try to at least communicate to you any updates that come from there, because we have to work in a partnership with Caltrain, and the staff has to work in partnership with Caltrain. And if they don't have the folks in place, or frankly can't really give us the attention right now, that's going to, that could potentially have an impact. And we're waiting to see what Caltrain says, but I just want to throw it out there that's something that you guys as policymakers should look out for, because it could impact, what all of us are doing.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And have you guys had a chance to think much about funding sources? Because I know, like on the state side, $60 billion shortfall, and all this kind of financial drama. And if so, I don't know if you could share some of your thoughts on this.
So we've specifically stayed away from the funding conversation. I'm going to let staff take that one. I will just say that, there is the money for Measure B. And while this is we're having a dip in the economy, it's a 30-year tax measure. So that's out of my range to tell you what happens there. But as you said, it's a 100-year project, right? So we're looking at this in the long term. And the reality is that outside of the number of trains, the grade separation projects are the thing that offers the most safety to the community, and actually the biggest impact to traffic generally. And whether they're running, the train schedule obviously will come back at some point. And even if it takes a few years, when it does come back, the traffic will have an implication. It'll have an implication all around. So Philip, I don't know if you want to say something about the funding.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to add that on top of the Measure B grade separation funding, that we are, monitoring other funding opportunities. There have been some federal funding opportunities that have come by, including the federal build grant, which unfortunately we're not able to apply for until we have a project defined. So once we've selected an alternative, we'll have potentially, we'll be watching for similar funding opportunities, and we can really start hopefully lobbying for other funding opportunities.
I would also say we're being mindful of the fact that there's potentially a bike pedestrian component to some of the alternatives that's separate from the larger engineering component. And there's a possibility of applying for funding that is just for bike pedestrian projects that might be separate. So those are things that in XCAP's report, one of the things that we've discussed is trying to be able to present the alternatives. If there's a way to look at them as different chunks, that might be something that we might be able to offer. So you have a menu of potential alternatives. But until we get to real deliberations, I don't have more to say about that.
Is that all, Councilmember Tanaka?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Koo.
I too want to say thank you very much for all the work that you guys have been doing at the XCAP. The entire team has constantly robust conversations, so it's actually really interesting to hear. I wanted to ask, could you give the general public a kind of idea why Palo Alto Unified School District and the business community, as well as Stanford, is not part of this? Because I know that PAUSD used to have somebody that was part of the XCAP, and then they pulled out. Maybe just to update everybody.
Yeah, Ed, did you want to take a stab at that?
Well, to your point, Councilmember, I think that both PAUSD and the Chamber was previously involved, but again, perhaps based on how the discussions were headed, I think they decided that it wasn't appropriate for them to engage at the level of ongoing XCAP participation. So, and most recently, we've talked about trying to get an updated perspective on the options from PAUSD. So that will be our next step.
And so you're having constant meetings with the 3 different groups to make sure that everybody's engaged and providing reports back to the XCAP group, just so that we don't have the same thing happen with the bike and ped group, that they come into discussion a little bit later.
Well, I think that's certainly a challenge, quite frankly, and so having the point in time at which, whether it's Chamber, PAUSD, or Stanford feels that it's appropriate for them to weigh in, I think is a question for them. And so we'll try it with PAUSD now that we've got a little more clarity around the latest new idea, and then ask them to let us know if they'd care to provide a perspective on the full range of options now that it's been updated. We haven't yet done that with the Chamber and Stanford, but I think that PAUSD, because their alley is right next to one of the crossings, may be in a better position to give us more specific feedback.
So I'm kind of getting the idea, or what I'm hearing from you is that there isn't more insistence of having that communication with the different entities then.
Yeah,
You're waiting for them to reach out to you, or are we waiting for them to reach out to us?
Well, we're doing the work with the XCAP, quite frankly, to refine the options at this point. We're still working on the additional ideas that have been added in order to get that finalized at a point that it's sort of ready for a broader rollout. And so we can do that direct communication with the entities that we just described simultaneous with when we're ready to package it for the public in general.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Nadia.
Thank you.
So I don't see any other hands. I think Councilmember Filseth, you're the only one who hasn't spoken, but I'll just speak for all of us, Nadia. Thank you to you and the XCAP. We really appreciate your continued work, especially during these difficult circumstances. And we should have more of these meetings so we can actually dive into some of the meat on some of the grade crossings. I guess 2 comments a few of my colleagues have mentioned, I'll align myself with. One is more work on the bike ped stuff and just figuring out what those scenarios are. And then I think, as the Vice Mayor mentioned, would love to see some more community input on the South Palo Alto crossings. But I know you guys are working on it.
Thank you. And I wasn't sure if the city manager wanted to talk a little bit about the upcoming virtual town halls that you'll be doing.
Let's see. Well, nothing specific at this point because we haven't yet scheduled those. But Philip, would you like to comment?
Well, actually, that's a decent lead in, actually. Thanks, Nadia. Not to speak about the town hall specifically, but we'll be coming back in 2 weeks to provide an updated work plan, which will have information about the town halls, and also the AECOM contract amendment reflective of the new alternatives. So at that point, maybe I can share a little bit about the town halls, but what we're looking to do is a virtual town hall, and there's a really interesting concept that be very excited to share with you, hopefully at that meeting.
Okay. Well, thank you all. Any last comments, Nadia?
No, thank you so much for the opportunity to come and speak. And if we need to come sooner, we will come sooner. Otherwise, I think we're scheduled to come in early August.
think so. All right. Well, thank you all so much. Thank you, Chair Knight,
Thanks.
for doing this. Thanks for staff helping to organize, and thanks to everyone for commenting. We appreciate it. Okay, let's move to our next item, which is agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Mr. City Manager, do we have anything for that?
Let's see, nothing that isn't already on your published revised agenda.
Yep. So just to recap there, item 6, the 2020 Sustainability and Climate Action Plan has been moved to June 16th. And our discussion regarding the establishment of pension funding policy, item 7, has also been moved to June 16th. So with that, we'll move to oral communications, where any member of the public may speak to an item not on the agenda. Please raise your hand if you want to speak to an item not on the agenda. I really do want to encourage folks, if you're intending to speak about issues of policing or Black Lives Matter or some of the protests we've had in the past week, I would encourage you to give your comments in item 4A, where we'll be discussing a resolution and next steps there. But if there are things not on the agenda you'd like to speak to, now is the time. And if the clerk would please help me get these folks giving their comments.
Sure. Our first speaker is Carrie Templeton. Carrie, go ahead. You have 2 minutes to speak on anything not on the agenda.
Good evening, Mayor Fine, members of the City Council, staff, and neighbors. I am Carrie Templeton, the Chair of the Planning and Transportation Commission, but I'm not here tonight in that capacity. I'm excited to announce my candidacy for City Council. I have lived in Palo Alto for 15 years. It's been a wonderful place to raise my 2 children who attend our public schools. I know we're going through tough times as a community, but I want to help us get through it. I'm encouraged by how the community has come together to face these challenges of shelter in place, participating in tough budget discussions, and gathering peacefully to demand criminal justice reform. There is more work to do. This moment calls on us to choose how to use our skills to drive systemic improvements. Crisis requires leadership, and I am ready to apply my experience as a high-tech professional, a mother, and a committed community activist to deliver the improvements our city desperately needs. I have a proven track record of getting things done and resolving conflict, and I seek to bring those skills to the City Council. My top priorities include implementing inclusion goals across all city programs, improving our transportation ecosystem to reduce traffic and emissions, and encouraging innovation in our city governance, including rolling out community policing strategies. If you'd like to get to know me better or talk about what's going on in Palo Alto, please feel free to call or email me anytime. You can find my contact information at carryforcouncil.com, C-A-R-I, for council.com. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carrie. Our next speaker is Bill Ross. Bill, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
I'd like to request formal review by the City Council of the June 2nd curfew order of the city manager. I'm going to repeat some of the concepts raised by Judge Cordell and Pat Burt, a former member of your council. Curfew is one of the most serious, if not the most serious, of actions that a local government can take. First here, the emergency supposedly upon which the order was based was the wrong emergency. Curfews are supposed to be very limited in scope. The emergency here was that generated by the murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis and the associated constitutional rights to assemble and protest and the need to protect the public health and safety. There wasn't any evidence linking the curfew with the declared emergency of the city manager, the COVID crisis. One has to question whether that was done to avoid city review. If it was a new local emergency, under state law, it has to be brought before you within 7 days. It wasn't. It has to be widely assembled or communicated. That wasn't done. Twitter doesn't work. 11 days, there's no evidence to support that. But the most important thing is it must evidence the constitutional balancing between the constitutional rights, assembly and protest, and that of the public health and safety. Lastly, it wasn't reviewed and approved by the city attorney. You need to have the whole process reviewed so that if it comes up in the future, the best interests of the city are protected, not the best interests of the city manager, an experienced government official who knows the differences. I would hope that the council would call the matter up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Our next speaker is Peter Chow.
Hi, I want to reiterate Mr. Ross's sentiment that there should be a review on the curfew. First of all, I appreciate all the work that you're doing to make Palo Alto a better place. Unfortunately, the actions of city officials last week stood in the way of this progress. Few actions undertaken by the city unambiguously impact all Palo Alto citizens in the way a curfew does. And the curfew was undertaken without input from elected officials or the public. This curfew has three main problems. It was pretextual, escalatory, and hostile to the Black Lives Matter movement. It was pretextual because it was enacted using COVID-19 emergency powers. It did not involve elected officials. And if you look at the evidence that's provided, a lot of it is very circumstantial. They say 50 to 100 cars were encircling. Can we say that this wasn't a protest that was going around?
Yeah.
If they were 50, excuse me, are you interrupting me? Kelly? Sorry, Kelly was speaking.
I think
Okay.
Go ahead, continue.
Okay. 50 to 100 cars. If there were that many people, could our police force be able to subdue that? Next, it was escalatory. It immediately validated the notion that looting was going to occur. Furthermore, this would increase encounters between the police and public, and anyone out after the curfew could be questioned. Finally, this is hostile to the Black Lives Matter movement. People who may be willing to listen are instead galvanized by fear. Furthermore, Black community members are subjected to increased policing. I'm sure that you can appreciate the importance of creating spaces for voices to be heard during a time of national reckoning. The use of a curfew to protect our retail community comes at the cost of citizens seeking to express their First Amendment rights and reinforces the notion that marginalized voices are systemically marginalized. Furthermore, outsized reactions to threats of violence perpetuates an unfounded sense of fear in a time when government officials should be particularly mindful of creating unnecessary hostility. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chow. Our next speaker is Kimberly Thacker.
Can you hear?
Kimberly, go ahead.
I'm here to appeal to put a reconsideration of the Palo Alto Children's Theater budget cuts back onto the agenda before it's too late, especially the cuts to the staff. I have 2 teen boys and they've spent 8 years in the theater in numerous performances, classes, and activities. And I've been a volunteer with the Friends and seen the impact on thousands of kids. You've heard all the stories and the emails. You know it's way more of an extra. It's a center of community. It builds life skills and confidence. It improves and protects mental health. And it helps kids pursue passion and joy. We're very concerned that there's cuts up to almost half of the theater's budget and that this has a huge impact on our unique staff that has so many different areas of professional expertise. And that's really what makes our theater stand out and be able to do what it can do. They work together as a team for programs, including all the virtual programs that they're trying to innovate right now and that are so needed when our kids are in this uncertain time and are experiencing so much loss and depression, and they just really need their community and their programs. Furthermore, we need to support artists. It's hard enough to be an artist here when things are going well. If some of these people are laid off, they're probably not going to be around when things resume and stuff gets back and people want to hire them back. And as said before, they have years of experience and expertise. They're not easily replaceable. So I just appeal to you. I don't understand the categories, the complexities of the budget at all. I know you've spent hours and hours on it, that you're working so hard, you must be so tired. I also know this is totally out of your timeline, but a lot of us didn't know about this back at the time where maybe we could have spoken up earlier. So we're just begging you to be innovative, to take this last chance to think about reallocating and giving money to community services with amounts that are relatively small compared to a lot of big budget items. Think about things that could be put off for a few years without as major an impact as the community programs have to kids, teens, and adults, our theater, and all the other programs that mean so much to so many people. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Kimberly. Our next speaker is Ian Jacobs. Ian, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Ian Jacobs. I would first like to give my gratitude for how fast the cities had to adapt to changes thrown at them with the virus, and I completely understand the pressure and issues that have come about because of it. With that, I would also like to talk to the council about the choice to lay off nearly 50% of employees at the Palo Alto Children's Theater. Most importantly, the Children's Theater has continued to operate during the COVID-19 shutdown. I understand it's odd that a live performance company can continue to operate when people are not allowed to gather to see shows. However, PACT has been providing all of its participants with online voice lessons, script reads, fun get-togethers, and many other items. Children's Theater is actively providing its community with continued stimulation and relief during this uncertain time, as well as with the social, emotional, and public speaking skills that its young participants need not only to function now, but in the future as well. I've personally attended numerous online get-together meetings with the Children's Theater, in which large numbers of participants were led in playing fun games, participated in team building exercises, and started a brand new online music club. These online meets are providing both the young and old participants of Children's Theater a reminder that even during these uncertain times, the community within the theater still exists, and we are all present and will continue to support each other. I understand that there is uncertainty about live performances in the coming year. However, cutting back on the staffing now should not be done as a reaction to this future, because the theater is still making use of its staff to give to this city. Laying off employees at the theater would inhibit these programs that many are relying on and will be depriving the city of Palo Alto of a much needed hub for culture and community during these times. I ask you to please reconsider laying off employees at the Palo Alto Children's Theater as it is still providing greatly to this community. Again, I commend all of you for your extremely fast work in these very fast changing times. And I know that there are certain issues that you need to deal with, and I believe this is one that is very important. So thank you.
Are we going to
Our
go?
next speaker is Amy Brown. Amy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
I am also very concerned about the cuts you are planning to the Children's Theater. The theater cannot survive a 50% cut to staff. They will not be able to put on the productions you are allowing them to do. This is the heart of the issue. These people need support as artists in our community and may not be around to resume jobs when this terrible situation is behind us. Also, the new programs they are developing online and future programs need staff support. They are currently providing summer camps now and need to have the staff to run them. I understand how much work you are putting into all this and greatly appreciate the difficulty of all the decisions you are making. I realize it seems counterintuitive to fund staff when there are no performances, but I beg you to look at the longer view. I do not understand all the details of the budget, but it seems that there may be reallocations or emergency funds available. I want to encourage you to reconsider these crippling cuts in your next meeting before this budget is finally adopted. I have a child who started at the Children's Theater when she was 8. She found a second home there. The theater ignited her passion for theater. She is a recent Gunn grad and is going on to study performing arts at a well-renowned university in New York. I have volunteered at the theater for the past 7 years and do not see how the theater can survive with this level of cuts to its amazing staff and still be able to put on anything near the productions and programs that make them such a value to the community. I really hope that you discuss and reconsider these cuts. I hope that more discussion with theater staff to work together for the best solution for all, knowing that many parents are happy to donate and participate in fundraising. Please work with the Friends of the Theater Board and accept their proposals for funding. Please take all of the emails and comments to heart and look once more at reinstating more of the theater's budget, especially for staff. Please watch the video my daughter made for you. These kids need to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Our next speaker is Patty Rieger. Patty, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Patty Regier, and I'm a member of the Palo Alto Human Relations Commission. And I'm speaking as myself, not as a Human Relations Commissioner. At a recent meeting, the council voted to reduce the size of the Human Relations Committee from 7 to 5 without consulting myself and some other members of the very commission that would be affected. Unfortunately, I was not able to virtually attend that meeting and express my concerns. But given what is happening in our country, I urge the council to reconsider its decision. One of the main reasons that they should consider is what Greg Tanaka asked at the meeting, and one of the questions was, "This is reducing the size could result in reducing the diversity on the commission." The staff and the council only brought up points for doing it was because it be more efficient. This is not the time to reduce the community involvement. It's the time to encourage more people, including people of color and economically disadvantaged citizens, to take part in the governance. The Human Relations Commission plays a vital role in maintaining a just and equitable climate in Palo Alto, and this is not the time to reduce the number of citizens involved in the commission. I urge the council to reconsider its motion and, unlike its last meeting, have a robust discussion of the pros and cons of any changes, including input from the community members and members of the commission. I thank you very much, and it's an honor to serve our city.
Thank you, Patty. Our next speaker is Katie Brown. Katie, go ahead. Katie, you may need to unmute from your end.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Katie Brown, and I'm a graduated senior at Gunn High School, and I'd like to speak on behalf of the Palo Alto Children's Theater and the proposed budget cuts. I spoke at a previous meeting, but I'd like to reiterate everything I've said before. The Palo Alto Children's Theater is so vital in our community, and we need it, especially after this pandemic. I've learned so much from the theater and from all of the staff members and teaching artists. These staff members bring something truly special to the theater that you can't get anywhere else. They are so crucial and vital to everything that happens at the theater. I couldn't imagine the theater without the amazing staff supporting it. We need to support artists during this time of uncertainty, and cutting 50% of the staff is not the answer. I also created a video I emailed to the council a while ago called What Pact Means to Me. I urge you to watch it because it shows you how much the theater has impacted so many kids across Palo Alto and the Bay Area. The theater wouldn't be able to do this without the incredible staff supporting the theater and these kids. I urge you to rethink the budget cuts and the funding. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Katie. Our final 3 speakers are going to be Jeremy Ehrman, Jonathan Ehrman, and Kevin. Jeremy, go ahead.
Hello.
You have 2 minutes.
In October, City Council directed city staff to form a new 5-year lease with the school district to keep Cubberley whole through 2024. This didn't happen. In April, city staff proposed pulling out of Cubberley altogether. Then in May, city staff suggested keeping some parts of Cubberley and not others. On May 13th, city staff sent council a memo about Cubberley's tenants and finances. Unfortunately, this arrived without enough time for council to thoroughly read it before voting to end discussion on Cubberley. Even worse, this memo has inaccuracies and incomplete information, such as wrongly listing the Palo Alto Chamber Orchestra as a short-term tenant, even though they have been there for decades. Even stranger, their office, which is shaded yellow on the map to indicate a long-term tenant, is missing from the attached list of city properties, even though virtually all of the so-called long-term tenants of Cubberley are listed. Bizarrely, this lease calls for the city to retain the theater's lobby and auditorium, but gives the backstage dressing rooms to the school district. This means most groups who use the theater will be unable to do so, and existing contracts for 2021 will probably have to be scrapped. In the face of so much confusion, how can council, and I also want to point out, there's also a building which is, I believe, listed as going to both the school district and the city under different names. How can council have an honest discussion next week about Cubberley in the face of such confusion, especially when you are seeing the lease only after city staff pushed the school board to vote on it and sent eviction notices to affected tenants? This is not appropriate. I urge council to reject this lease, which will remain in effect through 2024, likely long after most cuts due to COVID-19 have ended. If you are not inclined to financially support it through 2024, why not sign a lease to keep Cubberley whole through 2021? This will give everyone a chance to calm down and work together during this crisis to plan the future of Cubberley. I believe this can be paid for by deferring replacing seats in the Lucy Stern Theater and resurfacing the Magical Bridge Playground, facilities that have been closed for months. Also, scaling back or deferring multi-million-dollar renovations at Rinconada Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Our next speaker is Jonathan Ehrman, and then our final speaker will be Kevin. Jonathan, go ahead.
All right, am I unmuted now?
You're unmuted, go ahead.
Great. Hi, this is Jonathan Ehrman. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Sorry. Yes, there's been a lot of confusion about this. I think that the staff report is incomplete and was not carefully looked at by the council anyway. I think there's misunderstandings about how the theater is utilized and the people who are in that building. The school board has no interest in who the tenants are and simply voted on what was sent them, even though that was not carefully vetted by staff. There is no lease yet, even though the school board voted on a document and eviction notices have been sent, and yet the council has not even there is no signed lease yet. So I think this needs to be carefully looked at. The previous arrangement served the community well. There are plenty of tenants that the city has throughout its properties that don't pay anything, which is fine, but to penalize these people who have been using the community center and to keep them dangling for the last several months on month-by-month leases, in some cases for years, seems unfair. Especially all the artist studios who have long-term leases. So the Cubberley really needs to be looked at. In general, this whole budget has been really, really disturbing to watch, considering that it's not based on, anything firm. It's based on your abstract projections, and you say, well, we have to do this, we have to cut that. But there are some things in life which you can't do anything about. Some things are inevitable, like gravity or a train speeding at you or the death of a friend. But this budget, these are all choices that you're making. When you say things like, well, we'll break everybody's heart, we have to make tough choices. The fact is, if you really were committed to keeping all of the employees in the city employed at this time and to making sure community services are there, because let's face it, right now, what people really need are jobs, they need community, they need these services, and it seems to me that there are capital projects that could be deferred without a loss, and yet for much less than what those cost, you're going to throw away people's jobs and livelihoods and the community activities that bring us together. They're irreplaceable. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Our final speaker is Kevin.
Hello,
Kevin,
can you hear me?
2 minutes.
Thank you. City Council, City Manager, I would like to concur with earlier comments made during public comment about the curfew. We've talked a lot in the news and in our general discourse about how the deterioration of our civil liberties by the current federal administration, but it's sad to see that in our local level, we are taking similar steps with depriving citizenry of our First Amendment rights to assemble and petition, especially on such a blanket 10-day curfew on 8:30 p.m. to 5 in the morning. Most people probably didn't get that information until the day after, when the Palo Alto Online comes out with an article about it, or like the text of SEC, which most people probably still haven't quite connected to. As you've seen with the ACLU letter, if we are taking such drastic actions, we need to be much more careful about what we are explicitly targeting. A few random rumors on the internet, if that's enough to set off a curfew, then I don't see how this city would just not be just curfew constantly, given apparently how people think the Stanford Shopping Center is so easily targeted. As such, I would like a review about curfew and whether if we can have a more set policy about exactly what strict considerations on the evidence and on public input about how, if ever, a future curfew would come into. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Kevin. And that was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone for your input. We appreciate you sticking with us and sharing your thoughts, questions, and comments. We now move on to the consent calendar. Items 2, 3, and 4. So, Vice Mayor Du Bois,
I'd like to pull number 4.
Okay, Vice Mayor is asking to pull number 4. I would also like to pull that one. And I see, is there a third to pull item number 4? You have to speak. Hand signals don't work. And you have to unmute.
Yes.
Okay. So that is 3 votes, myself, Vice Mayor Du Bois, and Councilmember Niss, pulling item number 4, amendments to the City of Palo Alto Tobacco Retailer Permit Ordinance. Mr. City Manager, I believe we had spoken there may be space on the June 16th agenda. Is that correct?
Correct, yes. According to your policies and protocols, thank you for giving us a heads up. We were able to confirm, one, at first stating the obvious, that you have a packed agenda tonight. So we would recommend putting it over to next week. You do have a special meeting scheduled on Tuesday, the 16th. It appears that that might be the best date in the upcoming weeks.
Okay, and we will try to get that on the agenda as soon as possible and message it out to the public. Vice Mayor, I still see your hand raised, or no?
I'll move consent.
Okay. Greg, I see you have a comment, but I'm just gonna wait for a second. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Greg?
Yeah, I'm voting no on 2.
Okay. And then we have 2 members of the public. Are you both wishing to speak on items number 2 or 3, which remain on the consent calendar? Okay, I see the hands go away, so I'm assuming not, but thank you both. Okay, so we have a motion to move the consent calendar. Let's go through the names. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously with item number 4 removed and Councilmember Tanaka voting no on 2. Councilmember Tanaka, the floor is yours.
Sure. So I'm voting no on number 2. This is a $2 million contract for repaving. And while I think the work is necessary, I think my big challenge here is we're going through a very tough budget cycle, which will be done by the end of this month. And what's really important is that we try to get the most from our vendors. Now, this is a $2 million contract, so it's not a small contract. And we hear of cries for, don't cut my job, don't cut my program, right? I mean, there's a lot of needs that we have in the community. And my big challenge with this is that this was put up before the COVID-19 pandemic really kind of went to full swing, before the shelter in place. I think the bids came in just as the shutdown started, but certainly not when there was 25% unemployment in California. And I see a lot of other cities basically going back to vendors and rebidding and getting them to reduce the amount that they're charging for work. And I know that right now that a lot of construction has slowed down. And I believe that it would be much better for us as a city to go back to our vendors, especially when it's a $2 million contract, especially when everyone's clamoring for a budget for their programs, for us to get them to lower the price. It may not be a lot, maybe 5%, maybe 10%, I don't know. But I do know other cities are doing this and they're getting progress on this. They're able to get better rates. The second thing that I found a little bit disturbing by this is that there was I think there were a couple other bids, but there were some issues. Like they didn't talk about the technicality, but there's some sort of mistake that some of the vendors made when they bid. And there's actually even a bid protest, which is pretty rare. Usually there's not a bid protest. Usually the vendors don't complain about like not being able to bid. And yet they were denied the ability to rebid, which would have given us perhaps a lower rate. So I think there's lots of issues with this consent item. And I realized during the good times when we have lots of money and the revenue's up and we don't have to really stress about this kind of stuff. that when money is really tight, when we're looking at to do the kind of cuts that we're talking about, when we're asking our labor to take cuts, when we're asking our management to take cuts, when we are cutting a lot of programs that are very dear to everyone in Palo Alto, I think that it's the prudent thing to actually try to get more from our vendors than we have, especially on a $2 million contract. Now, there were some good parts to this, which is that it came in below the engineering estimate, which is great. And it has a standard policy of being able to cancel it. But I just think we need to do much better in procurement of these large contracts, because we need to make sure that taxpayer dollars are being used to the fullest. So for this reason, for the fact that it wasn't renegotiated for the COVID, 25% unemployment in California, and it didn't really allow the other vendors to resubmit their bids, I can't support this.
Okay, thank you. We're next going to city manager comments, and then after that, we'll have a break. Mr. Shikata.
All right, thank you, council members and mayor. Let's see, we do have a few slides, just again, based on the Zoom format. I find that it may be helpful for the public to follow along by having some slides that are actually readable. And also just, again, as we're making transition, for the record, I would note that this bid is done pursuant to public contract code. As the council knows, construction bids are awarded to the lowest responsible bidder, and did follow both prescribed process. Protests are very common, unfortunately, such as it is among construction contracts, and that the low bid is 17% below the engineer's estimate. So the other additional information is provided in your report. Okay, then for the, let's see, comments for tonight. Next slide, please. Just have a few things just to provide a quick update for public awareness. As council well knows, and I'm sure the community well knows, as it relates to the COVID emergency and also other issues that have been playing out over the last few weeks, this has been a very dynamic time. So we just note a few reminders of things that have evolved over the last few weeks, and in particular, really here over the last week. First off, that the shelter-in-place order does remain in effect. I would note that we did receive special communication from the county urging any community member who attended protests to obtain coronavirus testing at their convenience, simply as a recognition of the challenge with social distancing at any of the protests or demonstrations that have occurred over the last week or more. Also note that the county order does continue to restrict a number of activities, and in particular that at the city level, the face covering requirement is still in effect. And then finally, just want to note that we are working with the county to hopefully bring mobile testing, coronavirus testing to Palo Alto. We don't have a specific time frame set yet, but we'll hopefully be able to bring that together quickly. And so want to provide that as a heads up should that come together quickly. But clearly we want to make sure that we can communicate that information as soon as it's available. Also, just in terms of new facilities that are open pursuant to the most recent update to the county health order. Our pool, Rinconada Pool, was opened this past weekend, and our dog parks are also now open. And finally, in terms of the, I'm sorry, I just saw the typo there. In terms of easing of restrictions, as of June 5th, the county does allow outdoor dining. And that thankfully we're now seeing more activity at our restaurants. So certainly invite people to participate. We will have more information on that later this evening. In the meanwhile, curbside pickup and delivery are also still options. And again, we'll have a little more, much more information for the council discussion with your last item tonight. Next slide, please. Also, just again, FYI, as I say, with the heat that occurred last week, we have established and are activating our cooling centers. Last week we had the Mitchell Park Community Center open, and with over a dozen community members visiting it on the day with the heat advisory, our high temperature advisory. And over the summer, should there be additional heat advisories, we will also add the Art Center auditorium as another cooling center if necessary. And we'll use our webpage as well as other communication means should that become necessary. And then finally, just want to note with respect to the curfew, I do appreciate the public's patience. Certainly a difficult decision and issue that has certainly generated quite a bit of feedback from the community on a range of perspectives. So with that, next slide, please. I do want to note that we had a significant demonstration here this past Saturday with a variety of estimates, but I think our staff estimated about 2,000 attendees here, and really express appreciation to participants who really certainly provided a strong communication and indication of their support for ongoing campaigns. Then in terms of your next steps with your budget, you've got the current year budget adjustments that will be coming next week. Just want to draw a distinction again. So those are for the current year budget adjustments with a report that will be coming out this Thursday. And then next, we'll have your upcoming fiscal year budget adoption materials, which will be released next week, and the council considering that action on June 22nd. Then finally, I know we'll be talking about issues related to public safety and police accountability. Just want to note that there is some additional information that has been posted on the police department's webpage, including information regarding current use of force policies and related information on our webpage, cityofpaloalto.org/police accountability. You can also get that through the police department page and then navigating down to the accountability tab. And that completes my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Shikata. I see a hand from Councilmember Koo and then Nis.
Thank you for the report, City Manager. I wanted to ask, when you said, so after the march, my husband and I came home and we were kind of saying we need to go get tested now, but whether it's 6 days or 7th day or 8th day, we were kind of having a debate. Did by any chance county, when they told you that advice for those of us who attended the march to get tested, did they happen to say what day to be going to test?
You know, that's a good question. I've heard a variety of incubation periods, so to speak, that have been recommending as low as 24 or 48 hours. So I'm not sure if they specified one. But certainly see if any staff is aware of it, but could certainly get back to you with that information.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. And then also, I just want to say thank you very much for the cooling centers. A lot of the neighbors are very ecstatic about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Koo and Councilmember Nis. You're on mute.
Mute is off. So just to say a couple of words about the curfew. Not only did I totally support it, but I feel that Ed made a good judgment call with that, and including Chief Johnson as well. I wouldn't be half as enthused, but I had been in Santa Monica the weekend before. In fact, as I came up, San Jose was actually putting their curfew on for Sunday night. Santa Monica made a dreadful mistake. They have an interim city manager who didn't apparently understand the need for a curfew. They also had a police chief who seemed to not have, I'll say it out loud, the same skills that Bob Johnson does. As a result, our city does not have any looting. It doesn't have any damage. And looking at the views of Santa Monica, which you now can see on any YouTube, and also looking at Oakland, if some of you have been in that area lately, indicates that we were very fortunate. And whether the curfew stopped it or didn't stop it, I felt that it was very reassuring. And I think that is the job of our city manager and our chief of police, is to protect us. And while I know some chafed against feeling that they were held back in some way from being out in the evening, I felt that what was done was exactly what we needed to have control over our city. So thanks, Ed. I appreciate, and please pass our thanks on to the chief as well, or pass my thanks on.
Thank you, Councilmember Ness. Okay, it's 8:45. I know we have 148 people joining our meeting, which may be a Zoom record, so kudos to you, the public. But I'm going to call a 10-minute break just so council can stretch their legs. So let's all be back here at 8:55, at which point we will take up item 4A, I believe. Thanks all so much. Hey, Brad, it's Adrian. How are you doing? We are it's just about to start item 4A, so I don't think we're going to get to the bid for maybe call it an hour, if not 2.
Okay. Thanks for the heads up. You guys have a lot on your plate tonight.
I know we're running on Palo Alto time, so appreciate your patience.
No problem. Good luck with everything, Adrian.
Thanks.
Okay.
I'm here when you're ready.
Should we have a little discussion about what time we might get out? 1, 2, 3?
It's okay. We'll I've got a couple comments when council comes back. Let's just give everybody a moment or two.
Cupertino went till 3:30 the other night.
Oh my.
Just for the record, I think our Zoom invite only goes till 3 a.m.
Till 3 a.m.?
That's what the calendar says.
Oh, I think we're limited. I didn't realize his Zoom connection could go that long. I guess why not?
I don't know that we want to know what our conversations would be like at 3 a.m.
Cupertino does it more than you would even guess.
They have a reputation for doing that.
Let's not find out here.
Right.
And Mr. Mayor, I wanted to just follow up on Councilmember Ku's question about the testing. I did get a response from staff.
Oh, great. And I'm wondering where, maybe if the van comes in time, that might be a fabulous way to get people tested who are all here.
Monday, Tuesday. Well, that would have to be tomorrow.
Thousands.
After.
That's true. The van would be here for days. But there was also a parade in San Jose and in Cupertino, I think.
Okay, it looks like we have a quorum. So, Mr. City Manager, you said you had a question or a question answer.
Yes, I just wanted to follow up on Councilmember Ku's question about how long after a potential exposure the county was recommending people seek coronavirus tests. And apparently it is 3 to 5 days after a potential exposure. So just wanted to close the loop on that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me just pull up my agenda. So we are now on to item 4A, adoption of a resolution expressing council support of the Black Lives Matter movement and a commitment to review police and public safety practices. I just want to give a couple framing comments here before we get started, because I understand this is an important item. There's probably a lot of emotion around it, and certainly a lot of public comment and interest over the past few weeks. So just in terms of housekeeping, a couple comments here, then we'll go to the public comment. I'm going to allocate an hour to the public comment, and if we hit that, we will continue the item until the end of this meeting. Speakers will have 2 minutes, and I will let you know when we are done taking new public commenters, probably 10 or 15 minutes into that period. We will then turn the discussion over to council to read the resolution and vote on it. And after that, we can discuss other matters as related to public safety, policing, systemic racism and diversity in our city and what our country is dealing with today. So just a few comments before we go to the public. This is absolutely a tough year. 2020 is turning out to be, and we're only halfway there. It's also been a tough month and a tough week. As I mentioned earlier, we're dealing with a health pandemic, an economic recession, and social upheaval, which is absolutely justified and needed, given some of the incidents we've seen across this country, particularly those of police violence against Black lives. And so That's why I chose to bring this item to council. I want to thank Councilmember Cormack for writing the proclamation with me. I will admit it is not perfect. We are learning. I think we will all admit that. But I will say I personally was enormously encouraged and enthused and really proud of our community and our city the other day on Saturday at the Black Lives Matter protest on a couple of accounts. One, just seeing all the young adults, especially out there leading and figuring out how do we move our society and improve was truly inspiring. And so are many of the speakers. Two, our city staff and our police department, I think, did a really fair and good job of assisting the protesters and keeping everyone safe. So thank you for that. And three, I got to say, I saw a couple of my fellow council members for the first time in months, and that was also a nice thing. We haven't seen each other in 3 months, so I got to say it was good to see a couple of you and the city manager, who we have lots of Zoom sessions, but it was nice to see you in person in the fresh air. But to Councilmember Koo's question earlier, everybody who attended the protest actually should make an effort to get tested. That's really important. Okay, so moving on to the public comment, we encourage the public to speak here. That is your right, that is your privilege, and we learn from you. So please do share your feelings, your thoughts, your ideas about this resolution and about Palo Alto, how we can improve. We welcome that. I do ask everybody, please respect the 2-minute mark so that others can speak. Please, be on your Palo Alto best behavior, right? Let's show everybody we can do this in a polite, congenial way where we have a discussion, no personal attacks. And let's make sure that we, I guess neighborly is the term. Let's act like the good neighbors that we are as we go through public comment. So just to reiterate the rough rules I've set up here, we will take all the public commenters who do want to speak, but to manage our meeting, we're going to have an hour right now for this item, for item 4A. And each person will have 2 minutes. And if we hit that hour threshold, we will then continue the item to the end of the meeting or potentially another date, depending on the rest of our agenda tonight. So with that, Clerk Minor, if you'd please help me welcome our guests and public to provide their comment.
Sure. Our first speaker is Cairo Mo. Cairo, you have 2 minutes.
Hello. Yeah, let me say first off, I love to see the diversity on the city council. I love to see all the Black people represented here. And I also would like to say I love to see this resolution on the agenda. I am commenting in support of this resolution. Liz, I know you're a big proponent of housing. And I would like to say, maybe if we cut the police budget, we would have more money for housing. I would like to say, in addition to this resolution, I'm calling for the disarming, defunding, and eventual dismantling of the Palo Alto Police Department, following the lead of great cities like Minneapolis. As the death of George Floyd and countless others have shown, policing is a fundamentally racist and broken institution that has failed to be fixed through incremental reform. Liz, you mentioned that there was no looting because of the curfew. I'd like to clarify, there was no looting because people chose not to loot. It was not because of the police. It was not because of the curfew. Communities keep us safe. Police do not keep us safe. The Palo Alto Police Department's history of violence inflicted upon Black and Brown communities is a testament to how policing practices and criminalization simply increase racial and wealth disparities. Specifically, the Palo Alto Police Department has not banned chokeholds, and its arrest records show that it has more racial bias than 81% of California departments. Is this the reputation that we want our great city to have? If you truly believe that Black Lives Matter, in addition to passing this resolution, supporting Black Lives Matter, beyond lip service, we should fund community development programs like affordable housing, equitable education, free healthcare, increased mental health and crisis support. We need to build alternatives to policing, not just talk about supporting the Black Lives Matter movement. Police don't keep us safe. Strong communities keep us safe. Strong communities make police obsolete. Thank you for your time, and I hope you not only pass this resolution, but commit to defunding the Palo Alto Police Department and eventually disband it. One note, the police occupy almost 20% of the Palo Alto budget, whereas community service are only 13.3%. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Cairo. Our next speaker is Esther. Esther, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Esther Zweig, and I go to Stanford, and I'm currently living in Palo Alto. I'm commenting in support of the resolution to express council support of the Black Lives Matter movement and commit to review police and public safety practices. However, in addition to this resolution, I'm calling for the disarming, defunding, and dismantling of the Palo Alto Police Department, following the lead of cities like Minneapolis. As the death of George Floyd and countless others have shown, policing is a fundamentally racist and broken institution that has failed to be fixed through incremental reform. As of now, as my great counterpart Kyra said, police occupy 19.73% of the Palo Alto budget compared to community services, which occupies only 13.3% of the budget. The proposed 2021 fiscal year budget is seeking to increase police general fund expenditures by 5.4%. However, the Palo Alto Police Department's history of violence inflicted upon Black and Brown communities is a testament to how policing practices and criminalization exacerbate racial and wealth disparities. The Palo Alto Police Department has not banned chokeholds, and its arrest records revealed more racial bias than 81% of California departments. Is this the legacy that we want our great city to have? If you truly believe that Black Lives Matter, we should fund community development programs like affordable housing, equitable education, free healthcare, and increased mental health and crisis support, all of which cops are not trained to provide. We need to build alternatives to policing, not just pay lip service to supporting the Black Lives Matter movement. Police don't keep us safe. Strong communities keep us safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Esther. Our next speaker is Laura C. Laura, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Laura Shea, and I'm a resident of Palo Alto. City Council, you preach community and compassion and lament the civil unrest. But what are you doing to solve the fact that our police department continually protects its overpaid thugs by spending tax money on settlements? In 2014, Zachary Perone used the N-word to describe a man he was arresting to a Black fellow officer. PAPD covered it up, promoted him to police captain, and honored him with a Medal of Valor. We now pay $400,000 a year to let a racist administrate in our city. Another officer, Agent Thomas DeStefano, has been sued 3 times, with the most recent suit asking for $3.9 million. DeStefano has a repeated pattern of terrorizing minorities with excessive force. Instead of protecting the safety of the city by terminating DeStefano, the city of Palo Alto has allowed this racist homophobe to work, wasting millions of taxpayer money in settlements. I want to leave with one final thought. Why are police paid on average 2 to 3 times more than our public school teachers? Or is this excessive force, racism, and terror we are getting out of these men really worth 2 to 3 times the value of educating and uplifting students? Thank you for your time.
So I just want to remind all of our speakers, please, let's be polite and constructive in our criticism, and let's focus on policies and programs, not people.
Our next speaker is Bella Cooper. Bella, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Bella, you may have to unmute from your end.
There we go. All right.
You
Hi.
also need to turn your TV down or your computer.
Yeah, I think it should be good now.
There you
Hi,
go.
my name is Bella Cooper, and I am currently a resident of Palo Alto. I'm commenting in support of the resolution to express council support of the Black Lives Matter movement and commit to review police and public safety practices. However, in addition to this resolution, I'm calling for the disarming, defunding, and dismantling of the Palo Alto Police Department, following the lead of cities like Minneapolis. As the death of George Floyd and countless others have shown, policing is a fundamentally racist and broken institution that has failed to be fixed through incremental reform. As of now, police occupy 19.73% of the Palo Alto budget, compared to community services, which occupy only 13.3%. The proposed 2021 fiscal year budget is seeking to increase police general fund expenditures by 5.4%. This is absurd. However, the Palo Alto Police Department's history of violence inflicted upon Black and Brown communities is a testament to how policing practices and criminalization exacerbate racial and wealth disparities. Palo Alto Police Department has not banned chokeholds, and its arrest records revealed more racial bias than 81% of California departments. If you truly believe that Black Lives Matter, we should fund community development programs like affordable housing, equitable education, free healthcare, and increased mental health and crisis support. We need to build alternatives to policing, not just pay lip service to supporting the Black Lives Matter movement. Police don't keep us safe. Strong communities keep us safe. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you not only pass this resolution, but commit to defunding the Palo Alto Police Department and eventually disbanding it. It is not important.
Thank you, Bella. Our next speaker is Ryan Globus. Ryan, you have 2 minutes.
The Palo Alto City Council. My name is Ryan Globus, and I'm a resident of Midtown. I'm here tonight to urge you to adopt this resolution, but also follow up with concrete actions. Words are not enough. Specifically, I'm urging you to take 2 concrete steps. Open Foothills Park to all and enact the 8 can't wait policies. First, Foothills Park. The criminalization of non-residents in the park codifies racism into our city code. Redlining pushed many Black and Latinx people out of the city. And now we continue to block new housing that would enable more people in these communities to move here. The supposed reason for the ban is because Palo Alto paid for the park, but the communities we prevent from living here pay the very taxes that fund this park when they work here, shop here, and stay in hotels here. Open Foothills Park. Second, we must reform the police department to prevent police brutality. In just the past couple of weeks, police in the Bay Area have killed 2 people, Sean Monterosa and Eric Salgado. We must take steps now to ensure Palo Alto police don't kill members of our community, and we can start by enacting the 8 can't wait. Those policies are banning chokeholds and strangleholds, requiring de-escalation, require warning before shooting, exhaust all alternatives before shooting, require a duty to intervene, ban shooting at moving vehicles, require use of force continuum, and require comprehensive reporting. Words are nice, but we must follow through with action. Open Foothills Park and enact the 8 can't wait policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Our next speaker is David Sacerdote. David, you have 2 minutes.
I'm David. I live here in Palo Alto, and I'd like to start with a story from a few years ago when I was out for an evening stroll on Miller Avenue and watched the Palo Alto police force a Black man out of town. They walked him down to the edge of town and asked him not to return. They didn't charge him with anything. They didn't arrest him. They didn't cite him. I'm telling this story to make the point, which is that simply addressing violence, like the 8 can't wait, which I would certainly like to see, or a symbolic measure like the one this evening, which would certainly be nice to pass, neither of them is sufficient. We need to find a solution which ends the longstanding practice of using police to hassle minorities, resulting in their leaving town. I urge the City Council to consider all options, including disarming the police, having a substantially smaller or non-existent police department with a completely different approach, and to look at ways of ending the longstanding racist practices of the police. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, David. Our next speaker is Samuel Mumford. Samuel, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yep. Hello. I'm glad to see that you've recognized Black Lives Matter, or coming together recognize Black Lives Matter. But moving forward, I'm more interested in what concrete steps the City Council is going to take to curb Palo Alto police abuse. Other speakers have already talked about the various settlements Palo Alto has had to pay out, such as the $600,000 settlement because a Palo Alto police officer slammed Gustavo Alvarez on the hood of a car and mocked him for being gay, or the $250,000 settlement because Officer DeStefano's response to a man having epileptic seizure was to break the man's arm, or the current suit for nearly $4 million against Officer DeStefano for slamming a man on the ground at Happy Donuts, shattering bones, knocking him out, and falsifying a police report. Expressing support is no longer enough. I think this is something the City Council knows, and your community demands meaningful change. It looks like we're also looking for a way to cut the budget, and it seems to me like Officer DeStefano would be a good place to start. Thank you. And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Samuel. Our next speaker is Xander Koo. Xander, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Xander Koo. I'm a lifelong Palo Alto resident. So I urge Palo Alto to immediately move to disarm and defund the PAPD. We should instead work to remedy the legacy of redlining and housing discrimination that Palo Alto is built upon and invest in education and social programs for Black and Brown communities in our area. If you are reluctant to do the right thing, I offer these alternative actionable items for if the city would like to do the absolute bare minimum. First, I call for the release of internal investigation results and the firing of Captain Zachary Perrin. His use of the N-word in reference to a Black colleague and the Black man that he was saving is frankly sickening. Second, I call for the firing of Agent Thomas DeStefano, who has a record of brutalizing civilians, most recently in July 2019, where he racially profiled and violently attacked Julio Arevalo. Third, I call for ending the pension of former Sergeant Wayne Benitez, who consumes almost $10,000 a month of city money, despite his disgusting brutality and subsequent homophobic remarks against Gustavo Alvarez and his failure to report the violent incident at all. Fourth, I call for the resignation of Chief Robert Johnson for his complacency in the face of these police wrongdoings. He assumed his post in 2018, but he has failed to act on these cases. And the fact that none of these three men have been held accountable shows Johnson's and the PAPD's complicity with racism, homophobia, classism, and overall lack of human decency. Lastly, I call for the resignation of Ed Shikata. His 10-day curfew was not only racist and classist, it violates the California Constitution, is a blatant misuse of the COVID-19 emergency authority outlined in Municipal Code 2.12.060, and violates our First Amendment rights to assembly as American residents. It is clear that none of the aforementioned people are fully committed to the safety and well-being of Palo Altans and have failed over the years to be accountable to public scrutiny. Again, terminate Perrin and DeStefano, end pension for Benitez, and Johnson and Shikata, please resign. Also, Liz Niss, your comments disgusted me as much as the curfew. Resign. Do better. I yield my time.
So I just need to remind our attendees again that our procedures and protocols, the rules that we all agree to run by these meetings and participate, do call for people to please focus on ideas, not individuals. That is really meant to support a more broad and democratic conversation among anybody who wants to give comment to the council and share their ideas with the community. One other quick note, it is 9:15, so we'd really appreciate if you could please raise your hand in the next 5 minutes or so, so by 9:20, so we have a better count of who would like to speak. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sean Chapman. Sean, go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Sean Chapman. I'm a lifelong Palo Alto resident, and I would like to bring up some deep concerns that I have over the Palo Alto Police Department's racism and brutality. First off, I would like to talk about Captain Zachary Perrin when he used the N-word as in a joke towards a Black officer in 2014. This was not investigated until 2017, and the results were never made public. We still don't know if he ever faced any disciplinary action. He's still employed by PAPD and makes $400,000. In my opinion, he lost all credibility as a police officer when he said those words. So my question is, why is he still employed? My next concern is in regards to Wayne Benitez, who in 2019 retired amid a lawsuit involving excessive force for slamming a Palo Alto resident across the front of his car and making homophobic comments towards him. He still makes $118,000 annually from his pension. I'm asking, why is he still getting his pension? Thirdly, I would like to talk about Officer Thomas DeStefano, who in 2018 hospitalized a Palo Alto resident for no reason by slamming him against the ground. In 2013, he was involved in an incident in which a man who was experiencing an epileptic seizure was forced to the ground and was restrained with a knee on his neck while an officer broke his arm. He's cost Palo Alto taxpayers $750,000 in settlements, not including an ongoing $3.85 million settlement. He's still employed by PAPD and made $300,000 in 2019. Personally, I find it disgusting that this man makes far more than a teacher in Palo Alto. Lastly, I would like to talk about the curfew in response to rumors of looting in Palo Alto. It was unjust and a gross misuse of powers that were put in place solely to address the COVID pandemic. I'm demanding that City Manager Ed Shikata resign for violating the constitutional rights of the citizens of Palo Alto. To summarize, the Palo Alto Police Department has a problem with racism and police brutality. It needs to be defunded. I'm calling for Zach Perrin, Thomas DeStefano, and to be fired and Wayne Benitez's pension to be cut. Please defund the PAPD and funnel the money to more useful things such as the Palo Alto Children's Theater, or maybe we could close Churchill. Lastly, I refer to policy 302 of the PAPD policy manual, which outlines the details of use of force review boards for when officers commit excessive force violations. 302.4.1 outlines the composition of the board, and there are currently
Sean, your
no sitting
time is
members on the
up.
board.
Sean, your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to remind everybody to please address ideas, not individuals.
Our next speaker is Jordan Bernhardt. Jordan, you have 2 minutes. You may have to mute. There you go.
Hi, I want to thank the council for addressing this issue. I'm a graduate student at Stanford, and I want to echo the comments made earlier about the overreaction and lack of justification for the curfew. Curfew is a symbol of the city managers and the city police's overcriminalization and implicit bias against people of color. There has been little to no looting and little to no evidence that there is a substantial risk of looting. This is made clear by the use of a pretextual justification for the curfew. The curfew put people's, particularly people of color's, lives in danger by giving the police extra justification to stop and harass residents. The city manager tried earlier tonight to praise the protests, but he couldn't bring himself to say Black Lives Matter or to mention why people are demonstrating. Councilwoman Niss's dismissiveness would indicate that she too has trouble supporting the movement. I urge the council to take the calls for police reform and accountability seriously. We've all seen the awful murder of George Floyd, and we need to act now to reduce the risk of anything close to that happening here. The comments earlier tonight suggest that it's all too likely a possibility. Take the steps now to support Black lives. Take the steps now to improve police accountability. Start planning for the next negotiations with the police union so that we can successfully dismiss officers that abuse their positions. Pass this resolution and pass the 8 can't wait policies. And I urge Mayor Fine to keep Black Lives Matter and police accountability issues on the council's agenda moving forward. Thank you. I yield my time.
So I just want to remind everybody again to please address issues and not individuals. One of the reasons behind that rule is not that anyone in the city is above criticism or doesn't deserve it. That is totally legitimate, but it's really to foster a fair, democratic, and useful, productive conversation among everybody who is giving a comment and may have differences of opinion. So let's focus on ideas, please.
Our next speaker is Cefa Santos Powell. Cefa, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Cefa, and I'm a Palo Alto resident as well as a Stanford student. I'm commenting in support of the resolution to express council's support of the Black Lives Matter movement and commit to review the police and public safety practices. However, this is not nearly enough. In addition to this resolution, I'm calling for the disarming, defunding, and dismantling of the Palo Alto Police Department. Policing only serves to maintain a white supremacist state. This is not an exaggeration. As of now, as my friends have said, police occupy 19.73% of the Palo Alto budget, compared to community services, which only occupy 13.3% of the budget. That is absurd and a wildly inept response to the systematization of Black death. In doing this, you are demonstrating that you care more about property than people. I would like to reiterate that the Palo Alto Police Department has a history of inflicting violence upon Black communities, which is a testament to how policing practices and criminalization do nothing but exacerbate racial and wealth disparities. We need to build alternatives to policing, not just pay lip service to supporting the Black Lives Matter movement. Racial justice also means massive wealth redistribution on behalf of white people. This also means looking to Black-led organizations doing this work and following their lead. The state-sanctioned genocide of Black people is occurring, and you will be implicated in this process if you do not choose to defund the police department. If you truly believe that Black Lives Matter, we should fund community development programs like affordable housing, equitable education, free healthcare, and increased mental health and crisis support. I encourage you to look into your hearts and your massive pockets to contribute to racial justice and Black liberation. As you can see, the residents of Palo Alto are in support of the disbanding of the police. So if you seek re-election, you should heed their suggestions. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you not only pass this resolution, but commit to defunding the Palo Alto Police Department and eventually disband it.
Thank you, Cefa. Our next speaker is Sarah Goodman. Go ahead, Sarah, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, thanks so much. I would love to echo exactly what Cefa was saying. One thing that I want to focus on is that 81% number. The worse than 81% of California cities the disproportionate violence against Black and Brown communities that's evident in all of the testimony that we've heard here today. And also something that hasn't come up as much, but the COVID epidemic that we're in right now, that also disproportionately impacts Black and Brown communities and can only be mitigated through investment in programs like Health and Human Services, which receives significantly less funding than the Palo Alto Police. So if we're trying to really say that these lives matter, that Black lives matter, then not only disbanding an institution that targets and commits genocide, frankly, against Black lives, but also reinvesting in an institution that protects them from the COVID epidemic that disproportionately impacts those communities is absolutely what I encourage the Palo Alto City Council to do, to put the cities and us as taxpayers money where our mouth is and actually protect, invest in our community, and not just pay people or institutions that disproportionately harm it. I yield my time.
Thank you, Sarah. Our next speaker is Greer Stone. Greer, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Greer, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and the honorable members of the City Council. My name is Greer Stone. I'm a teacher and the former chair of the Palo Alto Human Relations Commission, the current vice chair of the Santa Clara County Human Rights Commission, and the chair of the county's Justice Review Committee. But I'm speaking to you tonight in my individual capacity, and my views do not necessarily reflect that of my commission. I, like most of you, was at the Black Lives Matter protest on Saturday afternoon. I was so incredibly moved by the thousands of people who came out to Kings Plaza, chanted before City Hall, and marched in the streets. As a collective and in one voice, Palo Altans demanded change. Tonight, I'm here to ask you to take the first steps in enacting meaningful change. The Black Lives Matter proclamation is a good starting point, but they are just words, and we must do more. We should enact the 8 can't wait reforms on our police department's use of force policies. These reforms include de-escalation, banning choke and strangleholds, requiring comprehensive reporting, and more. These are common sense reforms that have been proven to dramatically reduce the amount of deaths caused by police. In fact, cities that have adopted all 8 of the use of force restrictions saw 72% fewer police-involved killings compared to cities that had adopted none. Let's be clear. These reforms are not a rebuke on the majority of the courageous and hardworking women and men of our Palo Alto Police Department, but clear and sensible policies regarding use of force not only protects the community, but also provides clear guidance for our officers. There were so many inspiring signs at Saturday's protest, but the one that stood out to me the most simply said, silence is compliance. We cannot allow the voices of our Black brothers and sisters to go silent anymore. We must stand as one to say enough is enough. History shall judge us and our actions today. Silence is compliance. Please use your power to enact meaningful reform and save lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Greer. Our next speaker is Cedric de la Boujadière. Cedric, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you for proclaiming the Black Lives Matter. While this is an important step, it alone is far from sufficient. To do nothing else would be to sweep the issue under the rug and pretend we've cleaned house. I encourage you to move quickly to adopt the 8 can't wait policies, which have been adopted in other communities and shown to be effective in significantly reducing police violence. In addition, I encourage you to 1, take the pledge to address police use of force policies. 2, join Project Zero to end police violence nationally. And 3, adopt the recommendations in the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing. Some of these policies may already be in practice here in Palo Alto, for which I congratulate and thank you. However, all of the policies should be adopted to send a message and to ensure they are continued. By explicitly adopting these policies, we will affirm that in Palo Alto, Black Lives Matter in words and in deeds, and that we are determined to end police violence here and nationally. Their adoption will normalize them and set an example for other communities. Also, police officers move from city to city. So as they leave our force to join other departments, they may evangelize these policies in their new communities, sharing that they worked here. On the flip side, if officers who are disciplined and fired for excessive use of force find they are unable to get jobs in other jurisdictions, this will discourage them and others from applying excessive force. In closing, I urge you to adopt these policies quickly, and please do not let them languish in the Palo Alto process. We can adopt them now and fine-tune them later based on our experience. Finally, I'll refer you to my email from this morning for additional details and recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cedric. Our next speaker is Mark Loveland. Mark, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Mark Loveland, and I'm a Palo Alto resident. I wanted to highlight 3 things that I think should be a part of this conversation. First, the current Palo Alto Police Department policy manual was not written by the Palo Alto city government, nor was it written by anyone who is a member of this community. The current manual was created by a private, for-profit company called Lexipol, which sells generic police policy manuals to cities across the country. As we consider urgently needed changes to policing practices, I implore you to consider that our police should be governed by policies developed by members of this community, and especially by people of color in this community, rather than by a for-profit company that has shown little regard for the lives of people of color who live and work here. Second, the current Palo Alto Police Department policy manual is 741 pages long, but over 100 pages are redacted in the publicly available version, and therefore entirely inaccessible to the public. Redacted sections include the policies governing firearms and officer-involved incidents. It is troubling that we live in a community where we are not permitted to access policies that govern the police department. How can members of the public engage in open, democratic dialogue about policing policies and how to reform them when we are not even allowed to know what those policies are? I urge the city to release the entire unredacted manual or to provide clear legal reasoning for refusing to do so. Finally, Mayor Fine, I find your repeated pleas for speakers to avoid calling out the racist actions of racist individuals tone deaf and insensitive. To the extent that individuals in the Palo Alto Police Department and elsewhere have committed acts of brutality, been complicit in such acts, or otherwise exposed their racism, they should be held accountable. You say that no individual is above criticism, but if the Palo Alto Police Department won't hold racists accountable, and we can't call for accountability here, then what recourse do we have to demand change?
Thank you, Mark. Your time is up.
Mr. Loveland, just a quick response there. You are certainly welcome to send the council or others email. The reason for this policy that we have in our procedures and policy manual, as I mentioned, is to foster a discussion where different voices and opinions can be heard in this forum for anybody in the community. That's the reason we have that advisory.
Our next speaker is Barbara Schufro. Barbara, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening. So my name's Barbara Schufro. I've been a resident of Palo Alto for many years, and I urge the council to affirm that Black Lives Matter by passing the resolution, but also by enacting meaningful reforms. And in particular, I wanted to mention that I'm an attorney and I work with students with disabilities and students with mental health conditions. And I would like to join with others who are calling for the police department to adopt the 8 Can't Wait recommendations. In my work, I've been aware of situations where in Palo Alto where students have been put at risk. And the 8 Can't Wait recommendations include the mandatory use of de-escalation techniques. It's a safety policy that's important for everyone, as well as to affirm that Black Lives Matter. So I ask that in addition to adopting this resolution, we also move forward immediately with specific techniques that we know work to prevent unsafe conditions to our Black neighbors and others in our community. Please consider immediate adoption of the 8 Can't Wait recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca,
Hi.
go ahead.
Hi, Council. Hoping you can hear me. I am happy tonight to support your initial efforts at supporting Black Lives Matter. I agree with the previous speakers. I feel very strongly about this, and I believe that the City Council has not gone nearly far enough. First, I believe that the City Council owes the community an apology. Instead of joining last week's peaceful protests, it shut them down in the name of property protection and imposed a curfew that was more about racist bias than it was about actually protecting our community. Additionally, I'm very offended by the misrepresentation of the manual that says that we, the speakers, are not allowed to mention city officials by name. I do not believe that's what your manual says. I'm an attorney with almost 30 years of practice, and I feel pretty confident that you are misstating your goals. We are always, as people, allowed to criticize our elected officials and their appointed officers. Here are some changes that I would like to see the City Council make. And as you know, I'm running for City Council myself, that if you won't do it yourself, I'm happy to have this happen ASAP. First is we need a renegotiation of the police contracts. They do not include 8 Can't Wait. There's no excuse for that. I think all of us should be very concerned that you spent the first 2 hours of this meeting behind closed doors in a private session discussing the police union contracts. What did you discuss? Bring it forward into the light. We in the public deserve to know what you decided with the police contracts. Did you put 8 Can't Wait in there? I sure hope so, and I expect so. Second, we need to commit to a more diverse city government. That means we need publicly funded elections and fully paid government elected officials, so that our leadership positions are not occupied entirely by 30-somethings who are able to retire from Google and others who are backed by commercial developers, for example, on the Planning Commission. We need a diverse leadership. We need to recognize that most people cannot afford to take 5 years off of work because they are independently wealthy, which is not a qualifier to serve. Third, the City Council needs to put forth a plan to defund, disarm, and disband the police department. As previous speakers have said, the strong police does not protect safety, strong communities do. Fourth, the City Council needs to put a business tax back on the ballot, exempting all small and mid-sized businesses. The City Council continues to defund our residents by offering huge tax subsidies to the very people who can afford to pay taxes the most. It's time that our residents are actually receive the benefit.
Rebecca, your time is up.
Thank you. I
Thank
expect to see these
you.
changes.
Our next speaker is Carrie Templeton. Carrie, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, thank you. I agree with many of the comments that have been shared today. We are in need of serious reforms in how our public safety services engage with our community. But it's important to note that this is not new to Palo Alto. Our city's need for reform didn't start with George Floyd's death. It didn't start with the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park resident being violently arrested by our police. And it didn't start with the emergency dispatcher delaying a 54-year-old woman's life-saving treatment due to her stroke being mistaken for mental illness. What is new is that our community is now done waiting. We are done waiting for leadership from members of the City Council in these matters of literal life and death. The time is now. All of the speakers tonight, including myself, are hopeful that the council will prioritize police reform policies that will improve the quality of life for the most vulnerable in our community. Gandhi said, "A nation is only as good as it treats its weakest members." The same goes for our community. Palo Alto can do better by Black and Brown people, immigrants, seniors, LGBTQ folks, and the mentally ill. And in the words of Maya Angelou, now that we know better, we must do better. Black Lives Matter. I am in support of this resolution and greatly appreciative to the mayor for bringing it up. I ask council to challenge yourselves to take further actions. What else can you do with the power that the citizens have bestowed upon you? Palo Alto needs community-based police reforms now. Please refer to a series of excellent suggestions that were sent to you by Katie Causey for some ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Our next speaker is Michelle Ange Shaba.
Hello.
Hi, Michael.
Hello, my name is Michelle Onciaba, and I would like to address why change relevant to racial justice needs to happen in Palo Alto. I've lived here for about 10 years since immigrating from the Ivory Coast. In those 10 years, the first time I felt entirely supported by this community was when hundreds of people showed up at the protests at City Hall last Saturday. Unfortunately, it took the cold-blooded murder of an African-American man for this community to unify with the Black community. I would like to live in a city where someone who looks like me doesn't get stared at when they enter a store. I would like to live in a community where someone who looks like me can feel safe and comfortable interacting with the police. I would like to live in a community that doesn't dissent the construction of the low-income housing that I live in. I would like to live in a community where parents don't make racist remarks upon learning that I'm dating their daughter. But this requires both social and structural changes. This can start by addressing the racially biased police practices. I'm speaking in favor of age and weight, but also I want to call for more diverse police force and more people of color in positions of power, because as we attempt to make people of color feel increasingly safe and more comfortable, it is important that they see a familiar face when dealing with law enforcement and other officials. Lastly, I would like to suggest that the Palo Alto Police Department adopts a victimization survey. This will allow the department to understand the effectiveness of their practices further, but also it will help multiple people's confidence in the police departments, especially amongst minority groups. To be clear, a victimization survey is different from what is published in the yearly crime report because they look at people who have been victimized. This means that they may have not reported the crime when it was done to them originally. This is important because statistically, people of color are less likely to report crimes done against them in fear of the police or lack of trust in the police. Palo Alto has a long history of racial and socioeconomic discrimination, both of which are intertwined, and that needs to change now. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Arushi Gupta. Arushi, go ahead, 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Arushi. I'm a longtime resident of Palo Alto, and as long as I've lived here, I've been fed the idea that we're a progressive city where all are not just welcomed, but supported and cherished. However, as illustrated by all the comments before me, Palo Alto is not special. In fact, the Palo Alto Police Department has more racial bias than 81% of other California police departments. We institutionalize the same patterns of white supremacy the United States was built on, just hide them behind prettier language. And that's why I'm commenting in support of the resolution to express council support of the Black Lives Matter movement and commit to review police and public safety practices. However, in addition to this resolution, I'm also calling for the disarming, defunding, and dismantling of the Palo Alto Police Department following the lead of cities like Minneapolis. As the death of George Floyd and countless others have shown, policing is a fundamentally racist and broken institution that has failed to be fixed through incremental reform. I also want to comment on some of the statements made by city council members before me. First, the idea that the curfew was reassuring. I would ask to who the curfew is reassuring. To me, it looks like once again, the law and law enforcement are being used as a tool to protect private property rather than the lives of Black people. Furthermore, asking people not to be angry and to speak calmly and civilly, to police their tone and their choice of words, in other words, to stay calm in the face of centuries of state-sponsored violence, is unacceptable. You cannot ask people to shoulder both the burden of dismantling white supremacy and the burden of protecting your feelings. It's time for those of us who aren't Black to stop worrying about our own discomfort and our own feelings and focus on how we can amplify the incredible transformative work Black communities have done for centuries to fight for Black liberation. To that end, we should fund community development programs like affordable housing, equitable education, free healthcare, and increased mental health and crisis support. We need to build alternatives to policing, not just pay lip service to supporting the Black Lives Matter movement. Police don't keep us safe. Strong communities keep us safe. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you not only pass this resolution, but commit to defunding the Palo Alto Police Department and eventually disband it. I want to be proud of
your time is up. Our next speaker is Emma Rainey. Emma, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Emma Rainey. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, and I live in Crescent Park. Thank you for addressing this issue in a timely manner. I'm commenting in support of the resolution to express council's support of the Black Lives Matter movement and to commit to review police and public safety practices. As part of this review, I propose a reallocation of the Palo Alto Police Department budget to community service at the very least. I believe following in the footsteps of Minneapolis Police Department is the ultimate goal and entails disarming, defunding, and dismantling the Palo Alto Police Department. As the deaths of many people such as George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Tony McDade have shown, policing is a fundamentally racist and broken institution that has failed to be fixed through incremental reform. As many have previously mentioned, PAPD occupies 19.73 of the Palo Alto budget, while community service occupies only 13.3 of that budget. However, the Palo Alto Police Department's history of violence inflicted upon Black and Brown communities is a testament to how policing practices and criminalization exacerbate racial and wealth disparities. This is why I am against the 2021 fiscal year budget proposing to increase police general fund expenditures by 5.4%. Instead, funding should go to affordable housing, equitable education, free healthcare, and increased mental health and crisis support. Improving and strengthening our community can build alternatives to policing. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you not only pass this resolution, but redistribute the funding to areas that strengthen our community instead of harming it. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Emma. Our next speaker is Sunita Terrell. Sunita De Terrell.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you to the City Council for considering the resolution supporting Black Lives Matter movement. I think this must be but the first step towards the very real change that needs to come in Palo Alto with respect to our police department, as well as our collective responsibility to address all of the toxic effects that the reality of white supremacy has created and continues to create. Tonight, I suggest one important step. There's a tremendous research showing that restrictive use of force standards reduce police violence. As others have mentioned, 8 can't wait is an important step. Large studies that have looked at over 100 US cities have found there are 8 critical 8 policies that if adopted were associated with reductions in killings by police. My understanding is that the Palo Alto Police Department abides by only 2 of these, namely require warning before shooting, and the second is duty to intervene as an officer if you see excessive use of force. The San Francisco Police Department seems to abide by all 8. These 8 are 1, ban chokeholds and strangleholds, 2, use de-escalation, 3, warn before shooting, 4, exhaust all alternatives before shooting, 5, duty to intervene if and when excess force is used, 6, ban shooting at moving vehicles, 7, have a use of force continuum, and 8, require comprehensive reporting. In this study, the organization 8 Can't Wait also found that police departments with more restrictive use of force policies have better outcomes in terms of officer safety and have no impact on crime rates. I'm speaking out because I am a downtown Palo Alto resident who last year witnessed what felt to me like an excessive use of force on a Black man that likely involved racist beliefs and practices. I believe that for the combined safety of police officers and residents and visitors, all 8 policies must be adopted in Palo Alto. This cannot wait. There is no excuse. Let's learn from and join our San Francisco brothers and sisters and adopt all 8 policies. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Sunita. Our next speaker is Danil Andreev. Danil, you may have to unmute from your end.
Testing.
You've got
Hello.
it.
Hi, I would like to express my agreement with the past dozen speakers and add more. I think that the Palo Alto police force should be defunded. I would like to see the voices of our community represented better by the executive branch of our local government. However, the current police force doesn't seem to be able to do this. We should have more direct control of our security and its providers. I propose that we support our residents in hiring private security instead by having either neighborhoods or individual citizens hire private guards. We give control back and allow the residents to control the level of force used in enforcement of the law. Thus, neighborhoods choosing to allow protesters to protest can decide for themselves whether or not to support the curfew. If they would like for specific laws if they would like for people to be able to circumnavigate specific laws, they ought to choose to, and not have to have a police force that is uncontrollable or unable, or that they can't directly select. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Vetter. Robert, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, I just wanted to speak really quickly directly to Adrian Fine. I know that you're saying we shouldn't be calling out specific people. However, these are police officers that I personally do not feel comfortable policing me in my community. And I think that a lot of the rest of us don't feel comfortable with them policing us in our community. And that brings me to my next point. I think if we need to talk about these officers, if we're going to talk about the culture of PAPD and policing in general, I think we like to think of ourselves as a very progressive city. However, people have brought up redlining. People have brought up their personal experiences seeing policemen using excessive force, the settlements, about civil rights suits that our police have had to pay. I think it's very clear that we're not as progressive as we think we are. And we really need to talk about that culture and fire the police officers who have had any incidences like this in the past. Also, I want to talk about 8 Can't Wait. I think reform is good, but it's completely not enough. I think we need to start defunding PAPD with the goal of following in the Minneapolis City Council's footsteps and disbanding it once we have other community safety practices in place that are not so violent and that don't disproportionately affect people of color like Palo Alto Police does. So yeah, I would love to see Zach Crone fired. I would love to see Thomas DeStefano fired. And if you think that police abolition doesn't work, read Angela Davis, read writings about police abolition. It shouldn't be our job as citizens to teach you this. You should also be very proactive in this. I also just want to say, Liz Niss, I want to echo this. I was very disturbed by your comments about the curfew. Yeah, I yield my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Robert. Our next speaker is Jeremy Shaw. Jeremy, you have 2 minutes. You may need to unmute from your end, Jeremy. Jeremy, you have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't have very much prepared. I have to say that I'm humbled by the speakers that have gone before me. It's great to see particularly all the young people engaged on this topic. I've lived in Palo Alto for 30 years. I'm a white man, married, kids. I kind of, fit the middle profile. But I have to say I've been very exercised in the last week or two by what's been going on, and I've been concerned for much longer about structural racism in this country. I think it pervades everything. I welcome the resolution by the City Council about supporting Black Lives Matter. However, I believe it's far too little and too late. We've got to do more. Palo Alto considers itself, I think, a leading city, as a progressive city. And I think this response to the current crisis is spineless. And I think that Palo Alto needs to do a lot more in terms of police accountability. I think that Palo Alto needs to end broken windows policing. It needs to implement real community oversight of the police, to adopt the 8-count weight, clear and strict measures to limiting the use of force. There needs to be independent and not for-profit investigation and prosecution of accusations of police misconduct. There needs to be full community representation in the oversight of the police, to have a real policy around body and dash cams. The training programs for police need to emphasize de-escalation techniques.
Jeremy, your
Okay,
time is
thank you.
up. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Defund Palo Alto PD. However, we have only several speakers after that, which are Sid Wesley, a phone call-in with the last numbers of 917, Dorit Goikham, Hamilton Hitchings, Todd Burke, and our final speaker will be Reverend Coloma Smith. Defund PAPD, go ahead, you have 2 minutes. Hello, are you there? We'll go to Sid Wesley. Sid, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you so much. I firstly want to say, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I would like to say that I'm commenting in support of the resolution to express council support of the Black Lives Matter movement and to review police and public safety practice. However, I think that, as has been said, that is far too little and far too late, and simply a little bit ridiculous that this even needs to be talked about and voted on. Additionally, as a lot of people have been talking about the 8 Can't Wait campaign, I would like to say that I think the 8 to abolition route is much better and should be considered fully. Police reform has not worked, has never worked, and it just means investing more money into the police. A lot of these reforms have been tried and have failed, and it would only reduce police killings by 72%, which is a decent amount, but is still not enough. The only route that will work will be defunding the police, and Palo Alto must consider defunding the Palo Alto Police Department. As the people have said, police occupy 19.73% of the Palo Alto budget compared to community services. The proposed fiscal budget is seeking to increase police general fund expenditures by 5.4%. With or without the 8 Can't Wait, this will probably continue to be somewhere around there. And this is why defunding the police is extremely important. It must be refunded into development programs like affordable housing, equitable education, free healthcare, and increased mental health crisis and crisis support. People have been calling for these considerations for years, but with the trade-off of police funding, it's extremely, even without police funding, these needs to be funded. But the way to do that is through defunding the police. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Sid. Our next speaker is a phone call speaker with the last 3 digits of 917. Go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Hello?
Hi, go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, it's Winter Dellenbach. The Palo Alto Police Department policy manual is a misnomer. It isn't a manual of policies, but of guidelines. It says, quote, except where otherwise expressly stated, the provisions of this manual shall be considered as guidelines, unquote. I'd estimate 95% is guidelines. Guidelines don't need to be followed as policies do. We are a city with policing guidelines of sand rather than resting on a firm foundation of policy. The good news is that this should make it easier to enact needed reforms that support the police while also serving the public safety and safely and justly. The Palo Alto PD already has 3 of the 8 can't wait police reform principles in place since Governor Newsom plans to ban carotid holds. Another 8 can't wait principle in place needs refinement, and the third I want to speak to, and that's the duty to intervene. We have that. It requires officers to intervene to stop excessive force by another officer if they can, and for them to report it to their supervisor immediately. That guideline was ignored when Gustavo Alvarez had his head gratuitously rammed into the car windshield by Sergeant Benitez. The sergeant didn't submit a written report under the guidelines, nor did any other officer who witnessed it go to their supervisor as they should have. As far as I know, none of those officers were held accountable. Systemic racism is built into our police department. It's seen in the lack of firm policies, in the holding back of timely release of independent auditor reports and videos to the public that fosters bad actors and a lack of accountability. With heightened accountability, reforms can be deeply meaningful, and without it, reforms will falter. A low
Thank you,
income
Winter.
brown
Your time
man.
is up. Winter, your time is up.
Yes, the beating of brown men, I don't think that an affluent-looking white.com man would ever be beaten in Palo Alto. But brown men are being targeted. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dorit Goikman.
Hi.
Go ahead, Dorit. You have 2 minutes.
Hi. Thank you for providing this forum this evening. So this is an issue that I've been thinking about for a very long time, and I would urge this council to focus very carefully on the collective bargaining agreement, and which appears to expire next June, and particularly Section 37E, which describes the ability to for an officer to appeal certain things that are recorded in their disciplinary record. It appears discretionary, which I think also only provides opportunity for discrimination, but the fact that disciplinary history can be removed at all, I can't imagine that would benefit anyone in any way aside from the officers. I would also urge this council to think very carefully about 8 can't wait. I do think many of the provisions are great and necessary, and it's almost unbelievable they're not already in place. But 8 can't wait is based on some very strange interpretation of data, and I think you should look at each provision carefully, particularly the ban of chokeholds. It shouldn't be just a rhyming convenient thing. I think you need to look very carefully at the studies out there that exist, and I think that this is based on some dubious data. That said, there are some really great provisions here, but I would just ask this council to look very carefully at those and to be maybe a little less than trustful of the claimed statistics. I think that the biggest issue is always accountability, and where that lies is in the collective bargaining agreements. We need to make sure that these provisions have teeth, not that we're just altering provisions over and over again with no ability to enforce them and no ability to hold police accountable. Thank you so much again for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Dorit. Our next speaker is Hamilton Hitchings.
Hi, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm a resident of Palo Alto. I was appalled by the horrific killing of George Floyd. I'm very supportive of the resolution, and I want to thank the council members for putting it together. We must update our city's police manual, in particular policies designed to avoid the use of excessive force by police, including 8 Can't Wait and Project Zero, including the elimination of the carotid artery restraint and increased accountability. I would recommend an independent, city council sanctioned, local community committee whose mission should be to come back to the council with a set of recommended policy changes to the Palo Alto Police Manual that will help reduce the potential for excessive force and protect citizen civil rights while maintaining public and officer safety. Thoughtful, diverse selection of this local community committee, along with staff support to organize it and run it, is needed. Having served on the Citizen Advisory Committee, based on that experience, I would also recommend avoid making the membership too large in order to quickly and efficiently make impactful recommendations that can be adopted by the City Council. The city's Human Rights Commission and members who have previously served on it would be ideal candidates to serve and oversee it. The City Council should determine the membership makeup since the council is an elected body. Thank you.
Thank you, Hamilton. Our next speaker is Todd Burke. Todd, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you, Beth and Mayor Fine and council members. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. I too am in support of adopting the Black Lives Matter resolution. Black Lives Matter, and the events have been fairly catastrophic with respect to Mr. Floyd and so forth. I also believe that the 8 Can't Wait needs to be strongly considered and hope that goes under due diligence by the council. Many speakers have offered a lot of data and a lot of background. I can't speak to too many interactions with Palo Alto PD, but a few, and I could say that every force like ours needs retooling, retraining, maybe even in some cases, maybe greater refocus. And I'm certainly in support of that. However, I'm not entirely sure that I understand completely defunding and disbanding this force that's attempting to provide some level of community protection, especially in the events recently. I listened to the Palo Alto PD police dispatch on Sunday in an effort to make sure that my community wasn't targeted for any untoward activity. Thankfully, it wasn't. But Palo Alto PD, Santa Clara PD, San Jose PD were all extremely busy trying to keep the peace. So there needs to be a lot of systemic change in the way that they approach their work. But I haven't heard what happens if they're not here. I believe all of us in the community need to do our best to maintain safety in the community. But until we hear of a good, solid alternative, I don't know that there is one. So asking them to stop and be defunded immediately is hard to understand without knowing what that alternative is. So hopefully some good thought can go into that. Some change can happen. Some non-lethal activities can be trained and they can become better for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. And our final speaker is Reverend Coloma Smith. Reverend, go ahead.
Can you hear me, Beth?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, City Council. As usual, it is a pleasure to speak with you. So many people have spoken so eloquently tonight, from defunding to 8 Can't Wait. But my push to you right now is to not do what we would do in Palo Alto, which is overthink and push things to the side. We have 3 options at this moment. We can stay the way we've always been. We can sort of push this change into random administrative pools, or we can be bold and make some hard decisions. I encourage you not to let the forces that usually push negotiations in the background and push change back control this narrative. As you saw with 2,000 people out in the street on Saturday, there is a ton of emotion and a ton of push behind this. And I think there is the reality that we have to do something with policing, and it has to be done now. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's the end of our public speakers.
Thank you very much, Clerk Minor, for helping us receive all that comment. And on behalf of the whole council, on behalf of all the staff, I know we're all very deeply grateful and appreciative in listening to all your comments. So to everyone who just spoke, We really appreciate it. Keep on it, keep on sending us emails, and keep on joining our meetings. We really benefit from it. It's been about an hour and 10 minutes, so I'm going to call a 5-minute break, and then we'll get back to it. So let's be back here in 5 minutes, please. Thank you, everyone. Okay, I see 5 of us, and hopefully our other colleagues are just joining right now. So again, thank you to all our public speakers. We really appreciate your input on this item. I have a quick couple comments, and then if my colleagues are okay with it, I was suggesting maybe, as a nice gesture, we could each take turns reading the proclamation, maybe doing paragraph by paragraph. The Vice Mayor thought that would be a good suggestion, and I agree. So just a few comments. The past few weeks have really been unlike anything I have seen or experienced, and I think that probably goes true for most of us. It's been deeply emotional and harrowing, but it's also a repeat, right? America has a deep history of violence against Black people, Black Americans, and there have been recurring protests and demonstrations against that to try and correct that, and they haven't moved the ball. And so, as I said on Saturday, I'm going to do everything I can within my power, within my abilities here on the council, to make sure that doesn't happen in Palo Alto, that we do take this opportunity to make legitimate and transformative changes, and that we eliminate, bias and racism across our city as best as we can. I think that is a noble goal for us. This government really is meant to and required to represent everyone and treat everyone with respect and dignity. That is foundational to the work we do. And I think some of the national protests are a rebuttal to that, saying that governments are not stepping up, governments have not done enough. And so that's on us. As many commenters mentioned, this resolution is just a start, but it's certainly not enough. I think we do need to work on a framework to evaluate, report on, and improve our police department. But I want to do it in partnership with the community, my colleagues here, the police department, and our union leadership. I think we can maintain our safety and security in Palo Alto. This is a very safe town. It's something we should rightfully be proud of, but we can also eliminate any potential areas for bias and racism. The Palo Alto Police Department can indeed be relied upon to keep us safe, but we need to ensure that we eliminate any potential for bias and racism in our policing, not to mention other city services and the administration as a whole. I'll just end on one last note. This past weekend, we also mourned the death of Sergeant Gutwiller in Santa Cruz, as many of us were protesting and demonstrating in Palo Alto. So with that, I was wondering if it makes sense, and just nod your head if you think it's a good idea for us all to read the proclamation, maybe just a paragraph or so each. Yep. Okay. Maybe we'll go in alphabetical order, and the Vice Mayor and I can split the middle paragraph. Councilmember Cormack, you helped me write this. Again, thank you for your great words here. And if you want to start us off.
I thank you so much, Mayor Fine, for this opportunity. A resolution proclaiming that Black Lives Matter. Whereas the inhumane murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis on May 5th, 2020, by officers of that city's police department breaks our heart and breaks the promise of this country, which is that all people are created equal. Our nation is understandably outraged, scared, and worried. And
Tom, maybe Eric and I will split the middle one.
Okay. Whereas, as your city government, we have an obligation to protect and serve everyone, no matter who they are or where they come from. At this moment of reckoning, we are called upon to listen and to speak, to kneel and to stand, and to reflect and to improve. And
whereas we deeply appreciate the dedicated women and men of our police force who work day and night to keep our community safe, at the same time, the tremendous power of our police officers must always be balanced with the tremendous responsibility they have.
We will recommit to a shared understanding of how we treat the members of our community, who gets the benefit of the doubt and who gets pulled over, who gets let off with a warning, and who is injured or killed. Our community is not immune to nor exempt from this soul-searching work. And Liz, I think it's your turn.
Whereas the city of Palo Alto commits to the affirmation that Black Lives Matter because so many Black and brown lives have for so long been discounted, undervalued, abused, and taken from us. We cannot and will not accept this here in our city, and here in our country.
And council members Ku and Tanaka, I'm sorry for my poor math, but if you'd be able to maybe split the last paragraph between.
Council member Tanaka can go ahead and read it.
You want to start off and I can finish after the end, or how do you want to do it?
Okay, I'll just take a first sentence. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the City of Palo Alto does hereby express its support and proclamation that Black Lives Matter. Councilmember Tanaka.
Sure. And commit to our local government to do everything within our power to review our police and public safety practices with the community and then implement measures that reflect no tolerance for police violence, prejudice, discrimination, and harm.
Thank you all for that. I hope that sends a strong message to everyone working for the city, everyone in our community, and also to each of us about the work that we're just beginning to undertake. After we vote on the resolution, there'll be time for more discussion, but I will just move the resolution.
And I will second.
Thank you. Happy to have any comments or questions on it, but I think we should maybe vote on the resolution and then discuss, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Okay. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Myself is a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you all very much. I really appreciate your participation here and support for this. As I said, these are just words. It's just a beginning. I want to open it up to any of you for any comments and questions, and then I have a kind of next steps for us, but let's just keep it to comments and questions for a moment. Please just hit your hands if there's anything you'd like to share or questions, ideas. Councilmember Niss. You're on mute.
I think I'm going to take my mute off. As I started to say, thank you both to Mayor Fine and to Councilmember Cormack for writing this. It's beautifully written. I hope one of the papers puts it into a section where everyone will get a chance to see it. It's just beautifully written. So, Adrian, I have a feeling you're going to suggest some action. And so I think for us to listen to everything we've heard tonight and to not talk about what our next steps would be a mistake. So I don't know what you're suggesting, but I certainly heard the Reverend who spoke last talk about that, because without some type of organization that binds us together so that you can have a conversation about where this could go, I think that things will not change easily. I do not know what they've done yet in Minneapolis. I haven't heard or haven't seen it in action yet, but I think this is one of those times when we need to sit down with not only with Chief Johnson, but with the others who are in our community at City Hall, and have a pathway forward. And as I said, I'm quite sure you have an idea like that, but I would certainly support that.
Councilmember Ku.
Thank you. So thank you to both the mayor and Councilmember Cormack for writing the resolution. Appreciate it greatly. I did want to say that, I did attend the protest on Saturday, and as I was standing there, it was very difficult, and it did bring some anger because it's been 30, 60, over 100 years, and still we're going through the racism and the discrimination, as well as, the Black Americans being oppressed and marginalized. So the resolution is a first step, But like many people have said, as well as Councilmember Nis and the mayor has said, that there needs to be action behind that. So at the protest, something that was very meaningful was what Judge Ladoras Corday had mentioned. History is important and it's very powerful. It's not just an event or a date. It draws politics, sociology, economics, and anthropology, for all which feed into the history of individuals and societies. In order to successfully navigate our society in the present, it is necessary to know what came before. The cause and forces of change upon our lives and the individuals of the past who shaped our society. So I would hope that we would encourage our elected officials at the state level to ensure our education institutions put more emphasis on history in our high schools, in our middle schools, so that what has happened in the past is not forgotten, and that we use it to drive change and make us realize and never forget what others had done for our country in order to provide the freedom and to abolish oppression. Also, I want to be sure that as we move forward, we remember what each month signifies. The month of February was Black History Month. The month of May was Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. And for the Muslims in our community, Ramadan had started in April and has just ended towards the end of May. How was it highlighted in Palo Alto? I don't think we even brought it up. So I really would hope that we would pay more emphasis when it comes to that. And, you know, one of the best places that we could have it emphasized is if we have the Palo Alto History Museum, in order to always ensure that that comes forward as we move forward. Of course, there's also policies that we have in that our state legislature, even here at the city, how it takes place. There is the proposed ACA 5 that would repeal the entire provision of Proposition 209 by falsely claim that Proposition 209 is the root cause of so-called disparities. The bill falsely claims that removing the Equal Protection Clause from California State Constitution, which achieves the goal of equal opportunities for all, that involves education, that involves hiring at city government, that also involves contract negotiations. Then there is, of course, state Senate bills that are proposed, such as SB Senate Bill 902 by Senator Wiener. There's also the Assembly Bills 3173 by Bloom. There's Assembly Bill 1279, also by Senator Bloom. Also Assembly Bill 725 by Buffy Wicks. All of these legislations are not brought forward and people don't know about them, what it does. Those proposed legislations has criteria or has no criteria nor requirement for below market rate housing. Instead, it insists on a trickle down housing method. How has that worked in the last century? There's also Plan Bay Area, which is the current regional transportation plan, charting a course for transportation, investment, and land use priorities for the next 25 years. It's a plan to address growth, but what has been created is an imbalance, not only in jobs and housing, but also the socioeconomic status. So pay attention, and it will reveal inequities in access to resource, plus issues related to privilege, power, and control. Even in our own land use and zoning, it has problems. The fact that the criteria for housing that is what is called affordable is up to 120% area median income. I'm almost done. With absolutely no requirement to produce 80% AMI or area median income. BART and Caltrain, their fares are expensive. Yet to fund their infrastructure, what does the government do? They put on the ballot increases to sales tax. That's the remedy to fund it. It only continues the oppression and marginalizes even more. So my 5 minutes might be up. I see Monique. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, first I just want to say directly, Black Lives Matter. I think at least 6 of us on council participated in the protest on Saturday. And there were several powerful speeches on the Black condition in the US and here in Palo Alto. I do want to say I'm proud of Palo Alto and the integrated community we have here. We can always do better. And, you know, the images we've been seeing from around the country are disturbing. I truly believe that that type of behavior would not be tolerated here. And I don't think it's going to happen here. On our police department, I think the men and women of our police department serve our community well. We are not Minneapolis or Ferguson or Detroit. And while we have had a few issues, I think our police should not be viewed as the problem, but as part of the solution. And I personally want to invite the representatives of our police unions to come to our future meetings and to give their input and views so that we can work together to improve our public safety department and some of our policies. On the curfew, I don't support it, and I was glad it ended in 2 days. And personally, I believe a curfew could be used as a response to looting if necessary, but it shouldn't be used preemptively. And I want to say I support the 8 Can't Wait initiative, and I think we will make progress on that front. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. The really powerful, peaceful protest on Saturday had some unbelievably amazing speakers who shared the stories of their lives and of their ancestors in a way that gets at the history that Councilmember Koo was speaking about, and also at the lived experience of people in our community. And what I felt on that breezy day was frankly the winds of change. And you can look at what happened in our community, and you can look at what happened in communities across this country and around the world. This is a moment of reckoning. President Obama's words are in this resolution for a reason. I remain grateful for the women and men of our police force who work day and night. One of the things happening currently during shelter in place is significant concerns about family violence. And it's the police who go each night into the homes of people who feel unsafe and protect them. So I just offer that as a reminder of something that our police officers do every day here in our community. That is something that does happen. I also want to say that this is not just about our police force. This is about our council, our board members and commission members, our staff, and the community. So I think there'll be an opportunity for us to integrate thinking about bias and racism throughout our entire community. So I want to be sure that that's a part of the discussion that we have as we go forward. But mostly I want to thank the organizers of the event on Saturday. I apologize, I don't have your names written down here. But it was a wonderful thing, and it was a privilege for me to be a witness. And I thank the mayor for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. Any other comments? Councilmember Filsath.
Well, I'm going to wait to hear what you have to propose in a minute. I'll just add on Saturday that I thought a lot of it was profoundly moving, and I'm proud of our city for you know, it was a privilege to host that. So.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands. Just one or two other comments, echoing a few things. You know, one, it was incredible. It was. If folks who are listening weren't there, this demonstration, which had 2,000 plus people, was organized by a group of 5 or so 18 to 21-year-olds. And that is a real, honor to them. And I think a true demonstration of how strong and diverse and powerful our community can be. So I want to echo that. And again, thank you to the city staff for helping to organize it and documenting and keeping it safe. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I also want to say I was very impressed with the demonstration. Like a lot of people, and I guess the thing is that the protest here was pretty. There was no like it was a true protest. It wasn't looting. It wasn't like what you've seen in some other cities. So I thought it was a really good show of civic engagement, and I think it seemed to be very well organized. So I just want to commend the people for being civically engaged, but also for there were a lot of people involved, I think, to kind of keep this thing organized. So I think that was really good. I was just wondering whether, and Mayor, it's up to you, but do you think that the Chief Johnson should say a few words since it involves his department?
I think it's not a bad idea. Mr. City Manager and Chief Johnson, if you have anything you'd like to add, we would love to hear your perspective and hear from you.
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I was really anticipating to follow your lead, but that said, since you gave me the opportunity, I would like to share a perspective as as representative of your professional staff. Really do want to thank you for taking this moment to acknowledge, as been mentioned, this inflection point. I would note to you again, as someone who has spent my career largely in public service, that I really do see this as an incredibly important moment for us as an institution and really for the profession and the service of local government. Taking on an issue as big as institutional racism is extraordinary and happens perhaps once in a generation. And here it is in front of us. Clearly, what we've heard from you and we've heard from the community is the importance of acting urgently to address police use of force issues. Those are issues that have already been identified and have been discussed, but also recognize the importance that we look beneath the surface at root issues that require a deeper review of our institutional barriers. Recognizing, as has been said, that Black Lives Matter does provide a foundation for us individually and collectively to act on our responsibility for human rights, and effectively tackling these really difficult issues requires both, as said, both immediate urgent action where we have clear next steps, while also showing that we value diverse voices in the decision making ahead of us. I have a really long list of things that I would like to tackle as a part of this effort, but really look to the council to give us some basic parameters for how you'd like to proceed. I think initially we would anticipate coming back to you, depending on your discussion tonight, as quickly as next week, in order to give you some initial recommendations on how we might tackle a range of issues, not the least of which include, again, starting with police use of force issues and our own practices, but also opening the conversation to a broader audience and in many ways voices that have not been heard and that have not had the opportunity to engage on these really, really difficult issues of bias and racism that exist in our institutions. Starting with police, but then extending to our own, our organization as a whole. And there's been some suggestion that we look at decision-making within the city organization. And I welcome that, absolutely welcome it, and would love to engage in all pursuits. There are a number of frameworks that could be used for that deeper look. And again, would really like to work with the council on setting an approach that can be reflective of the level of urgency that I think we all feel, while also ensuring that we do take the time necessary to make sure that the voices that, again, are not often heard from have the opportunity to engage. So let me stop there and perhaps ask Chief Johnson to comment as well.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I actually do have a few things to say, and that's why I know you regret giving me the microphone sometimes, but I would like to say first and foremost, as I did last week, not only as a police chief, but as a father, a son, a sibling of four others in my family, in a very committed relationship with somebody I care deeply about. I want to once again acknowledge and express my deep sorrow for the George Floyd family, just as I did at last week's council. That was a death that should have never occurred. I admitted that and acknowledged that last week, and I still believe that today, that it was a tragedy that just flat out shouldn't have happened, and it's not acceptable. And our profession, I will own it, can do better and must do better. With that said, listening to tonight was rough. Let me say this by taking a pause. I invite everyone that spoke tonight to attend one of our community academies, because I think it's extremely beneficial to be well informed on how we operate, what our policies are involve, what our protocols are in place, rather than providing insight from what I somewhat consider misleading information that's not accurate. We've been working very hard to make sure that the community is well informed on our policies, where we stand in regard to in connection with the 8 Can't Wait campaign. And when you look into the website that the city manager addressed at the beginning, that we've posted where we stand on our policies and protocols, you'll find we are very progressive, and we're actually really closely in line with 7 to 8 of those areas in the 8 Can't Wait campaign. But with all that said, I'm more than welcome to open up for improvement and review. And I've said that from the moment I've walked in every agency I've worked with, is you never settle with complacency, because if you settle with that, then you're not doing well at all. And we have been very open to input from day one. Where I think I have failed this council is, we were working, for many of you wanting to go to the community academy, to go through that academy, that. And we were trying to coordinate that to happen this year for not only council members, but for commissioners. We do it 3 times a year for the community. And things just happened this year and we didn't get to it. And I deeply regret that. I wish we had had that opportunity so each of you would be well informed on our policies and protocols and all the good work. But with that said, we did provide a very detailed update to you back in February with our study session on what we do for this community, how we do it. And again, I think saying all that, most would agree that we're very progressive. We have a lot of things in this department that other agencies just don't. So when you try to compare us to an agency throughout the country, it's not even equivalent. There's no other agency that has a more comprehensive video capturing system than the Palo Alto Police Department. We briefed you that back in September or February. And there's many others that we take great pride in adhering to, especially when it comes to outside review through the independent auditor and having accountability. And if you look at that particular website that many of you were reciting, or I believe you were taking your information from, it also said we rank 91% in accountability. So you can take numbers and you can say what you want, but at least be fair and equitable, because to hear the attack on credibility and the work ethic of the hardworking men and women of this police department, as I listened to earlier tonight, without in-depth information on how we do our job, was tough. And I don't think it was fair, because this department is filled with a tremendous amount of individuals that are truly committed. They come in every single day to this community to serve and protect the residents and the businesses alike. And I know, and we have talked about it, and many of you have mentioned, occasionally we fall. And sometimes we do things that absolutely are not acceptable. And we hold our people accountable. And you can see that with the independent auditor, the reports that he puts out and his reviews and his recommendations. So we have work to do, but I don't want anyone to think that the Palo Alto Police Department's just been sitting by not doing anything. We've been working with our advisory group. I've been talking with them. I had a meeting with them today. And I've also been talking with the Human Relations Committee. commission on working together to try to look at how we do our job and look at how we review our policies and protocols and see how we stack up. And it's something I'm more than welcome to do. And I think at the end of the day, we'll be in line with President Obama's pledge to US mayors, and we'll definitely review our policies in place. We'll definitely engage the community to have a diverse range of input, and we'll report back. I don't care who we report back to, because I'm looking forward to that day that you see how well we do this job and how well we serve this community. So I'll finish with this. We're committed to protecting the rights of all people within this city. I've been very impressed, as many of you have said, with the demonstrations. I applaud these residents and these community members for such great coordination and organization, and for the peaceful outcome we've had. We've had demonstrations in this city every day for at least the past 6 days, if not longer, and each and every one of them remained peaceful and had great outcomes. But to close, I will say this, and I probably shouldn't, but to the callers who are advocating my resignation, I will willingly submit my resignation to this council at any point when you feel I'm not the right individual to lead this department through these extremely challenging times. I love this department. I think it's filled with amazing men and women. Are we capable of improving? Absolutely. Are we willing to improve? Always. That is what we strive for each and every day. So thank you for allowing me to address you, and I am here for the remainder of the evening to listen to your feedback.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, with your indulgence, just bookend the chief's comments with one final thought, that I appreciate the chief really, as he always does, taking responsibility for the actions and the performance of the police department. And to perhaps dovetail with that, let me take responsibility for the city organization. I do believe that as we provide you with your professional staff work and advise you in the steps ahead, in addition to the policies and practices of our police department, I do think it's time for us to examine the circumstances under which we send our police officers into situations and look to non-police responses where it can be appropriate. And there has been some references in the public testimony to non-police interventions, and those get complex. The city is not responsible for many social programs, but it is certainly a part of the context in which police work happens. So look forward to working with the council based on your direction and the steps forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shikata, for those comments. And Chief Johnson, thank you for your open and transparent words, and thank you for your service. So I have a brief motion. It really is just a framework that I think we can work on, and I'm happy to hear your all input. And I believe I sent it to the city clerk. It's not very long, I promise, but it would be to direct staff to return with a framework to review, report on, and improve our police policies and practices focused on accountability and eliminating any potential racism or discrimination. Report on possible improvements to the police hiring practices. And then to the city manager's last point, begin a diversity, inclusion initiative at City Hall. So I believe it's up there. We may want to just bullet it out to a few lines if that would help.
I'd be happy to second this, Mayor Fine, if we have a time frame attached.
Sure. So I discussed with the city manager, and I'll walk through each of these, that staff is prepared in the next week to come back with the start of this. And Mr. Shikata, I don't know if there's a time frame for this project as a whole. I know this could be a large piece of work.
We start, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, we start with plan to come back to you next week. That said, our reports then would be out in 2.5 days.
Yeah.
So would like to hear the council's input on how we're scoping this next step.
Okay. Councilmember Cormack, does that help?
It does. Can we talk just a little bit about C?
Sure. Let me just quickly, I've just got a few comments on each of these. So on letter A, whether it's Campaign Zero, Obama's Mayor's Pledge, 8 Can't Wait, I'm actually not certain. I want to review those different frameworks, review our policies, report on them, engage our department and union, and then figure out what kind of changes or transformations we need. On letter B, let's understand how our hiring influences the services we provide and make sure that our officers and citizens get to work with the best available. And then on letter C, as the city manager mentioned, this is not just about police. In a discussion the other day, he mentioned to me he's been with the organization, the city, for 5 years, and we haven't had a concerted diversity, inclusion, or bias training. And I am certainly no expert on inclusion and diversity, but let's have staff in our community figure out a path to bring more diversity to the decision-making table. So that's my motion. It was kind of a framework for a framework, but would love to hear all of your inputs.
Okay, happy to second. Would you like me to go ahead and speak to it now?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think the important thing in A, and I'll just check to see if staff thinks that it's encompassed in framework, is that the community is a participant in the framework. So this will not just be done by a certain group, but the community will be allowed and encouraged to participate. Is that something that staff contemplates in the framework?
Yes.
Great. Okay. And then in terms of improvements to police hiring practices, I think this is important, and I want to say why. We have seen other organizations around the world, other professions, who haven't paid enough attention to this. And it's meant that on the occasion when someone behaves badly, that person is moved elsewhere, and then bad behavior can continue. So I think B is actually extremely important, and I appreciate the mayor including it. C, we'll sort out what the words are as we go through, but I'm going to repeat my earlier comment. This is not just about staff at City Hall. This is about the council and board members and commission members as advocates, informed advocates. I think it's also possible this could go as far as something that the community has a broad discussion on. This could be one of the classes that we teach in our community services department. This is an opportunity to work with the school district, et cetera. So I think perhaps as I speak through this, the City Hall part is making me feel like it's a little bit restricted. Could we say throughout the city?
I think that makes sense. Yeah, throughout the city. I think City Hall was a stand-in, but yeah.
That's fine, especially since no one's there right now. Although it looks like possibly maybe the city manager. Okay. All right, with that, I'm sure my colleagues will have additional thoughts, but I think this is a bridge between the words of our resolution and the work that we need to do. And I thank the mayor for bringing it forward.
Thank you, and thank you for the second. Councilmember Koo, I see your hand up.
Thank you for bringing forth the motion. Within the framework, I think, Councilmember Cormack said it would involve the community in its discussion of coming up with the framework and reviewing the police policies and practices. But I was wondering if you would take a friendly amendment and include in there to have a citizens oversight board comprised of 3 to 5 community members, and they would report to the council. The way I, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, you go ahead. I interrupted. I apologize.
I was just thinking that, this way it would be community members in this oversight board that would be reaching out to other community members versus city staff. And there would be a layer of trust and confidence, and they would be dealing with peers from the community. So I hope you can consider that. And depending on where the Citizen Oversight Committee goes, I would hope that it could also be formed as a commission as we move forward. So like some of our commission and boards.
So I am certainly open to that. I will just say, I thought about this because there are a couple places it could go. One is a new commission. One is the HRC, our Standing Human Relations Commission. Another is the Chiefs Advisory Commission. And I wasn't really sure. And so I kind of was interested in hearing staff's take after kind of digesting this for a few days. I could certainly see it going this way. But I was hoping to be a little more broad than prescriptive, if that makes sense, just because I wasn't really sure how one of those committees would influence this decision-making process. And I think we've all expressed some urgency here. So that's my hesitation to accept this. I don't know if the seconder has any comments.
I think this is a potential thing for us to consider, but I think it's a part of the framework. So I wonder if that's something we could consider next week when we get the framework back, which will likely have recommendations or options for ways to choose the community input. I guess what I'm saying is I think this level of specificity is appropriate next week once we have the options, but I appreciate the suggestion.
Well, then we'll see what next, I'll withdraw it and we'll see what next week comes back with. And if it's not there, I'll reintroduce for consideration. I think, with this, there's just a layer of being removed from staff. And hopefully, they could be a conduit in terms of bringing about trust and confidence in the police department and with our staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ku. Councilmember Tanaka.
So thank you for putting this together. I definitely support this. I think we, I don't know if for those that attended, if you guys saw the talk from Hudson Alexander, but he's a young guy. He spoke really well. Definitely was inspired by his speech. I think Reverend Smith actually has it on his Facebook page as well. So if you guys missed it, you could watch it. I actually thought about the HRC as well, and I was wondering if the mayor would let. I think Chair Smith is actually still online, if I'm not mistaken, and if so, whether you could get his take on, perhaps this could also be, this could also go to the HRC, because what I like about the HRC versus the Chiefs, group is that the Chiefs group doesn't report into us; it reports into the chief, but the HRC reports into us. And I think to really make sure that this is done right, I think it really does need council oversight. And the Human Relations Commission, this is kind of their function. Maybe Councilman Ku's right. Maybe we need to augment this with another committee or commission, perhaps. But I'd love to just get the HRC's chair, if he's available, and if you're willing to let him just speak just a few words, because I thought. I just thought that what kind of stuff he said and kind of things that they're thinking about in HRC would be very valuable as input to us on council.
Sure. Reverend Smith, would you have any comments here?
I think the HRC is well positioned to implement this. I know myself and Commissioner Daryl Savage already are the liaisons to the police department for the HRC, so there is built-in relationship there. And we have been working hand in hand with Chief Johnston for about a year now. So we have an idea of how the department operates, and we can work with it. There's a built-in relationship there, but I would defer to staff because they might see different pathways. But I think we have the capacity with myself and Commissioner Savage to really help guide this process and be part of that discussion.
So I kind of feel that the HRC should really take the lead on it. I think we on council need to keep a close pulse to this and make sure that it actually happens right and it gets fixed. But I think in order to really go deep, because it's already what time is it? Almost 11, it's 11 o'clock already, right? And we have like a bunch of other items on our agenda. And I'm worried that if we try to do all the detailed stuff ourselves, we're not gonna be able to do a very good job and really kind of implement the changes or figure out the recommendations needed to kind of fix some of the issues. So I think, and I'm looking for the maker and seconder to consider maybe adding in to have HRC start diving into this, because I think this is urgent, this is important, and I think it'd be great if Chair Smith and the rest of the HRC commission could really dive into this, kind of get the root of the matter, and just make this kind of like one of their key objectives. And then if it looks like we need more people, like better representation in the community, then we could also augment it as necessary. But I think we should, unless it sounds like the commission has capacity now, this is their charter. It seems like we have a very capable chair who could handle this. So I would just want to see if the maker and seconder would consider this.
So my answer is the same as with the Citizens Committee. I'm open to HRC. I actually think they may be aligned with letter C better than A. I'll just say that there is some urgency here. And I believe San Mateo has committed to doing similar work in the next 60 days. And other communities are on similar timelines. And I really would love to give staff just, so we're giving them 3 days to come back with a plan for this framework. And I think that is a reasonable amount of time where next Monday we can again discuss what is the framework and what is the best way to apply that. That's my feeling for the moment. Councilmember Cormack?
I think the other reason it's important to wait until next week is that this hasn't actually been shared yet with the community, unless people are watching and listening, and we've already passed the point for public comment because we were discussing the resolution. I would really want to get input from the whole community as about the best way to move forward. So that decision, again, I think is best made next Monday.
Well, I understand. My feel is just, I think it'd be great to harness our commissions. I know they're eager and they're interested, but if you guys
no disagreement about the HRC being a participant, but let's let everybody have an opportunity to look at what staff outlines for us on Thursday, and then we can have a conversation on Monday around the details.
Okay.
So I don't see any other hands. Mr. City Manager, any comments on this?
No, I think you've given us some general parameters that would be helpful for us to bring back to you some options.
Okay. Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, well, okay, so I'm glad we're doing this, and I think it's appropriate. All of us watched the George Floyd video, and after our shock, right, and horror, right? I mean, the most basic fundamental question you ask first is, my God, could that happen here? And I don't think so. But I wouldn't have guessed it could happen in Minneapolis either. So I think we're right to ask the question, and you got to ask it, right? I mean, I don't think that could happen here, but we got to ask the question, right? And then more broadly than that, we've got a circumstance in our society where a sizable chunk of our population, right? 15% African American, more than that Latin X. A sizable chunk of Americans feel less safe when a police car goes by than instead of feeling more safe. And that's not acceptable in our country. And all of us, all police agencies, we're going to have to think about how we make sure that changes, right? So I think it's an ideal time for self-reflection. It's always a good time for self-reflection, but now it's a really good time for self-reflection. And that's what this constitutes. And I think we should proceed. And I think we have a good police organization in Palo Alto. But as the chief says, you know, I think some self-reflection at this point and to see how we can be better is appropriate. Thanks.
Councilmember Koo.
Could we also paint Black Lives Matter on Forest Avenue? City manager?
Is that an assignment?
Could that be possible?
I really leave that to the discretion of the council. Is that a motion? I'm sorry, and not to joke about it, but I don't quite know what to make of that request.
Well, they have it in one of the other cities or two of the other cities, but I think it's a very huge statement to do that and have it in a prominent area here in Palo Alto, maybe even on Hamilton. So I don't know. If I need to make a motion, would you accept a D?
I wonder if I might. I think that's an area where the HRC and the Public Art Commission would probably have the opportunity to look at that and even more. You know, earlier you spoke about a variety of other things, Councilmember Koo, that aren't just related to Black Lives Matter. So to me, I think that's part of C. I'm not sure that it necessarily needs a motion because I think it's something that would enable us to connect the different departments we have. It's not really just about that one thing. Does that make sense? I'm just thinking about it. We could broaden it out a bit. Do you think, Mr. City Manager, that might be a way to include our various departments?
Certainly. I think part of the challenge for the moment and ahead of us is how to ensure this is not a one-off. And I think from the comments we've heard, that's certainly the commitment that we're all expressing. And so would like to allow the council and the organization to help come up with some strategies to ensure that this has a permanent effect on us all.
Do you have an amendment there, Councilmember Koo?
No, I'm just going to go with what Councilmember Cormack has said. You know, let's see what comes back next week. Those are thoughts, and those are, you know, I believe it goes deeper than just, you know, a resolution, which is a good start. And this motion is a good start. But I do want to see concrete matters come out of this. And this is the beginning. So I don't want to put too much things in there, and I'll go with what Councilmember Cormack has suggested.
I hear you. I'll volunteer two things. One is I'll paint it with you if the city manager gives us permission. And two, in our study session later tonight on potentially opening streets, maybe that's another opportunity. But
I'll take you up on that.
Just empathize with it. Councilmember Filseth, I see your hand again.
Sorry, I'm done.
Okay. I think we've had a fruitful discussion. A lot more work to do. This is just committing ourselves to actually doing that work. And as I said at the beginning, you know, I think many times in America we've seen these movements come and go. I want to work with you all to make sure we don't let this one go. So let's get our butts in gear and get some good stuff done and make sure we have the most just, equitable city we can have. Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Thank you all for this. I know this is tough work. It's emotional, and we're entering a new space. So I appreciate all your work. Okay, that completes item 4A. Next up is item 5, adoption of a resolution declaring an intention to temporarily suspend the levy of assessment against the Business Improvement District. And if staff has a presentation.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm David Ramberg with the Administrative Services Department. Tonight, staff is verbally presenting for time the first of 2 meetings on the Downtown Business Improvement District following council's prior action on May 4th to suspend the bid assessment for fiscal year 20 due to the COVID-19 emergency. Staff is recommending tonight to suspend the bid assessment for fiscal year 21 as well, which covers July 1st, 2020 to June 30th of 2021. Additionally, the bid would be temporarily suspended for 1 year, and it would reassess its future strategy during that time. Should council approve this recommendation, staff will return with the appropriate action at a public hearing during the June 23rd council meeting. Staff is presenting an alternative recommendation number 2, should council decide to move forward with a bid assessment rather than a suspension, which would be consistent with prior years without COVID-19 implications. Both recommendations are provided here tonight since council's direction to suspend the assessment in fiscal year 21 had not yet been previously sought by staff. As background, the Palo Alto Downtown Business and Professional Association serves as the advisory board for the bid. Tonight, we are joined by Brad Aiken from the board of the Palo Alto Downtown Business and Professional Association and chairperson of the advisory board for the bid. And he's available if there are any questions or discussion with him. And with that, we are providing just a brief presentation tonight so we can move on to council discussion and questions as needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Ahikian, do you have any comments that you'd like to share with us quickly, and thank you for sticking with us.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys have a busy schedule tonight. So, just in respect for your guys' time, I'll just leave it at that. We've appreciated the council support kind of over the years. It's been a great partnership, but we definitely understand the time that we're in right now and the struggles our businesses are going through. We don't know how long it's going to last, and we don't know what's going to happen once this kind of shakes out. But yeah, I think this is the right move to put us on hiatus for a year and then put for the assessments for 2 years. And then again, we've already kind of had a discussion. A couple of our board members are already in discussion with the Chamber of Commerce to kind of set up a separate subcommittee focused on kind of downtown issues. This way there's a communication line that'll be available between the downtown businesses and the city. In the future, when we recover out of this, we can decide to revive the bid and we can continue working together. But in the meantime, we support the staff's recommendations.
Thank you. Okay, back to council. I first talked to Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, I think this is a prudent plan. I think the future is somewhat unclear. I think the events that the downtown bid puts on are appreciated, the summer concerts, the tree lighting. But I want to thank staff for the options. I read the report, and I'd just like to go ahead and move option 1, that we suspend the bid for FY21.
And I'll second it.
And I don't need to speak to it anymore.
Okay, Councilmember Niss.
I think this is self-explanatory. We've gone over this many times before, and I think given what's going on downtown, I don't know what else could happen that would influence us like what actually is going on does. So absolutely seconding it and voting for it.
Okay, so we have option 1, which is to waive the assessment fees this year, as opposed to option 2, which is to require a report back from the bid and then look at waiving fees. Councilmember Koo.
I just want to ask, maybe I'm not understanding this, but shouldn't we do the public hearing first and then go ahead and do a resolution?
As I
Is it backwards or?
as I understand it, this actually sets the date for the public hearing on June 22nd, with
Okay.
our intent to waive the fees.
Yes, that's correct. It tells the staff what to come back with, and there will be a second item.
Okay.
And it will be on June 23rd, not 22nd.
Sorry, let's make sure that's in the motion, please. Any other comments? I see your hands up, but you three have all spoken. Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, actually, back to Councilmember Cruz. I'm actually a little bit puzzled too, because usually every action item starts with public comment. So I'm actually puzzled. Do we not take public comment?
Thank you for the reminder. Really good point. I completely slipped my mind. If there are any members of the public who would like to speak to this item, the resolution declaring an intent to temporarily suspend the levy of assessment against the Business Improvement District for FY21, please raise your hand and the clerk will help you give your comment.
We'll just wait for a couple of seconds.
Sure. And thanks, Councilmember Tanaka, for the reminder.
Mayor Fine, there are no hands raised.
Okay. Anything else, colleagues? I don't see any hands, so let's vote. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yep.
Myself is a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 7-0. Do you guys want to take a quick break? Just nod if you do. No, I'm saying no. Okay. Let's move on to our next item. Last item for the night. Item number 8, direction on actions to facilitate outdoor dining and retail on streets, sidewalks, and parking areas in response to the COVID-19 emergency. Does staff want to take it away?
And I lost my video, so let me hand it off to Rachel Tanner, I believe, to lead us through a brief staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. It seems like my video is also not showing. Do folks see me right now? No, just a black screen. That's really interesting.
Same here. Wow, what's going on? Do others have video?
Well, I switched to a different camera, a little awkward angle, but it works. So I'm going to thank you, Mayor, thank you, Ed, and Mayor and council members. I'm going to share a brief presentation that should hopefully take just a few minutes, and hopefully I can share it with you guys. Let's see. Are you able to see the presentation? Maybe not.
Yeah. No.
No. All right.
Rachel and Ed, this is Jessica Brettel. I am happy to share the presentation.
If you can, that would be great.
You just have to cue me through it.
All right. I will give you the next slide cue. Thank you, Jessica.
You're welcome.
It's back. Thank you.
So tonight, staff seek input and direction from the City Council regarding adjusting regulations to facilitate and enhance outdoor dining and outdoor retail throughout Palo Alto. The proposed changes could facilitate dining during the COVID-19 pandemic, during the states of emergency as they exist, or perhaps unwind, and really as long as we need to work to prevent the spread of COVID-19. So as council is aware, the state of emergency was declared by Governor Newsom on March 4th, 2020, and locally here on March 16th. Also on March 16th, the Santa Clara County issued its first shelter-in-place order. And since that time, the order has been updated, and the most recent updates took effect last Friday at 12:01 a.m. So this updates allows several businesses and services to resume, including the focus of tonight's presentation, which is outdoor dining and in-person indoor retail sales. The pandemic, so these services are subject to certain restrictions, which you can see here on the slide. For outdoor dining, some of the restrictions include limiting the number of folks who can be at one table, how far the tables need to be from each other, and still no mixing of households. So you're still supposed to be with folks who you live with. For retail, we're allowing one customer per 200 square feet of customer accessible retail. And staff anticipate relaxing of the SIP order every 2 weeks if the county continues slowing the spread of COVID-19. And so we're working to try to anticipate how we would take those into account. There's one thing that the pandemic, if you can just stay on the other slide, Jessica, the pandemic has emphasized that we're really all in this together. And a vibrant, dynamic business districts with shops and restaurants enhance the quality of life for all Palo Altans, also allowing them to meet their daily needs. At the same time, those business generate tax revenue, which supports our local services and infrastructure. And so our attention to our business community and to our residents through these actions can help to make sure that our business districts survive and thrive, even given the COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide. So I'm going to talk briefly about 6 topic areas, which were also discussed in the staff report: sidewalk dining, street closures, parklets, private parking lots, outdoor retail display and sales activities, and alcohol consumption. Next slide. So staff proposed to create the Summer Streets Permit Program, and that looks at 3 areas: sidewalk dining, street closures, and parklets, to help facilitate businesses being able to operate under the new shelter-in-place order. Next slide. So with sidewalk dining, before the pandemic, businesses were allowed to apply for an encroachment permit issued by the Department of Public Works to place tables and chairs in the public right-of-way for exclusive use by their patrons for that dining establishment. So staff have created a streamlined version of the sidewalk dining encroachment permit as part of our Summer Streets Permit Program. It asks only for the most basic of plans to ensure that there's clearance from things like fire hydrants and utilities, make sure that there's accessible path of travel, insurance, and the process waives architectural review and fees. So most of these steps can be and have been enacted by staff through their staff level authority, but council action is needed to waive the fees and also to remove the minor architectural review. Next slide. Temporary street closures have been a very popular topic, as I'm sure you all are aware. The Summer Street Permit also allows for restaurants to place tables and chairs in closed portions of the public streets. And street closures, they are good because they can expand the outdoor area where tables and chairs can be placed, allowing restaurants to serve more patrons through dine-in service. Closed streets also provide an area where pedestrians can walk and maintain the social distancing that's recommended by the county. So staff can close streets through temporary street closure permits. However, for closures of a longer duration of the nature we are considering, such as through July, perhaps through Labor Day, or even into the fall, staff will want to come back to council for approval or ratification of those longer term closures. Next slide. I want to kind of shift to 2 different business areas that we want to focus, perhaps 2 different strategies for street closures. First, talking about California Avenue. So staff have engaged in extensive outreach and communication with local business community, especially with retail and restaurants located in downtown and on Cal Ave. And so following these conversations and input, staff proposed closing California Avenue from El Camino Real to Birch from 10 a.m. on Thursday to 10 p.m. on Sunday for weekends through June. In response to this, many of the Cal Ave businesses expressed a desire to close the street continuously. That's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week through July, so essentially the next 3 weeks, in order to really observe the impact of that closure on business activity. The thought behind this from the businesses was that having a longer closure would allow patrons and others to get used to the idea that this is kind of the new order of business. They don't have to remember which day is Cal Ave closed and which day is it open, and would give them enough time to really assess the impact, positive or negative, of the street closure. And I want to note that this closure would not affect the farmers market, which still would operate on Cal Ave on Sunday. And one thing that I think is different from Cal Ave from downtown is really the setup of the street. It's not a through street, it ends at the Caltrain station. The group of businesses are already familiar with closures because of the farmers market, and the density and proximity of restaurants to each other really creates a high concentration of restaurants and businesses that would take advantage of this closure. Next slide, please. In downtown, we have also had a strong dialogue with businesses on University Avenue and really throughout the downtown. And staff proposed closing University Avenue either for an evening, such as a Friday night, maybe from 5 to 10 p.m., a weekday and weekend day and evening, such as Saturday and Saturday night, or maybe for a whole weekend as a pilot to test the impact of closures. In response to these proposals, there have been an expression of both support and opposition from businesses. There have been many businesses who have wondered if a closure would deter folks from coming down. Some have feared a repeat of what happened when the utility program was doing construction downtown, and kind of what would happen to the curbside pickup business. And there's been a preference for some to install parklets instead of having a street closure. But still, other businesses have expressed a desire to do what's expedient, and certainly closing the streets for some may be more expedient than installing parklets, in addition providing even more space than a parklet can for seating and serving patrons. So some thought maybe we should try the idea to at least see if it has a positive or negative impact. So Council, you've heard also many requests from residents who have advocated for closing of the street. So staff still believe that a limited pilot closure could provide the insight needed to understand if this type of closure is warranted, is effective, and kind of what the frequency, duration, and type of closure may be. Next slide. On the subject of parklets, you may be familiar with them, seeing them in other neighboring communities like Redwood City, Menlo Park, Los Gatos, even San Carlos. They're seating areas that are in curbside parking spaces. They have a great way of enhancing the pedestrian environment, and certainly in today's circumstances, providing place for outdoor dining. Installation costs can vary. We've heard quotes from as little as $10,000 to upwards of $40,000 or more. And downtown restaurant owners, as I said, have expressed a desire to install parklets. And given the expense, though, it's not clear if everyone would want to install them who is able to install a parklet. And staff are proposing to establish a temporary parklet program. So the permits would expire at the end of 2020, December 31st. And so it's unclear if folks will make that investment for that shorter duration. And potentially we could have a longer term program. We would, of course, return to council before implementing anything that would be longer term. Staff can use the summer streets encroachment permit to permit the parklets. This would be an expedient way to install the parklets. But staff can also return to council perhaps in August with some lessons learned from this program to understand more about what could be enhanced, and certainly if council wanted to consider a longer term program. Next slide. So those kind of programs really focus a lot on the public right of way and how to use that and enhance that for the pedestrian environment, but also for use by businesses and by others. And so now we're kind of turning to some of the areas that fall on private parking lots and kind of also cross both private and public areas. They are private parking lots, retail, and alcohol consumption. So when it comes to private parking lots, staff propose allowing up to 50% of the area of a private dedicated off-street parking lot to be used for retail or dining. Applications would be required, and staff will review for safety, ensuring that circulation is maintained and that proper barriers are in place to protect diners and or shoppers. So council action would be needed to suspend for a temporary period of time certain aspects of the municipal code, conditional use permits, or conditions of approval to allow the reduction in the on-site parking at these different establishments. Next slide. Staff also, when it comes to outdoor retail and sales, currently the municipal code allows for folks to place plants or flowers on sidewalks for sale, but we really don't allow other folks to place their retail or the merchandise on sidewalks. So staff propose allowing retailers to display merchandise and conduct sales activities on public sidewalks in a parklet if they built one or collaborated with a neighboring restaurant to have a parklet, or along closed streets or in designated areas of private parking lots. So while indoor retail is permitted under the revised shelter in place, the space limitations for some shops especially can reduce the number of customers that might be able to enter. And if street closures do occur, it seems nice to allow retailers to participate in that expanded area and create greater visibility for their establishments by placing some items either in the street, maybe they'll have a setup or a table next to their business to really highlight that they're open and that patrons can browse and purchase goods. So council would need to make an amendment, it could be a temporary urgency ordinance to the municipal code to allow such displays and sales. Next slide. So alcoholic beverages are controlled by the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control, or better known as ABC. ABC has issued 5 notices of regulatory relief aimed at allowing holders of valid ABC licenses to adapt their licenses to the pandemic situation. And while ABC has provided such relief, they also need to have the local established local governments kind of align in order for those relief measures to be enacted. And so even though ABC may allow something, if we don't allow it locally, the business can't take advantage of that. So specifically, staff propose allowing the consumption of alcoholic beverages with a meal in public places. And we can certainly talk about the pros and cons of that. It's following something that Los Gatos did in order to facilitate their parklet pilot last year, and they are continuing that. So this could result in consumption of, a alcoholic beverage with food in other places in Palo Alto. So maybe there is a desire to say when and where this could happen specifically. Additionally, we would need to allow for consumption of alcoholic beverages in parking lots or other private areas. Essentially, if you imagine that there's a restaurant that has a private parking lot and we let them expand their footprint for dining service into that parking lot, ABC allows them to have a permit that allows them to expand their footprint. But we also need to make sure we're saying yes, that they can do that and they can serve alcoholic beverages there, maybe as long as they get the ABC temporary catering authorization, which is the authorization that is currently provided for that. So council action would be needed to allow the consumption in public and or to suspend certain aspects of the conditional use permits or conditions of approval, both for eating and drinking, whether it's in a parklet, in a closed street, or on a private parking lot. Next slide. You can go to the next slide too, Jessica, thank you. So the last two slides really just are tables that summarize the different topics, the current staff activities, the recommendation, and the future council action that we would return for. So hopefully they can be part of organizing the discussion and a way to kind of return if we need to look at them. This slide has 3 topics: sidewalk dining, street closures, and parklets. And the next slide has the final 3: private parking, outdoor retail, and alcohol consumption. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
It was a great presentation. Thank you. And this tip
That's really good.
Super helpful. Okay, I know we have a number of attendees, so let's go to members of the public. I don't mean to be a downer, everybody, but we've been in our meeting since 5 p.m. And so we understand this is a topic of great interest to Palo Altans. I've said before, I don't think we've ever received so much interest in one single thing when people have emailed us saying, close university, close Cal Ave. We have heard you loud and clear. I promise all of us on council have read those emails and spoken to many of you. So with that, we'll go to public comment. I would just encourage you, if you agree with what somebody else has said, please just say you agree with them, and we will get to this item as quickly as we can.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. At this time, we have 19 speakers who wish to speak. Our first speaker is Carol Scott. Carol, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, council members and city staff. My name is Carol Scott. I'm a resident of Evergreen Park. First, let me be clear that I applaud and strongly support your substantial outreach and efforts to support our local businesses. In fact, I hope that you spread your efforts beyond the downtown area and California Avenue to include all local restaurants and retailers in the city. I would like to request that in addition to the support you have given to the local business community and the outreach that you have done with that community, that the city also reach out in a similar and ongoing fashion to communicate and work with the residents of neighborhoods that are adjacent to California Avenue in particular, as that street is the one that is to be closed first. We residents have made several inquiries to staff about what the plans for closing California Avenue are, how traffic will be directed through the area after closure, and where cars will be directed to park once the 100+ spaces along Cal Ave are no longer available, especially until the new public garage is opened. To date, we have not received a response. Ms. Tanner mentions that many residents have expressed support, but I do not know how many of those residents actually live in the affected neighborhoods, and clearly none of us in these affected neighborhoods have heard of such outreach. I believe that we deserve a transparent answer to our questions. Our Office of Transportation is extremely capable, and I know it is capable of working with businesses and communicating and working with residents. We want the city's effort to be successful for business and also to mitigate as much as possible any potential negative impact for residential neighborhoods in line with guidance that is contained in the city's comprehensive plan. I suggest that it is not good governance practice nor a desirable precedent to exclude residents' concerns from city deliberations and decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Our next speaker is Debbie Mitels. Debbie, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for listening to our comments this late at night. About a month ago, I was in a webinar recently with some people from San Mateo County talking about positive responses to the opportunities that have risen up since the pandemic hit. And a woman who worked for the city of San Mateo outlined a plan that they were doing there to help the restaurants survive the new health guidelines by closing some of their downtown streets. And this is a great idea. I thought, wow, it's really, really smart to do that. And since my husband and I have been to the restaurants in downtown San Mateo several times for dinner, I made a note to, plan a trip there as soon as the area opened up, because I'd really like to support those businesses and the city. And then recently I've heard that other cities are doing the same thing. Redwood City, Sunnyvale, and Mountain View, all cities that have interesting downtown food scenes. So I think if Palo Alto doesn't follow suit with University Avenue, we're going to be definitely taking our dining dollars elsewhere, and will others. I think maybe the commercial real estate property owners may be telling you that a street closure would kill the jobs. But really, on the contrary, I think we want to keep downtown as a healthy place to eat out, and allowing more room for doing that would save jobs. The restaurant owners and their workers really want to see this happen. And we residents all want to go out and choose healthy places to eat outdoors and then stroll around to the other shops afterwards. And for those who have concerns about emergency access, I think the street will not be totally closed. There could be a 15 to 20 foot wide center of the street, which would provide access for emergency vehicles, as well as for those pedestrians who are walking around with a safe distance around them. So please go ahead and approve the plan to close off through traffic on University as well as Cal Ave, so that we can retain those restaurant jobs, keep the tax revenues within our city, and provide us with a healthy place to go out at night for dinner. Thanks.
Thank you, Debbie. Our next speaker is Ryan Globus.
Good evening, Palo Alto City Council. My name is Ryan Globus, and I'm a resident of Midtown. I just want to urge you to please support closing University Avenue and Cal Ave to vehicles so restaurants and businesses can use that space, as well as allowing private lots like at Town and Country in the Midtown Shopping Center, giving those businesses the flexibility to choose how much of that space they want to use for parking and how much for restaurants and other businesses. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Ryan. Our next speaker is Barnard.
Hello, can you hear me?
2 minutes.
Hello?
Hello, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much to the Council for this public forum. This is really terrific. On this initiative, I wanted to suggest for the temporary street parking to maybe consider just closing a couple of blocks and compare on those blocks how they fare, or the shops and restaurants fare with versus the other blocks that wouldn't be closed. That could be a good indication of how happy the residents or the shops are with the experiment. Second, I'd like to just bring a testimony of myself as a citizen growing in a city where the main street was permanently pedestrian. And I can guarantee you that when the decision was taken, everybody had the same questions as the ones that you're rightly asking today. Years later, nobody in this city would go back and reopen the street for traffic. And when I say nobody, it's the residents and the shops and restaurants. So I think hopefully this test will be conclusive. And after that, you will consider a permanent street closing. Other points, in terms of the practical aspect, I think they will work themselves out. And I think longer term, if you consider a permanent street closing, I think the city should explore other ways to get to University Avenue than the car, such as small street shuttles that would go through the residential areas to get to University Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jessica Roth. Jessica, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your time tonight, and sorry it's so late. Appreciate all that you do. Today was quite a meeting, and I feel really confident having this council leading us. To speak to this issue, I'm the owner of the Cobblery on California Avenue, and I want to thank city staff for their quick action on this matter. I think that this is going to help save California Avenue and the wonderful restaurants and small shops that we have there. I encourage you to close the street the 7 days a week. It will cause less confusion for the customers and residents. I also would like to encourage you to allow outdoor retail at this time. It will help my business stay alive, as well as I know that Leaf and Petal and a few of the other businesses would like to have the same opportunities as the restaurants. I would like to say that I'm happy to hear that the farmers market will stay in place on Sunday. I think that that is important. And I also just thank you very much for your time tonight. And I look forward to seeing how this works out. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Jessica. Our next speaker is Drew Moran. Drew, go ahead. You have
Hi.
2 minutes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. I'm a longtime resident and Palo Alto-based construction company owner. Been here for quite a while. My points are in support of shared streets and closing both of these streets to cars, because doing so will help restore jobs and also improve public safety and public health. I want to commend the staff and the council for their work during this really challenging time. And I know it's really difficult to navigate these really strange waters. To the council, I don't remember any of you campaigning on a platform that went something like, I'm going to help solve the tragedy caused by a worldwide pandemic that paralyzes our economy and forces millions of Californians to lose their jobs within a matter of a few weeks. This time is really unlike any other time. There just is no playbook for a deadly virus circulating among us. So you're doing a great job. In that we have no idea what the future really holds, and all the speculation about what will happen is mostly that it's speculation, and we're not really sure where we're going to end up. We don't know if there's a second wave coming this fall or how long physical or social distancing will be required. So anything that we choose to do could fail or it could succeed, and we're not really sure, and we won't have any chance to go back and have a do-over. So this is a really important time to act, and act quickly, act without a lot of restrictions as is being discussed. And it's really important to ease permitting and make it really simple for retailers and especially restaurants to move into the streets and to get people out in safe distance from one another, but also take advantage of that large amount of real estate that we have from curb to curb, and just use it for what it really needs to be used at this moment, which is to bring hundreds of people back to work in the retail and restaurants, but also bring lots of us back downtown and to California Avenue to enjoy the city that we love. Thanks.
Thank you, Drew. Our next speaker is Stacy Olgato.
Good evening. I'm Stacy Olgato. I've lived in Palo Alto for 26 years. I echo Drew's comments. This is a tremendous community support to open up both California and University Avenues to pedestrians, to lend streets the sidewalks outside their doors and redirect foot traffic to the center of newly designated walking streets. It's safe, it's smart, and it's a no-brainer. In anticipation of tonight's conversation, Saturday morning, we posted a petition on change.org. I'll forward it to the council later tonight. The petition supports closing both downtown areas and allowing businesses to extend their footprint in hopes of supporting their economic recovery. 621 people have supported this petition since it was posted just over 48 hours ago. It's troubling to hear, that we're considering sometime later and at best possibly close down a few blocks of University for a day or two as a test. We support 7-day-a-week closure of these corridors and side streets as possible, at least through July, a sustained period of time so that people can know that they're welcome to stroll and support businesses outside in a safe manner any day of the week during the summer months. Why create confusing schedules that will require constant communication? Many adjacent communities have moved back much faster and made it much easier for restaurants to begin to rebuild. We seem to possibly be mired in the Palo Alto process. City Manager Shikeda's report points out that Palo Alto's comprehensive plan specifically supports reclaiming public spaces for people instead of vehicles. If not now, when? Wouldn't it be a shame if 6 months from now, California Avenue is rebounding and it becomes clear that University Avenue never got the same chance? Now is the time, and thank you all so much for your support.
Thank you, Stacy. Our next speaker is Susan Chamberlain. Susan Chamberlain, you have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
There you go. Yes, go ahead.
I'm speaking in favor of taking action to close the University and California Avenue so that the business community can begin to rebuild. Please act quickly on this as time is of the essence. We have a window of opportunity while the weather is warm to pilot a program of closing these streets to cars and allowing restaurants and businesses to thrive outside in a pedestrian atmosphere. I represent the 350 Silicon Valley Palo Alto climate team, and we're a group of environmentalists who want to see a better world as we emerge from this time of the COVID pandemic. Imagine 2 boulevards where we can dine, shop, stay physically distant, and enjoy our beautiful commercial areas with reduced fears of contagion and without the smell and noise of cars. Creating these people-focused, pedestrian-friendly boulevards will help build community while encouraging people to enjoy our city on bike and foot. There are 4 compelling arguments in favor of closing both these streets. It will get our businesses back on their feet. It will get workers back to work. It will build community in our city, and it will help the environment by reducing dependency on cars, encouraging walking and biking. What are we waiting for? It's time to try something new. Close these 2 streets 7 days a week. This is such an obvious way to revitalize our 2 downtowns and help businesses and workers after a commercially disastrous 3 months. We owe this to our businesses, our workers, our community, and our environment. It's a win-win-win-win. Please act now.
Thank you, Susan. Our next speaker, Sandra Slater. Sandra, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. I don't really want to go through, I agree with everybody who's already spoken, and I don't want to even read my prepared comments because they've done such a wonderful and articulate job, Debbie and Drew and Stacy and Susan, really everyone, and have basically covered all the points that I wanted to make. The one thing I think people are saying, how can we do this quickly? And it's not possible. I think we have a tremendous amount of unleashed creativity in our city. We can demarcate where restaurants and retail can go out to by taking traffic cones and making them, spray painting them great colors and sticking things that come out the top like sunflowers. They're really creative and inexpensive ways to do that. You could even do it with duct tape, just to say that, in order to leave the 10 feet that you need for emergency vehicles. I think doing it only a few days a week is really, really confusing for everybody. We did a parklet a few years ago, twice on University Avenue. We did it once in front of Lululemon, and the woman came out and said, "Oh, I wish we could do this every time. We'd have yoga lessons outside." And think about University Avenue, letting the retail shops have some creativity and doing things like a yoga class, socially distanced on University Avenue. What a great thing for them to be able to do. So let's be bold. Let's not go through the infamous Palo Alto process. Let's just go for it. And I'm going to stop there because I know everybody's tired. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sandra. Our next speaker is Don Jackson. Don, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to remind everyone here that there are numerous wonderful restaurants that are not located on University or California avenues. I think closing those places are great, but it's important that we remove any obstacles under our control for safe, healthy, financial viable restaurants wherever they're located. The proposed actions to authorize parklets are applicable to virtually all restaurants and have the fewest impacts to other businesses and activities. I urge council to direct staff to move forward on parklets as soon as possible, including annual permit renewals that seems appropriate and reasonable. Do not require additional authorization permits for alcohol consumption if at all possible. Waive any and all fees for these permits and expedite and streamline approvals or permits whenever possible. Again, I'm not opposed to the University or California Avenue closures. I think those are fine ideas, but it doesn't help all of our restaurants. I can name 10 of them that aren't on those places, and we need to save them too. I think parklets are what we can do to help them. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. And our next speaker is Darlene Yapley. Darlene, you'll have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Good evening, council, and thank you for your time. There are plenty of comments and emails about street closures, so I will focus on parklets, especially for restaurants not located on the closed streets. Yes, parklets and street closures with potential Black Lives Matter painting. Parklets are geographically inclusive. We need to support all restaurants in Palo Alto, including those located on and not on University and California streets. Parklets increase dining capacity, and restaurant owners not on closed streets see this as making a difference. It's safer for people to eat outdoors. Some worry about parking spaces, but what's the use of having parking spaces if it means our businesses are no longer going to exist? Yes for parklets, yes for annual renewals. They need a commitment of time so they can invest in the return on their parklet. Yes for alcohol consumption with meals, and don't require additional applications for them to do that. Yes for fee waivers, and yes for the pre-approved parklet design packages. Especially for restaurants not on closed streets, parklets will make the difference between a restaurant's survival and going out of business. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene. Our next speaker is Guillaume Bienemy.
Thank you. I want to thank Rachel for her comprehensive report. I thought it was very inclusive and insightful. She brought up some things that I wasn't quite aware about. I'm the owner of Zola Restaurant in Palo Alto, downtown, across from City Hall. I strongly disagree with closing down University Avenue. I don't see how this is fair to restaurants that are not on University, obviously including mine. It would give those on University an unfair advantage to those that are not on University. I strongly support the creation of parklets everywhere, now and for a long time. I love the idea of extending parklets to retail as well. I think it would make for a very vibrant downtown. Please urge staff to extend the permitting of parklets beyond this summer and this year. We will never get a return on our investment if we cannot go beyond December. Thanks a lot. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And our next speaker is John McDowell. John, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi. First, I'll just say that I love Zola and I love all the restaurants that are off University Avenue, and we need to do everything in our power to support them, to support all of our restaurants and retailers in the city to recover from this COVID-19 crisis. I did see the wonderful report that Rachel put together from the council earlier than this meeting, and I noticed that it said that there was mixed feelings, as you just heard from the owner of Zola, from restaurants in the commercial core of University Avenue about closing the University Avenue to open it to pedestrians and more table space. So I went and I interviewed today and yesterday almost every restaurant on University Avenue that I could get in touch with an owner or a manager. Many of them offered to join this call, and I told them to join 2 hours ago. I hope that they're still here. We had universal support from almost every restaurant on University Avenue to close University Avenue for a trial period to put tables out in the street. These are the restaurants that are fronting University Avenue, and they said, hey, we've thought about it. We've changed our minds. In the calls that we've had with the city manager's office in the past, we felt like maybe the sewer line replacement project would be indicative of what would happen with street closures. And we realized, hey, that's unattractive. That takes people away from the city. Putting tables out on the streets is something that welcomes people. And they realized that, hey, we can't use, there's not sufficient table space on sidewalks and parklets to safely put a meaningful number of tables in front of University Avenue businesses. So I hope that you can consider the restaurants that are directly affected on University Avenue who are strongly supportive of putting more tables out on the street. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker is Charlie Weedens. Charlie, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, City Manager and staff, and thank you for your very hard work and commitment, not only tonight, but over the last few very difficult months. So as we all know, our restaurants are critical to maintaining our two vibrant commercial districts, University Avenue and California Avenue. I'm here to speak to you tonight and urge you to develop, promote, and implement the most efficient and effective and affordable way to allow our restaurants to reopen under the guidelines which are requiring 6-foot spacing for social distancing safety. These new guidelines reduce the permitted indoor restaurant capacity by up to 75%, which will make it difficult for these small businesses with extremely low profit margins to make it financially feasible to reopen without additional outdoor seating. We support the city's efforts to find creative ways for the restaurants to survive by allowing outdoor public space for customer services. Surveys conducted by the Chamber, the Business Roundtable discussions, hundreds of emails and petitions from our residents all indicate the overwhelming public call for urgent action to allow the restaurants to reopen quickly and profitably during this current phase and throughout the summer. Action is needed now so these restaurants will have the expanded dining space they need. We encourage you to authorize solutions that are immediate and easy, such as the parklets or other temporary strategies that allow restaurants to reopen following the new guidelines and keep their workers and the public safe and start our local economy on the road to recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Our next speaker is Nielsen Buchanan. Nielsen, you may need to unmute on your side. There you go. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, we're about to approach Monday euphoria. Some of this makes a great deal of sense, and I think everyone is anxious to have the restaurants and retail merchants be successful. I'd like to point out to the council that you do have an obligation to check out the feasibility of the assumptions that are being asserted tonight. The big assumption is not on the nighttime trade. The assumption that bothers me the most is that if we have return of business as normal and Caltrain is somewhat functional, I would ask that the Office of Transportation, which has the professional staff to conduct the studies, is to take a look at the parking loss and the parking demand that will be from 11 o'clock to 2 o'clock during the work week, where that traffic and parking will go. I'm very familiar with the mathematics if we assume we're going to have a rebound to somewhat normalcy. And I would be willing to bet that your staff will report that there's a massive parking shortage in the noontime peaks. If you take out hundreds of parking spaces, and not to mention the confused traffic. It's obvious that the city council and staff are ready to move very rapidly on this. And I think that you're not thinking through the best interest of the merchants, the customers, the other businesses downtown. If the scenario that I just described returns, my guess is that we're talking about not just dozens of parking space shortages, but hundreds. I'll leave it up to Philip Cami and the Office of Transportation to provide the objective data, but I am pretty familiar with the parking phenomena as it was at that noontime hours downtown University Avenue. That's where the crunch has always been. And if you take out hundreds of parking places, the crunch will be profound. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nielsen. Our next speaker is Todd Burke.
Thank you.
2 minutes.
Thank you, Clerk Minor and Mayor and Council. Thank you for taking a chance to listen. My name is Todd Burke. I live on California Avenue, and I happen to be president of the Homeowners Association at Palo Alto Central, which is right by the California Avenue train station. We have about 200 homeowners and residents that live here. Our board took a vote at our last board meeting in support of California Avenue closure, and we're in support of all of the things that we've discussed tonight. In 2009, the city tragically removed 63 mature holly oak trees, and Palo Alto made national news for all the wrong reasons for that mistake. I worked for years to help justify the renovation of California Avenue, changing it from a 4-lane to a 2-lane, completely renovated streetscape. And I think looking back on that, I don't think there's anybody that's going to look back on that project and say that it was a bad idea. Sure, there was a bit of construction and a little bit of time that we had to wait, but it turned out to be great. Now we have such a vibrant place on California Avenue with Tarun and Italico, Zareen's, La Bodeguita, all these great places. We need to make them better, and we need to allow them the opportunity to thrive in this really tough market. I've seen the parklets go up. I saw what's going up at the Creamery. I think that's going to be fantastic. Really looking forward to what we might possibly do. But I think it needs to happen now. I think the city and at least one or multiple brave council people need to make a motion, needs to be seconded, needs to be voted on, so that this is enacted this week. Because if we wait to do all of these studies and we take multiple years to come up with a decision last time when the trees were destroyed and the street was being rebuilt, nothing got done. So please, somebody step up, make the decision tonight. Let's move forward and rebuild business in Palo Alto.
Thank you, Todd. Our next speaker is Stephen Frankel. Steve Frankel, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Yeah, a lot of great things have been said, so I won't repeat them. I'll just give a little personal experience. So I live in downtown North, and during March and April and May, I did my socially appropriate exercising, and I would walk on University Avenue, and it was scary to say the least. Everything was closed. It was a very eerie feeling to walk on University Avenue with all the businesses closed. Of course, a few did stay open. Orange stayed open, a couple other places stayed open. So I was able to go and support those businesses. Now, as things start to reopen, I went to another place that I like to go to in Town and Country, and they had a parklet. They moved all of their tables out of their cafe into the parklet, and it took, 8 to 10 parking spaces. University's too dense for that for every restaurant. You really need to open up the whole street. If we're going to have a vibrant downtown, we need to open up the street to have the appropriate social distancing, allow people to feel good about being out. People are very excited to be out. I mean, I was amazed that 2,000 people came to the King Square on Saturday. People want to be out. They want to be with people again, but they want to do it safely. I'm actually surprised. People wear masks. They social distance. They want to be out, but they want to be safe. Closing University Avenue, closing California will allow people to enjoy the businesses and be safe in when they do it. Thank you for this time.
Thank you, Steve. Our next speaker is Stefan Heck. Stefan, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, council members. I speak out in support of opening up our streets in both downtowns for restaurants and for retail. I've been a resident of Palo Alto for 32 years. I want to tackle the 3 objections you have already heard and will hear from our downtown developers who want to keep things in the status quo. The first is parking, which has come up. University has 171 spaces directly along the street. That's a little over 3% of our 4,300 spaces downtown. If we add some spaces on the closed side streets, we could actually eliminate fewer than 140 spaces, and we have 25% open capacity as the city's own parking survey shows. Secondly, you'll hear from a lot of property owners, drive-through traffic is essential to retail. That is wrong on 6 counts. First, it's foot traffic, not car traffic, that drives sales. There's lots of studies showing that from many different, both business resources and academic resources. Second, locals spend 80% more than non-locals who arrive by car. So it's the residents and the students from Stanford that are actually driving the vibrant downtown. Third, University only carries 6,000 vehicles per day, unlike Hamilton, which carries over 8,000, Embarcadero, Alma, all these other streets carry 25 to 33,000. So University is not a major source of traffic for downtown, despite the way that it feels always congested because we have so many cross streets. Pedestrian zones boost foot traffic. It's been studied extensively in Europe by 30 to 80%. A portion of that translates directly to retail sales increases. And lastly, people don't find restaurants by driving around, they use the internet. Side streets will also benefit from that increased pedestrian traffic, supporting all those restaurants. Third, you'll hear that pedestrians mall fails. And that is true. In the 50s, lots of pedestrian malls that were put in to rescue dying cities and dying downtowns did fail. If you look over the last 2 decades, though, most of them have worked. Boulder, Santa Monica, there are lots of thriving examples. There are 10 success factors that drive that. Palo Alto is the only city among all the ones that have considered or have initiatives like this that actually meets 9 of the 10 success factors. We have a university, we have the local traffic, we have parking nearby, we have a transit center downtown, we have the 4 to 5 block length that is optimal. The only criterion we don't have is we don't have a beach. But if we wait long enough, climate change might even give us a beach downtown. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefan. The next speaker is Niraj Dewan. Niraj, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, hi. I'm a co-owner at a slider bar on University Avenue. And by the way, happy Tuesday, everyone. I'm sure you guys, everyone is very excited, exhausted, and I promise I won't be taking too much time. You know, I just want to say that I truly believe that closing University Avenue is a great idea. You know, because, you know, people are so afraid to come out and, you know, and we are not allowed to seat people inside the restaurant. The only option is, you know, let's just make, you know, seating arrangement outside on the street and on the University Avenue, you know, a comfortable place for them. And I totally agree with, you know, that it's time to increase the foot traffic over there. And anytime, you know, I go to my business and it feels like a very scary scene from some horror movie that, you know, there is no one is outside. So let's just, you know, and I truly, you know, believe that, you know, these businesses adjacent, not on the University Avenue, you know, they have some concerns. And so I think we just need to work out a plan so that it's a win-win for all of us. And, you know, one thing I would really like the city to do is just, you know, let's just increase the time. Let's just, you know, whatever decision we make, we just need to, let's not waste more time on it and just, you know, make a decision sooner and act on it now so that it's not too late.
Thank you, Niraj. Our next speaker is David Epstein. David, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, I urge you to make University Avenue a pedestrian-only street now to make businesses both viable and attractive to diners and shoppers. I'm Dave Epstein, 30-year resident, business professor. I'm a board member of Global Health Institute, DCI fellow at Stanford, and a strong advocate for a thriving downtown that's healthy and prosperous. I distributed a presentation to the council this afternoon. It shows diverting traffic on newly made one-way streets of Hamilton and Lytton to move traffic safely and efficiently by coordinating the lights at 25 miles an hour. I proposed a method of adding over 200 parking spaces to more than make up for the 170 spaces between High and Webster on University, just with adding paint. Studies show that not only businesses on the walking street do better, but so do businesses in the vicinity, such as side streets, which can include parklets, as more people are in the downtown area and shopping. In this time of virus, University Avenue cannot handle people walking at a social distance from sidewalk tables or parklets alone, which do not solve the problem. As other towns make changes ahead of us, University Avenue will suffer. Even making California Avenue walking street without doing the same for University Avenue may have the severe detrimental effect on downtown. This is an inexpensive plan as it takes paint, cones, and programming to coordinate traffic lights. Half-hearted approaches like weekend only, partial closures, or parklets alone will doom this to fail. The only way to attract shoppers and diners is to make traffic work and full road access for pedestrians. This requires bold and complete implementation. We can't afford to wait. The vast majority of businesses owners are counting on us. Please move quickly before we mortally hurt them. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Our next speaker is Celine Heck. Celine, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Honorable Mayor and esteemed council members, my name is Celine Heck. I'm 13 and I live in Palo Alto. I'd like to endorse the Summer Streets Initiative with the perspective of one of Palo Alto's youth. In the days before quarantine, downtown was a popular spot for kids to walk around, socialize, and eat. Countless times, one of my friends has texted me, "Hey, do you want to meet up for boba or pastries on University?" Palo Alto's downtown is not only an integral part of Palo Alto's economy, but its social atmosphere as well. However, in the time of COVID-19, we have been told to isolate ourselves. While this is intended to mean physical isolation, it has also resulted in social isolation. According to the APA, long periods of social isolation have been known to harm mental health. Having this Summer Streets program will allow people to maintain social distance while increasing their overall happiness and mental health. Studies by the Fraunhofer Institute have also shown that getting outside and getting fresh air can improve mental health and academic performance. The Summer Streets program would also enable safer pedestrian and bike traffic. In my opinion, the ability to bike and walk everywhere is a critical part of being a kid in Palo Alto. In elementary school, we're taught how to safely bike and cross the street. In middle school, most of us feel comfortable biking anywhere. Creating a safer bike and pedestrian road not only gives kids more normalcy in their lives, but also provides them with an incentive to go outside, which, if any of you have kids, you know is great because you're probably pestering them to go outside right now. Thank you. I truly hope you consider the Summer Streets proposal. I yield my remaining time back to the mayor.
Thank you, Celine. Our next speaker is Michael Eckwall. Michael Eckwall. You may need to unmute from your side. Thank you. There you go. You have 2 minutes.
Super. Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to just thank the city manager and the staff from Public Works, Planning, et cetera, for putting together the presentation and, the outreach to the business and retail community. I want to really, I don't even know if I can add on to what everybody else has said, but this is something that's really critical to the survival of, most of our small businesses. So I do the same and ask that we get this approved as soon as possible. And that it is a program that is not a 2 or 3 day temporary trial, but whether it's a month or 2 months, whatever the longest duration of a trial period could be, I think that's what we would be asking for with all of the accommodations that are requested for both restaurants and retail and not only limited to just California Avenue and University, but all of the other business districts in the community. So that would be, number one, most important to, I think, all of us, not only the businesses and merchants, but also the residents and the general community of Palo Alto. So thanks for your consideration, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Michael. Our next speaker is Jordan Nari. Jordan, you will have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. My name is Jordan Nari. I represent Rangoon Ruby, Burma Ruby, and Wahlburgers in downtown Palo Alto. We're just hoping for the opportunity to possibly close down University Avenue for a short period of time to test it out, and then parklets for the long term. We appreciate you guys and all the hard work you've given to help us have an opportunity to feed people and feed families, and we hope you make a great decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Our next speaker is John Schenk. John, you will have 2 minutes. Go ahead, you have 2 minutes, John.
Great, thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Fine and council members and staff. Thanks for your earlier work this evening very much, and for being attentive through all of this. My name is John Schenk, representing Thwaites Brothers. We have, the Thwaites family's been very active of the downtown for more than 120 years. We have 15 retail tenants in the university downtown area. I've been active in most of the public outreach meetings that have gone on over the past month or two. I very strongly support the parklet and expanded sidewalk use solutions for expanded outdoor dining spaces. Closing University Avenue is a very bad idea, and one that has very little support from those who actually work here, as our city-led meetings have shown. You can confirm with the city manager what he heard during all of those meetings to confirm. Downtown and Cal Ave retailers and restaurants have told the city that more than 70% of their sales have come from the daytime office workers. The office and retail environment is a truly symbiotic relationship that we must foster and protect. One will not exist without the other. It is not true that retail is supported by residents. I know it sounds good and it feels good, but it's not factually accurate. We have a relatively small percentage of total space on University that is retail. And of all of our retail, restaurants are less than half. Keeping University open will support all of the other retailers and all the other businesses to help create an overall vibrancy that we do need at this time. And sadly, due to the years of the downtown retail struggling under zoning restrictions and a squashed office environment, we don't have a very vibrant set of retailers to invigorate an entire avenue. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, you have 2 minutes.
I'm thrilled to follow the previous speaker because I disagree with the large commercial landlords immensely. This is our time to work on behalf of our small businesses, our retail shops, and our restaurants like Rangoon Ruby, which is my favorite restaurant in the world. So thank you for speaking tonight. We need to close University. We need to close California Avenue. We need to have as many parklets as possible. We need to look into closing streets in southern parts of Palo Alto as well as west of El Camino. We've known we've needed to do this for a while. For those concerned about parking, there's only one proven effective way to solve parking problems, and that's to reduce the number of cars on the street. How to reduce cars? We need to invest in safe bike lanes and safe sidewalks. And we need to invest in the shuttles that the city council promised in the comprehensive plan and for which we're still waiting. We need to invest in these safe measures that will serve our residents of all ages because it's the right thing to do for our residents, for our small business owners, and for our community, including those of all ages. So I invite the landlords to go ahead and pay taxes in our community to fund these shuttles, and there will be no more problems to fund our shuttles and our safe bike lanes, and to close as many streets as we need to protect the safety of our residents. Thanks for considering. I yield my time.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Brad Ahikian. Brad, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Brad Hitkin, and I'm the co-owner of Premier Properties. I want to start off by really thanking the City Council for considering measures to help our business community. I agree that we need to do something, and we need to do it fast. In my opinion, closing University Avenue would be a big mistake. This might be an attractive, quick fix, short-term solution for our restaurants, but it could be the final nail in the coffin for our retailers. If we lose our parking, we lose our customers, we lose our retail. Go ahead and ask pretty much any retailer. From a numbers standpoint, our downtown is split fairly equally between restaurants and retailers. And I think we have to be mindful of the impacts to all of our retail uses. Plus, there's always a worry that a pilot project becomes permanent. Plus, where do you expect all those cars to go? Without new garages, cars will flood the side streets in the residential areas. As for the other ideas, I'm all in on using private parking lots, allowing outdoor retail displays and sales activities, and especially outdoor alcohol consumption. I think that's a great idea. And parklet, I think parklet's a great idea. I would just challenge the council to consider some questions when reviewing this. Who can build them? Can anyone apply? Who's paying for them? Are there ongoing fees? Is there an expedited permitting process? Are there limitations to the number of parklets? Are there design requirements? Is there a sunset date, or these become permanent? These are just a few questions that come to mind, and I thank you again for your consideration.
Thank you, Brad. Our next speaker is April Webster. April, you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I am not actually a resident of Palo Alto. I'm from Mountain View, but I am a regular patron of the restaurants and retail businesses, both in California and University. And I wanted to voice my support for closing down both of those streets and for supporting parklets and whatnot. To be honest, I don't feel very safe going to any of these areas and giving them my business without the streets being closed. The sidewalks are far too narrow to be able to social distance, to be able to get around safely. I also wanted to say that, you know, a personal story, I went for a bike ride yesterday. I was going to get takeout pizza on California, and I biked down the street, and I think Italico had just opened, and because of the space that they had and the distance between the tables, I felt comfortable enough to actually go in and sit down and order a meal. I ended up spending double what I would have if I'd gone takeout pizza. I tipped the wait staff. I was able to enjoy my meal, see other people, as opposed to taking a pizza and biking off to some park where I felt safe, you know, eating in a socially distanced way. So just, you know, to echo what others have said in support of this, I think it's a wonderful idea. And I would really look forward to seeing that and spending more of my time in Palo Alto at both restaurants and retail businesses. And, you know, regarding the side streets, I think it would just bring more traffic to the main streets, which would spill over to side streets. Thank you.
Thank you, April. Our final speaker is Gail Price. Gail, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good. Okay, thank you. It's very late. I'll try to move quickly. Good evening, Mayor Fine and council members. My name is Gail Price. I'm board president of Palo Alto Forward. We support the implementation of shared and livable streets as outlined in the staff report. My first question is, why has this item been scheduled for a study session and not a public hearing resulting in a vote? The current process will further extend the debate. We need a timely decision to take advantages of the opportunities before us. We are also competing economically with other communities. Further delay may not necessarily result in optimum outcomes. It's better to test programs and adjust as needed. Please keep it simple. During and post COVID-19, we need to adjust constantly. By enhancing economic recovery and vitality, we can combine safe distancing and public health practices and benefits. You will be adapting functional public areas to safely expand community use of our streets and sidewalks. This is not a radical concept. Throughout the world, thousands of cities have adopted similar approaches. Cities are organic and reinvent themselves. The city should reflect changing conditions, embrace and improve on these concepts. The outcomes will merge design flexibility, safety and wellness, business, social space, and new outcomes, which Palo Alto values and represents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gail, and that ends our public speakers on this item.
Okay, thank you. Thank you everyone for your comments. Really appreciate you sticking with us until 12:30. Happy Tuesday, everybody. We now return to council. If staff could maybe bring up those last slides, the kind of comparison ones, the table. And apologies if my words don't all make sense at this point.
Jessica, are you able to bring up that slide?
So staff is asking roughly for feedback on these 6 topic areas, and there's a recommendation and then future council actions, although some of those we could potentially take tonight. Is that correct?
I don't know if Ms. Judd has to read or Ed on the actions that can be taken tonight by the council formally.
So this is scheduled as a study session, Mr. Mayor. So the intent is really to come back very quickly. There are things that can be done administratively. And so the action you can take is just to affirm the staff's direction to engage in some of these city manager level activities, and then give direction on the items you'd like to see come back for council approval in the next 2 weeks.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful, and I hope my colleagues heard that too. First hand I saw is Councilmember Niss, and given the hour, questions, comments, motions, I think we're all hoping to get to bed. Liz, the floor is yours.
Hearing that we cannot make a motion, suppose what we say is, here's what we'd really like to have you do, City Manager Ed. How would that be? That's administratively. Okay, where I think we are at this point, and I'll look for support out here in the audience. It looks to me as though what we're saying is we would like, in this really unprecedented time, things are as we've never seen them before. This is the time for us to try something new. As somebody described it, this was like walking down the street in the middle of either, he said, Christmas or something else, when it was completely dead downtown, which was the middle of March on. So I would like to see us to essentially carry out the intent of what we're calling summer streets. It's very temporary. We want to see how it works. And I suggest we do it both on California Avenue and on University Avenue. And what we had said before was, let's try doing this in the summer, however we may define that. And I'm saying all this with the parents here say, if suddenly there is a big spike in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I'm pretty sure that Dr. Cody is going to put us all back into seclusion once again. That's pretty much what she has said. So what we're hoping is that this continues as it has, and we can go ahead with what is going to be a pretty brave and exciting and dramatic way to try and save our restaurants. And even though I hear it's hard on retail, I think retail would be delighted to have more people there. So I need to know either from Adrian or from Ed, whether this gives you sufficient information to at least, as it says, close Cal Avenue beginning June 11th. This is June 8th. And we would love to see that really open by Thursday or Friday.
So, yeah,
And I think the restaurants and the retail are absolutely ready to do it.
so I'm also interested to hear from staff because there's a recommendation column here. So what are you asking from us tonight?
Right. So in perhaps to respond to Councilmember Niss's question, with respect to Cal Ave, I believe it's fair to say that we're better positioned to be able to act immediately on Cal Ave than we would be to act on both simultaneously. Again, in discussion with staff, recognizing the complexity of some of the issues, just the logistics of working out with the individual merchants on each street, that I think it would be appropriate to assume there would at least be a week lag on University and possibly more than that, just to work through the again, logistics. But that said, the trajectory would be to proceed, assuming, again, we're trying to get a sense of the council. And as Rachel pointed out, there are a number of specific elements and issues that do require council action in order to ratify at least that direction. And so if you can get that sense of the council, then that will give us enough information to come back with the specifics.
So Ed, I'm looking at this with the activities and then the recommendations. So if we look at the recommendations and we're talking about sidewalk dining, I would suggest that, as it says, continue the summer streets, temporarily waive the fees, the same with the future action. Then going through Cal Ave, starting on the 11th, hopefully. And how long will it take for University Avenue? Because if we close Cal Ave, we're going to hear right away that University Avenue wants to close too.
Is that a prediction or an expectation?
Well, everyone, remember, this is the culmination tonight of 2 months of listening to the community. We first began one set of meetings in early April. I have, and with all respect, but I've heard almost everyone who came to talk tonight at one of the other meetings that we have had. So I know that they're going to be very interested in how soon this can happen for them.
Yeah,
so can you give them at least give them a ballpark?
Well, again, I think if the direction, again, sense of the council is to close the university, I think there are a number of dimensions to that we could use some more clarity on. In the case of California Avenue, the duration, is it for a weekend? Is it for a longer period, let's say for a week at a time?
Cal Ave?
Yes.
Cal Ave or University Avenue?
Really both, but let's start with Cal Ave, and then as we then progress to University, same questions. We talking about full-time or weekend or some subset
I
thereof?
think somebody said it well tonight. To try to remember when a street is going to be closed versus when it's going to be open is going to get very awkward. Certainly starting with Cal Ave, I'd have it open 7 days a week. You can't do it on Sunday morning because that's the farmer's market really doesn't get done till 2 or 3 o'clock. So the only meal they can pretty much get is maybe a very late lunch and dinner on Sunday night. So my suggestion would be go, do it every day. Does it work? Does it not work? But trying to remember to be open Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and part of Sunday, I think is very difficult. And I'll be interested in knowing what colleagues say. But with University Avenue, it sounds to me as though you'd like to come back to us next week. Either Monday or Tuesday?
We got a few things coming back next week, so that's let me
Meeting on
talk to
Wednesday
staff.
too?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat
Are we
that?
meeting on Wednesday as well?
No, you're meeting on Monday and Tuesday. And I think that based upon this motion and getting a sense of the council, then let me work with staff on the time frame for implementation, because I do think that there are a number of logistical just issues we're going to need to work through.
For University Avenue?
Yes, if we assume that we're starting again CalAv this weekend, I think we want to try to ensure that that's a successful implementation, and that will give us a better sense of both the level of effort and then appropriate timeframe for university. So that said, let me ask whether it's Rachel or Brad Eggleston, if they have a tighter sense of next steps. But absent that, I would suggest we get that information back to the council.
I'll say before handing it over to Brad that hearing from council, thank you, Councilmember Niss, for sharing kind of your perspective on the duration being 7 days. Let's go ahead and do that. Feedback like that is very helpful and related to university, as you heard a diversity of ideas about that. And then Brad's team, along with PD, looking at the traffic control plan, really have the boots on the ground work to actually close university. And so I wonder, Brad, if you would want to see CalAv closed for a week before moving to university, or 2 weeks. What kind of seems like a realistic timeline for your staff?
Try to do it for a week if you can.
Yeah, I mean, I would say what seems most realistic to me would be that the university closure would be 2 weeks from now. We're going to have
Brad,
our
can you do it a week?
maybe, but I don't want to do a poor job overseeing what we've taken on with.
But let us not make perfect, the enemy of the good. These restaurants are losing. They're going out of business.
Okay.
I mean, it is. Think of this as we're in a war zone, and we're trying somehow to get those troops so that we can save the day, because this is serious stuff at this point. We're talking about, we're closing streets, not just for the experiment or the fun of it. We're closing them to help save the businesses that are on those streets. Can you do a week?
5 minutes.
We can probably do a week. It would certainly be rushed.
And
you know what? Rush it.
So that's where, once again, Councilmember, I really would not want to pin us down tonight. We really would be helpful if you could give us the clarity.
We don't pin it down tonight, Ed. We're not going to pin it down.
No, if you can give us the clarity of the direction that we're headed toward.
I'm trying. I'm doing my best.
Again, so give us the direction, let us come back with the time frame, and it may just be an informational report that we can give you. Here's the date for implementation.
Okay.
We get the urgency, but again, I think we don't want to be what would I say, irresponsible about promising a date that is a recipe for failure. There are a lot of logistics to be worked out with the businesses.
You're saying you can do CalAv this week.
Right.
It's this week.
Correct.
But you cannot do University Avenue next week.
I didn't say that. I said, give us a direction, get the confirmation of your colleagues, and then let us come back to you with the time frame.
So can I maybe try something, Councilmember Niss, and just to move the conversation?
See if you do better than I did.
This is the first page of discussion, right? And there's a second page. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay. Just for clarity's sake, I will try a motion to endorse staff's current activities and recommendations and ask them to return with all of the future council action. So that's my motion. It's essentially saying, continue staff doing what you're doing, and let's consider everything else that you've put in the future council action column.
Just point of order, though. So
Yeah,
this is a study session, right?
No, I'm not hearing dates or times, or not hearing CalAv in there as next.
Guys, it's 12:40. Staff is asking for confirmation of their current work. And then there's a few items they have that they say we could do, we don't have to, but they need some rough direction on it. It is a study session, but we can direct them to come back with it.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, you don't need a formal motion, but we do, I mean, to be frank, we need to hear from more than one council member. We need to hear from the rest of council about issues where there is a diversity of view. You heard it in public comment as to University Avenue, as to whether the closures are just on the weekend or for a week, et cetera.
Okay. I mean, does staff want a motion here or not? I'm just a little confused.
Yes.
No,
We need a
they're saying
sense of the
no.
council. I think we have a divergence of views on the council.
So you do want a motion?
Yes.
Okay.
It's fine to take a straw poll. You can't take action, but you can take a straw poll in order to get clarity and to give
Okay.
it.
Then what I'm going to ask each of us to do is let's just quickly walk through and talk through those different items and the 6 categories staff has laid out, and you can provide your comments. Does that make sense to everyone?
Mr. Mayor, if patience is running thin, I would focus on the street closures.
Yes, I would too.
And then I would like to get 5 minutes to speak. I think you should hear from all of us.
I will, Vice Mayor, I will absolutely do that. I was trying to move the conversation along. I'll just say for my part on sidewalk dining, street closures, parklets, the alcohol consumption, the other ones, I am interested in the future council action where we are being, I guess the term is the most liberal possible. That's where I would like to see us go. Okay, next I had Councilmember Niss, Cormack, Koo, and Du Bois. So Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. Sidewalk dining is fine. Street closures. One thing we haven't discussed is how long these would go through. One option for us to consider is mid-August. Stanford's going to come back early. Those who are coming back, the PAUSD is probably going to start mid-August. I think that might make sense in terms of thinking about a duration. I am persuaded after reading all of the emails and hearing from so many people that 7 days a week makes sense. And so I am supportive of closing both California Avenue, back on the first one, and University Avenue. We have not discussed whether or not University Avenue is completely closed or whether or not you can get through at certain places. My guess is that's something that Director Eggleston and others will weigh in on when they come back. I will just say my preference would be to keep it pedestrian. I don't agree with Councilmember Niss that this is only about restaurants. I think this is about creating space for people to walk their dogs and bicycle and exercise and a whole bunch of things, and maybe paint things on the street. Who knows? Parklets.
Retail.
Parklets. I'm supportive of the 2 options that where staff will design 2 different things. I worry a bit about look and feel on parklets, and I'm going to try to not worry about that too much. On this temporary part, I think through the end of the year makes sense, understanding that they're costly. Could I have the next slide, please? Private parking, yes, because one of the things we haven't discussed is places that are not Cal Ave and University Avenue. And so private parking, that makes sense. Outdoor retail, I was unpersuaded by outdoor retail until we heard from public comment. That will be fine. And alcohol consumption, I am fine in public with a meal. City Manager, did I leave anything out? Ms. Tanner?
I think you covered everything. Thank you, Councilmember.
Okay. And if I forgot to say it, because it's now Tuesday, I do think this is as someone wrote into us, a once in a generation opportunity. I want us to go as far as possible as we can and then back off if we need to. This is not a time for us to do our usual incremental pilot. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Koo, and I think if we can each maybe follow that way of looking at this list, that's helpful.
Yes, that was the intent. Thank you for that too. So on sidewalk dining, I think that is for the Summer Streets program, it's great. Street closures, I would say California Avenue, as staff has recommended. However, with university downtown core, I think it'd be much more fairer to all the businesses, especially restaurants that's on the side streets, to have parklets and that they apply for it. And then they can have a longer time with the parklets, which goes to, I believe, the end of 2020, correct, Ed?
I'm sorry, Councilor, were you
That's
referring
okay.
to temporary or?
The parklets are temporary, right?
Right now, we're looking at temporary installations. There will need to be guidelines, and I'll let Rachel expand on as far as permanent, more permanent installations, because this ultimately is public right of way that would be subject to permit.
Right. I'm just talking about temporary right now, because you'd have to come back to us should there be a change to go to permanent. So I don't think we need to kind of talk about that right now.
Got it.
But I would think that it would be much better if it is parklets in downtown core. Then this way also, if there's a chance for retail to expand even on university out of their shops, maybe to display their ware, maybe that can be something that can be worked out. I don't know if that is part of the plan also. Yes, I see nods.
Yes.
Okay, great. Private parking, yes. Outdoor retail, yes. Alcohol consumption with meals, yes. And I would like to also find out if we might be able to implement the RPPP enforcements for the neighborhoods that are right by there. Mostly because we need to ensure that we get those neighborhoods buy-in on this also. Apparently, there hasn't been enough communication with them, if any, and I would be very concerned about the parking, given that we're taking away so many parking, and as things come back in, the parking is going to be needed. So I'd like that to be explored as well.
If I could comment on that, I would just note that we're not doing any parking enforcement as far as time limits currently citywide. And so at some point, assume this is successful, there will be a point at which parking activity kicks up to the point that we do find it necessary to regulate both residential as well as commercial. So I think that is certainly something that's in the future. We'll need to define at what point that will become an immediate issue.
Although you will kind of let the neighborhoods know where are the parking for all the workers that are coming in for the retail stores and for the restaurants, right? I mean, certainly you will have communication with them with regards.
Right. Well, so I think that's a area to set some expectations. At this point, this has all been done on, quite frankly, a reactive basis. And so it's not a situation in which we're planning out what has been, again, pre-COVID, basically where businesses have been managing themselves. So for the city to take on the management of where employees are parking versus where they have been historically, I think would be another area of work. And so again, we've been really dealing with an issue of just trying to get businesses back on their feet. I think you're referring to more of a situation where there's enough business that there's spillover impacts. And quite frankly, we're not there yet.
And I don't want us to have to react to that when that happens and have the neighborhoods be annoyed with all of this, because we're also trying to ensure that relationships are on the mend as well between the residents and the businesses. So keep that in mind. And, I would like to see that this is planned ahead of time versus reacting to something.
Agreed. I will also acknowledge, though, that we are in a period of budget retraction. And so I don't want to overpromise what we'll be able to do. So I think that's an area we'll take as a referral for staff to look at what is possible as a part of this program.
Just if I may, Councilmember Koo, one thing we have talked about is while the parking programs are kind of suspended, and if there is room in, for example, the City Hall garage, working with some of the restaurants and businesses to think about where their employees might park, directing their guests where they could park if they are coming by vehicle, as well as encouraging the local residents to use biking and walking to get downtown. So that's part of hopefully what we'd like to roll out with Summer Streets, is thinking about how to encourage a lot of biking and walking to even reduce the need for parking.
Thank you, Rachel. All I'm saying is that, I want to make sure that the residents aren't impacted by all of this, and not to react on it, but to plan accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, so overall, thank you. I'm definitely willing to experiment and learn. And I think you staff has appropriately identified a lot of positive impacts and some potential negative impacts. Many of us have been talking to our businesses, and adding some tables is going to help. But what we're hearing is the real issue is the mortgage and the rent, and this may not be enough, right? So if we don't get past COVID, I think we're going to have to look for ways to address relief for commercial mortgages and rents at some point. When staff comes back, I'd really appreciate if you could be really clear about what is area specific and what is citywide. And I do think some of these programs should be citywide. I'd really like to understand how street allocations would be managed and so that it's fair to the businesses. So how would the businesses split up the street, or would they be assigned parts of the street, or is it all shared seating? I'm leaning towards 7 days a week on university. I do think it needs to be a regular time so people get used to it. I would actually like to know if you consider keeping all of the side streets open, and just rather than closing it from Emerson to Cowper, what if the cross streets remained open? What would that look like? Because again, I think we do have a diversity of desires downtown. I think calling it summer streets is good. Definitely seen other cities with permanent things where the outdoor seating is empty in the winter. I think we should think about triggers too. So do these programs expire if we hit stage 4, or the restaurants can fully use their internal space again? Rather than trying to predict a time, I think maybe having some triggers would be good. I'm not really fond of the word parklet. To me, these aren't parks. These are private lets, the way we're talking about them. And I do think we should consider them temporary. And I'd really like to see some very low cost ideas for these private lets and how we could encourage businesses to go that route and keep them low cost. Looking at barriers to traffic, but limited construction. I think if they have some ADA spots available, this whole thing doesn't need to be ADA compliant. The big thing for me is really setting the expectations that this is temporary. We're temporarily privatizing public land. It's an extraordinary time. We need to do it. If some point this were to become longer term, I think we need to figure out how we would rent that private land or public land. Our city budget is hurting as well. So I think we'd have to fairly price the use of this land. And I'm glad you brought it up, Ed. I think as the economy recovers, we need to figure out when we do start parking enforcement again. And as Councilmember Koo was saying, it's a timing issue of how do we manage this so that all of a sudden people can't park in front near their homes anymore because of all this traffic that's been diverted. On open consumption of alcohol, I'd really like to understand how we manage it. I'm not sure that, I think drinking with a meal is fine, but how do we prevent that from being abused? I'm not sure we want that citywide. So, I'd like to hear a little bit more about kind of how we manage that and how we make that temporary as well. And then finally, I share some of Councilmember Cormack's concerns about we don't want a lot of process here, but how do we avoid an ugly mismatch of things? What are the rules around signage outdoors? If we don't have any ARB review, I do think we want to see things remain attractive. So those are my comments. So overall, I'm supportive. I just would really like to make it clear that it's temporary. The other thing I wanted to suggest was, as we start to come out of this, maybe staff could consider some rules downtown in Cal Ave. Do we allow company cafeterias, or do we start to evaluate that again to really encourage the continued use of our restaurants? So thank you.
Councilmember Phil Seth.
Yeah, thanks. I only had a couple of questions. So I'm supportive of trying all kinds of things. I think longer term, we probably have to deal with the issue that Councilmember Du Bois brought up, which is, use of public land and so forth. But for the moment, I think we ought to try a bunch of things. I was curious about the sort of the parking question that Councilmember Koo asked, specifically for the Cal Ave area. I think my intuition is that there's more space downtown relative, but yeah, if there's even some hand wave analysis of we think it's going to be this many spaces and that many people and stuff like that, that would be helpful, right? Let me ask a question in the downtown area. Parklets. It's pretty concentrated with restaurants in the downtown area. Is there enough space for parklets for everybody?
Councilmember Phil Seth, we have looked at, we have a transportation staff have developed a map of locating where different restaurants are located, where they're co-located, and we've come up with a strategy to help facilitate collaboration between restaurants. So let's say there are two restaurants next door, so
Right.
they might work out a plan to share their parklet and ensure that it's certainly safe and cleanly for the patrons, but not necessarily saying it's just first come, first serve, and now this business has it, even though you are neighbors. So that's certainly something we've anticipated and have built some strategies around.
So there would be some jigsawiness there.
Yeah, certainly.
Okay. And then the only other thing I was going to say, sorry, back on Cal Ave for a second. I actually would have, I don't think it's a huge deal, but I actually would have gone the Thursday to Sunday on the Cal Ave, at least to start with, really sort of just to be able to compare, right? Look at it how it is in those days versus the other days. But I don't feel terribly strongly about that. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Chinaka.
A question for staff. How long does it take to for a restaurant to get approved for like sidewalk or parklet dining? Like, I know that we have a couple, and what was the process and how long did it take?
I'll let Brad Eggleston answer that question, as the staff have been processing those permits.
Yes, I'd be happy to answer. So the ones we have, it's actually been very quick because it's only really been in the last week and a half that we've been visualizing this Summer Streets program and developing an expedited process with a new permit application. So I think it was last week on Thursday that went out fairly widely. And by the next day, we had, I think, 19 applications and had issued one the very next day. Others we're working through, but I expect that, especially with the Cal Ave closure, by this weekend, there's likely to be at least 10 more that will have issued.
Okay. That's great. I'm glad you guys are moving quickly because I think speed is of the essence here. I think Councilmember Niss is right in terms of people are trying to figure out are they going to stay in business or not. So I think speed is quick is really important to make this successful. Now we did hear. I think overall the residents have been very supportive of this, but we have heard from a few concerns about are there going to be parking issues if things pick back up again. And so how has the outreach been? It seems like you guys did a lot of outreach to the businesses, but what about to the residents in the nearby neighborhoods?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say at this point that has not happened. And so that is an issue. And I think that through this feedback tonight, I think we're getting a sense that perhaps more so than traffic per se, that parking is likely to be the issue, and one that will perhaps have some methods for staying on top of and be able to adjust the plan as it proceeds. Because parking would seem to be the type of issue that we would be able to monitor and then get a sense of how quickly the spillover issues would occur.
Yeah, because as we all know, we're going through very unprecedented times, and it's hard to know what's going to work ahead of time, right? And I think, frankly, we're not going to know. So I think a lot of the test and learn is going to be very important, because we're probably going to try some things that aren't going to work, and we need to change it right away, because I think the goal of all this is to really help the businesses. And but the problem is, it's hard to know what's really going to work and not going to work. And so I think it's great that you guys try some of the parklets, see how they go, get some best practices out of that. Maybe some things don't work, you got to change it, right? So I think the regulation can be layered on later. I think what's important is to kind of give them the space that they need to operate, and then the finer details. I think we could work on that as time goes on, versus trying to get it too perfect and then taking 6 months to a year, because by then a lot of people are just not going to come back. It's not going to matter anymore. So I think that's really important. From and I've had like 5 office hours on this topic, so I've talked to a lot of people on this. It seems like parklets in general, or whatever you want to call them, seems like that's a go, right? I don't think there's been a lot of resistance, but maybe staff correct me. Is there anyone that's been pushing back on having parklets for restaurants or retail? Is there anyone that's saying, oh, no, we really shouldn't do that? And if so, what's the reason?
I think to date, there really hasn't been any objection. Looking forward, again, you've heard some of the issue, question of, does the displacement of that parking create a spillover impact? And again, that's something that I think we'll see coming. We may not have a whole lot of lead time, but we may have the opportunity to see coming.
Well, I mean, right now we're like 25% unemployment, right? We are like, right now there's not a large parking problem because we are in dire economic times. So in some ways, if we have the parking coming back, that's actually somewhat of a good thing, right? Maybe we have a vaccine, maybe there's other things that are happening, so that we're kind of past this. So I think for parklets, unless there's big issues that pop up, which there might be, I think we should go full steam ahead as quickly as possible. I think, Brad, what you're doing is great in terms of responding quickly. I think if you could continue that, I think that's great. I know that Cooper Cafe wants to have one, University wants to have one, University Cafe. And so there's a lot of people that want to have it. And I think making this happen quickly, like a day later, is awesome, because that gives the business owners confidence that it's probably worth it to kind of see how things go, and hopefully that there's enough business to stay operating. So I think that's the right strategy on the parklets thing, and the details of all the other look and feel, I think we could figure that out later. Okay, so the second part here is Cal Ave. So Cal Ave, it seems like there's more consensus around this in terms of having this as a closure. Has there been any resistance at all from residents, businesses, or anyone? And if so, what has it been?
Cal Ave closure, correct? Is that the question? Right. I think, if anything, it's been, as you've heard this evening, the potential concern for residents in the surrounding area. But that's it. We have otherwise heard virtually no objection to a full-time, all-week closure.
Okay. I mean, I think Cal Ave seems to have more consensus. It's already dead end. So it seems like that makes sense to go forward 24/7. I think it would be interesting. I think the interesting comparison would be to see how Cal Ave, if let's say Cal Ave is closed and University Avenue is not. It's kind of like an interesting experiment to see which one is going to be more vibrant, right? Because I understand the logistical concerns about being able to do both well at the same time. And I think while we want to move quickly, it shouldn't be half-assed, right? So I do understand staff's caution, right, and difficulty trying to make them both happen at the same time well. But I think the parklets, universally, I think should happen not just on Cal Ave University, but should happen throughout the city. I think that makes a lot of sense, and it seems like that's what staff is doing. So I think keep on doing that. I think Cal Ave, I think we have farmers market already, so we kind of know it kind of works sometimes already. So we should, I think we have more confidence in that. Let's see on this slide here. So on the streamline permitting. I think all that stuff I totally agree with. We just want to make it easy, quick, and hopefully no cost or low cost, right? So I think all that makes sense. And I think the vice mayor actually makes a good point that it kind of has to be temporary, because maybe as you guys figure out what really works and doesn't work, there needs to be some constraints, right? Maybe that the ARB or some sort of other design constraint. And so that allows you to kind of implement that once we figure out what really works and doesn't work. Because I don't think we're going to know tonight. We're definitely not going to know tonight. Okay, so on to the harder question, which is university. So university, it's a through street. It seemed like there's a lot more controversy here. And so I was wondering if someone could talk about what was the big pushback from that you guys heard so far on the closure of university. I'd love to hear the concerns.
Well, I'll take a first stab at it. If I were to just categorize it, among the issues, it's the circulation. So having traffic go by that actually, again, there's some debate as to whether it's pedestrian traffic or vehicle traffic, but in any case, having activity is one. Access, in terms of the practical side of deliveries, the various things that are necessary for the businesses themselves. And then the question of how does university relate to the crossing streets, and what does closure of university mean to the crossing streets? I think those are the three categories that come to mind. Others feel free to weigh in.
Yeah, I'd just say that the other category of concern that I remember hearing a fair amount was that university has a fair amount of non-restaurant retail, and there's a concern that that retail is more visited by people who are driving by and seeing it, and that if people can't drive on the street, they're not going to visit those other businesses.
And that there's a potential negative impact of the closure for non-retail businesses on the street, upper floors and the like.
Okay, so I think so this is a lot more complex than CalAV, I think. So I can understand why staff wants to do CalAV first. I do think the purpose of this is to actually help the businesses in these areas. And so the businesses there have to feel like it's actually going to help them. And does staff have a sense as to what I don't know if you guys took a vote or did a survey? I know there's been a lot of surveys floating around, but
just a time check, Councilmember Tanaka, you've had 10 minutes, okay? So let's just try to wrap it up. And
well, I don't know if staff can answer that question.
Yeah, I'll say we have had a number of conversations. We've had surveys. The chamber did a survey that showed, at least of those respondents, that many people were supportive of the closure. We've had very emphatic verbal conversations with some folks who, as we heard tonight, maybe be in touch with several restaurants or retailers and kind of saying no. And so it really is, I don't want to say it's quite 6 of one, half dozen the other. I think we've probably heard a little bit more on the closure side as it is expedient versus even a parklet may take a week or 2 or 3, if not longer, for some folks to get together. And so that for some folks, the expediency is preferable, even if the long term or medium term they'd like a parklet.
Okay. Well, I know I'm kind of out of time, but I do think it's important to get the businesses in there to get their buy-in.
okay, I think we have all had a chance to speak. Anything else staff needs from us on this?
Well, I don't think I got a sense of the council on university, and I may have missed it. So
also,
someone could recap.
I think, I don't know, I would say there's maybe a small majority for looking at closing university. Would people nod?
Why don't you straw vote?
Straw vote. If you're interested in some type of closure on university, just raise your hand, please.
I think I am if the business buy into it.
Okay. we're just doing a straw vote. I hope that helps, Ed. I think, Councilmember Tanaka raised some concerns about business, Vice Mayor Du Bois about, the
Eric
length
is
and
waving his hand.
what it means, but it seems like all of us are raising our hands.
Of some form. So I think it's the some form that staff will have to figure out.
Considering it's 1:10 a.m., I don't think you'll get any more useful
Adrian,
feedback from
let me
any of
add
us.
the one thing that might help. Go look at Town and Country and see what they have done overnight.
No, I think we're good. As I just said, I don't think staff will get any more helpful
will
input
help.
from us.
Fair enough.
Anything else you need specific clarity on?
I think we've got a sense. We've got a little bit of divining to do, but we'll run with it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. That concludes our last item of the action calendar. It's 1:10 a.m. I hope nobody has any council member questions, comments, or anything like that. We can really, Councilmember Cormack.
Yes, really. I want to thank staff for helping put together the graduation car parade last Wednesday on June 3rd. It was an outstanding event that made a really big difference in lots of families. And yes, it was important for me to say that. Thank you.
I was going to adjourn our meeting in honor of all those graduates. Awesome. I hope everybody got to see them. It was pretty cool. All right. It's 1:11. Let's adjourn our meeting in honor of all of Palo Alto's awesome graduates. Thank you, everyone. Long meeting. Lot done.
Everybody.
Good night, good morning.
Good morning.